Biggest Triton ever, by the way. Well, not to be...
you knew there would be
Seat
one
number
of those
8
here.
from the US with 5.6 million. Please welcome Nick Petrangelo.
All-time player.
Yeah, these are, I mean, Nick, it's his time. We'll see if he can close the deal here, but he is due one of these.
C9 from Belgium with 950,000. Please welcome Peter Earth.
Did these guys like train for these intros? They're pretty
These guys
strong.
look unbelievable. I
This
mean, he
guy's
shot
got-
it up to the Lord. He's ready to go. Clear. Peter's always ready, but
Last but not least, from Bulgaria with 8 million in C10. Please welcome Dimitar Danchev.
Another great player. Honestly, I think one of the more underrated tournament players out there. He's just been smashing for such a long time, and people don't know who he is.
he's fantastic. Agreed.
Right, the button has been drawn on Feder. We've all received an extra 5 time banks. We're coming back on level 24, 32 minutes remaining. 100,000, 200,000, 200,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Andrea, shuffle up and deal, please.
Almost 80 bigs for Seth Gottlieb. Double second in chips, so pretty strong spot for him here.
Definitely, and it's an interesting dynamic with Peter having 5 bigs. Naturally, everybody has to respect this latter possibility and tread lightly.
So if you're Seth, it's time to punish these guys.
It's really time.
Yeah, look at that. Up top, almost 800,000. The bottom, 81K. Nobody wants that now, right?
Exactly.
Especially not after those intros. I mean,
Yeah, right. You can't
you
like
can't
come
throw
out
up to the
like
Lord,
you're in the
yeah.
All-Star game and then
just brick out the first
Yeah.
play. But yeah, someone will have to. So interesting to see how Seth plays this. I mean, if this was Fedor, right, we would probably see like any 2-card type of status coming.
it's quite any 2, but it is in that realm, and it's certainly in this realm.
400.
Well, this is obviously better than any 2. Beautiful ace-10 of diamonds. And whoa, this is brutal, man. 200,000 dead in the big blind.
It's a bit of a comfortable defend, though, you know, with 5 bigs. It's just a kind of peel, hope to hit, and if we brick, we just, we're out, and we, you know, see what develops in the small off 3.5 or whatever it is.
Carry on later.
When we're very short like this, sub 7, 6, the idea generally is just to defend the big.
I'm over here thinking ICM, but he doesn't have any, right? He just needs to play.
He does have some, but again, he's so short. Flops
Yeah.
the gutter with the spade. This is a little bit interesting.
This will have to go, right? I mean,
He might go for the stop and go, Will.
a classic play that you just don't see as much anymore.
Not sure. It's a curious spot.
Yeah.
It does come to mind, given what you were talking about, too, Seth, very wide range. He does shove. Of course, Seth is calling. Good luck, gentlemen, especially Peter.
Yeah, Seth in a great spot to knock out the short stack here. Peter, you know, flops equity, gutter, backdoor flush draw, but he's in pretty bad shape here. We'll need to get an 8 or some type of spades or other running straight to win this hand, and that's a
Okay.
really good turn.
That is indeed a really good turn.
More outs.
Seth just got a look about him.
Yeah, he really does.
Nope. Yeah, you
GG, sir.
could, I think Seth might have had some premonition on that river. He just, you know, like he's just got something going on right now.
He does. He has a villain-esque almost vibe.
Where's the sweat?
When a guy like that is like hot at the table, you know, they're winning every pot. I mean, do you ever just get like, you just want to stay away from them? I mean,
Yes, of course.
Peter didn't want to. He's out. I mean, if it's any consolidation, he was the short stack, very short, most likely to bust.
Can't hang your head too much busting with 5 bigs. Agreed.
So how much does this change for the other players now that he's out of the mix? Does it open things up for the middling stacks, the other short stacks? Does
It does. It very much does.
So before, with him at 5 big blinds, I feel like Seth had even more of a kind of freedom to punish the other players and make them wait it out. Now your short stack is Ken Tong with 16 bigs, followed by Josh with 18 bigs, and Loon Loon is, so they're clumped in, and you know, in this, and then you have the middling stacks. Petrangelo starting at almost 30, Fedor at 30 bigs, Dominicus at 35, and Dimitar.
And this is telling of how hard Seth is going. Ace-5 off, it's just indicative that he's not messing around. And for Loon Loon, he has a decision.
Yeah, I mean, this has got to be, you know, it's...
He's gone.
Yeah. Just too much ICM at stake to...
Too much ICM. We're not playing many flats in his spot, so it's a little bit 3-better fold. And he just deemed it foldable, and one can't fault him. Take another one, Seth. Go on.
Yeah, great start for the businessman. Does play high-stakes cash. I mean, he's clearly... He knows his way around the table.
He's a very good poker player, clearly. He's not an elite pro, but he's on his way. He takes the game seriously, runs around with that sort of ilk, and he's obviously a sharp guy.
Yeah, and I got to be careful, right? Because technically he's an amateur. You know, he doesn't play full-time, but let's be real, he's not an amateur. None of these guys are. Here's a hand for Dominicus. Ace-Jack of diamonds. And, you know, normally these spots are just straightforward, right? But I always, if I'm at a final table, which doesn't happen often, I get nervous because, you know, I have a very good hand, but not a nutted hand, so.
Definitely. I know exactly what you mean, Will. And for Fedor, let's see. Interesting navigations. Just north of 30, covered by Dominicus. Of course, Seth looming.
Yeah, is Fedor just... He has to see a flop here at least, right?
One would think this is unfoldable. He does hop in.
Seth with actually a really bad hand, just going to let it go.
Playing around 600.
These guys have really strong ranges here, right, in this type of configuration.
Yes.
Great flop for Fedor.
And note Fedor immediately with the gaze. He's very annoying to deal with live.
Yeah, he's got to have one of the hardest table presences to combat just because it always feels like he's looking at you no matter what. And he just, I mean...
And I had a green tea.
What do you think he does here with the top pair, good kicker, backdoor flush draw?
20%ish, maybe quarter, perhaps occasionally mix a check in. Especially with the backdoor, it's a little bit of an idea to let them catch up with inferior clubs from time to time.
450?
That's exactly what he does, 450,000. Pretty gross spot for Dominicus. I mean, no backdoor draws other than the straight.
I think we kind of let it go and hate it. Just in
Yeah,
adherence with what you said before, it's a very respectable range from Fedor. No matter how tough he is, he has good cards to start.
Yeah, you can see a little grimace there.
A little bit.
On the release. Just, you know, it's not that bad, man. Nicky P sipping some tea. Looks fresh.
It does look fresh. He's ready to go.
Always got a little sunburn, but you know, I think the golf course maybe has been kind to him recently. He looks fresher.
He does.
Looks dialed. Honestly, all these guys do. Like this guy Macaulay, like who is this guy? We got to find some. Is this a crypto guy? You know,
He's a pretty young guy who has taken poker very seriously, and I believe is a good player. And this has to be somewhat with the players that this is the biggest Triton ever in terms of field size. That's a cool thing to, you know, to ship the biggest one ever. 10s for Fedor.
yeah, it would be fitting for Fedor for sure. But maybe it's Nicky P's time. Almost 12 million in Triton earnings for Fedor. 3 titles. Pretty impressive considering he retired from poker. And Seth with... No, is that just a little posturing, you think?
I think it was legitimate.
Yeah.
I believe he
Just thinking about every
it.
spot. And Ken with a pretty decent, you know, dicey spot.
I think it's just enough to go for a defend.
Oh my
geez.
God.
Some poor timing from Tong. Fair enough.
Well, not a defend. And Fedor snaps. And wow, I did not see that coming.
And that some of that is Fedor's reputation preceding him. Ken wasn't about to be pushed around by the great Fedor holes, and here we are.
Ken is going to need a king here or some type of funky run out.
Okay, he's got the 6, 7, 9 of diamonds working well.
Yeah, can turn a lot of equity. There you go. 8 or a king now. Or Ken is going to be out of here. Fedor will have more chips. Nope, it's a deuce.
Good game, sir. What a run for Ken Tong.
He'll take home 98,000. So we've now broken into the 6-figure range of payouts. It just goes up from here. I mean,
Go grab that 98 Gs, Ken. Perhaps put it on the account and keep firing. And for Fedor, what a start, Will.
yeah, Fedor just crushing this final table so far. Yeah, you got to respect. I mean, went out with a lot of heart there. Made a read on Fedor, you know, and
He did. I like that. He didn't believe him, and he jammed and ran into it. Who hasn't done that?
Yeah, too much, yeah.
we've all been there. I mean, still, look, you still got to feel good walking away with 100 Gs.
Definitely.
Ammo for the series, maybe some shopping.
It's always nice first event ammo.
And for Loon here, now he becomes one of the shorter stacks. So we had a point where we're a little bit more willing to get involved. Is this King-Queen enough to enter?
Definitely Loon agrees, and very much so. What you said is very thematic, that when we find ourselves as the shorty, we have a little more wiggle. And for Fedor with 8s, it's interesting. Let's see if he goes for flat or 3-bet, perhaps a very tight fold.
Yeah, interesting spot. Obviously a lot of strength.
He does slide it, so note the respectful nature of the situation.
That also, I think, just shows respect for Loon, you know.
Definitely.
Josh with a king in the big blind, obviously getting a great price, but against a very strong range.
Under normal scenarios, we're delighted to call. Not delighted, but as you said, does let it go.
So you're going
All in?
all in?
No.
Fold.
Fold? I cannot go over my hand. Cannot call my hand. You saying?
So you're going USOP?
No, like, I'm not sure the time of year though, in March, if it's tropical or not.
So much tournament.
So much, yeah.
So much crashing. Good for Asia.
Very insane, so good. Lots of people will start coming now.
Yeah.
Yeah, tournaments are
So I
really
don't have to
booming
fight
right
for
now. I mean,
tiebreaker,
they're all over the
I
place.
need to know.
Yeah.
Record-breaking
Dream come
fields.
true.
It's amazing, right? Yeah.
Amazing.
This
Dream
is
come
just event 1 here, Nick, but it already feels like we've been here for some time.
I
doesn't it?
know. I was thinking that earlier as well.
true. I just start poker like
It's amazing that it's just the first event.
Gottlieb now with a just complete dust on the button. And we're in any 2 range now, you think? Or
Not any two, and perhaps even this is a little bit outside of the box, but maybe not. Macaulay and Loon are under intense pressure. This is highly defendable for Loon, perhaps even something beyond a defend.
yeah,
See?
do you want to start maybe... Nope, just going to see a flop, I guess. Suited, right?
Yeah, I think defend is very comfortable maybe 3-bet is possible.
And this is actually a pretty good flop for Loon, right?
He has the back door and the wheel situation working, and of course king high. He lacks quite a bit of ace X due to the lack of 3-bet.
Jammed on you guys.
Did Seth show it?
Yeah, no, the power, he didn't, I don't believe he showed.
He made an allusion to he could have jammed. Fair enough, Seth. Go
I
on.
gamble my hand.
Yeah?
No. 9-4 suited.
Yeah, great spot. You can see Josh kind of beaming right now. He's chirping, you know, feeling the vibe of the final table. I mean, I don't know how old he is, but
As you said, we've slid into the 6-figure.
yeah. We're in the Patek Philippe section of the final table, and Fedor's got 7s under the gun. A lot of hands to start for Fedor. It is very kind of annoying, right, when you're at the table and somebody is just, if they're playing, they got eyes on you the whole time.
It's absolutely, it's, you know, disconcerting. And for Seth, he goes for 1.2, and it's interesting. Fedor is under the most pressure of anyone at the table right now, being in second. And Seth knows this. Fedor knows Seth knows this. 50 bigs to start 7s and a stare down, Will.
You knew the stare down was coming. I mean, classic. Feels like we can see a flop here with the stack depth, or is it just too dicey?
It's tricky.
You won't play any pillow events.
He's eyeing his chips. He's
You know, like
gone.
a-
Oh, that angry look, too, before the fold.
It's one of these things you know you're being messed with, but you still are handcuffed because his stack is just worth so much.
Yeah, Fedor's face kind of said it all there.
Pillow is not as big in Asia. Australia, everyone loves pillow.
Yeah.
4 card, 5 cards, very big.
Yeah, so great start for Seth. I mean, just chips up. Now Nick with the 7s. They go over there, under the gun, same spot as Fedor.
It's an open we're not delighted about, but give it a whirl. Nody goes for 2.25 as opposed to min, and Seth seems intrigued.
Yeah, I mean, when you're... Seth is just rolling right now. It feels like he wants to play every hand, and he's getting hands that he can play. You like just flatting here with the suited?
I do. I think versus Nick's 25-ish BBs, it's logical. And Loon has an awkward decision here, to say the least. He knows Seth is flatting with hands that are probably dominated-ish by his ace-jack, but the range of Pietrangelo is so legitimate. He does do it, and I think this will get through.
Yeah, this is a really great, I mean, example of Loon just diagnosing the situation perfectly. Ace-jack, very dicey. You don't want to bust with it, but he knows Gottlieb is not super strong here. He knows he's not trapping, and I think he trusts that he's doing well enough against Nick's range to make it profitable. A lot of dead money in there. Really like this from Loon.
Agreed. Excellent find. And for Nicky P, it's close, but it does seem like 18 is too much. He does let it go, and for Seth, maybe he gives him a spin, but...
It's, you want to gamble, but it's so much, you know, and you've been chipping up nicely.
500.
We're going to see how much of a sort of gambler Seth is here, because this would be a fair amount of chips to call off.
He's gone.
Yeah,
Very
great
nice
hands
from Loon. Bravo, sir.
I mean, just a little peek into these guys. You don't get to see them play so much in the States. It's really cool to see how they diagnose different spots and situations, and a lot of fearlessness there from Loon. Could have easily gone out, could have ran into it from Pietrangelo, and maybe sometimes Gottlieb is trapping, but not there. We continue on. Loon a little bit more comfortable now. Josh is our short stack, starting to inch away a little bit, only 15 bigs, but obviously still plenty of play. Those first bust outs felt quick. You know, there was a fast pace, kind of blood in the water type of vibe. It feels like it's slowed down a little.
You're right.
Josh, I mean, what's going on with those bracelets? You think maybe some meditation practices? Trip to Asia. Dominicus with a very playable King 9 on the button.
400.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dominicus Michaelitis going to take it down. Looking for a big score here. And this is one you want to win, not just because it's the first event. It's a record breaker, we said.
Yeah, it's a little bit of history. Biggest Triton ever, field-wise. And the first event, you alluded to this, ammo, but it really is so sweet when you show up for a series to make a score early. You're sauntering in there on top of the world until, you get...
Well, you have a few weeks of walking around, with your head high while everybody starts to crumble.
Right, exactly.
I've actually never done that. I've never had a big score early in the season. I mean, I haven't had a lot of big scores, period, but it's always been late.
Well, late is nice too, though, Will.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'll take it any way I can get it.
The short deck events.
Gottlieb here, still really just putting the pressure on, right? This is just nothing these guys can do.
Dimitar agrees. Closing in on 20, Seth.
What does it usually get? Like
Million, that
double
is.
series?
Chips.
Okay.
No, I know.
Yeah. Yeah. We do well on short deck. You won.
So we're up in the six-figure payout range. Next, we'll get 134.
Never.
Six, we'll get 182. Keeps jumping up all the way up to 786,000
Oh, okay.
for
Home
first
game
place.
Home game title. Nice. What do you get for the home game title?
Let me check for you. Right.
Dominicus with ace-jack, again, this time offsuit. Still kind of an awkward spot. I guess you have to open, but...
Yeah, you open, note he's going for 2.5. You open and just see. If Fedor or Nikki P 3 bets, it's highly awkward. This one,
Must be
looks like he does just go for defend.
Yeah, we saw him 3-bet the king-jack off earlier, but here he's in the big blind.
That's right.
Check.
Pretty
Like a
good flop
possible
for Dominicus.
Yeah.
Flush draw. This just feels like a spot, I guess, where... What are these guys, checking mostly, or...?
I think check is really nice with that sort of board against the big blind, and he has that awkward amount of equity that he doesn't want to get blown off. No Gottlieb stabbing. We have a very comfortable continue if we're Dominicus.
Keeping the pot small in position, obviously can easily call. And Gottlieb, I guess, even though his hand obviously didn't connect, just trying to rep the kind of random pairs
Yeah,
that were
exactly.
called.
Targeting the maybe slightly bigger cards.
This is a sign, though, that Gottlieb knows what he's going on, because he knows his king high is not good at showdown here, right?
Yeah, so
Almost
you need
ever.
a few more.
Agreed. Dominicus does call, and let's see for Seth. A lot of different rivers, of course. Would think with the red king jack, he does go for something 2.1 in the middle, and
1.1.
Yeah, what a great setup for Dominicus here.
very much so. And note this particular time, the check back on the flop. I suppose he's weighing raise, but the check back on the flop really worked out well for Dominicus.
Yeah, he's played this hand perfectly. He's trapped Seth. I don't blame Seth at all for betting. Got a perfect run out to bluff. What does Dominicus want to do here?
Seth does have a little bit of a disadvantage in the ace of clubs specifically, but I know what you mean as far as kind of we find ourselves on the river and it's hard to check king jack, but maybe
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
funny.
sometimes it's okay to give up.
In my mind, I'm thinking, he's got a lot of ace queens, but how many red ace queens does Dominicus have? He's probably got a club in there, a decent amount. And
You win.
he's just going to call. Really nice pot for him.
And a little bit of a wry smile there from Dominicus. Maybe not. Maybe that's
Yeah?
just his face. I thought I saw
Did you
just a
catch
little,
something there?
just a little twinge of kind of, maybe not. Very nice though.
I think that was
great pickup.
Yeah, that was either way. Really nice pot for him. Now Seth starting to face a little adversity here. He's still got piles, but momentum swinging to the other players.
Yeah, that was the first, you know, let's see. He is a wheels come off kind of guy, too, with respect.
It feels like, yeah, with respect.
It's possible the wheels come off.
We say that in the kindest way possible. I mean,
of course.
He can afford to have the wheels come off because...
And anybody who's capable of the wheels coming off, I just, you know, have respect for.
Well, for now, the wheels go round and round. Petrangelo, the queen jack off. Going to raise it up from the cutoff. And Josh with a very playable queen 10 off in the big. Doesn't know he's dominated. Just feels like a call, right? Just see a flop.
Think so.
You have 2.4 back? I side with 3, so yeah.
Does not want to see a queen. Does want to see a 10, though. What a flop. I mean, started the hand as the short stack. Flops top pair with a backdoor flush draw. And
something of a range bet for Nick.
Yeah, you just want to pressure the weaker big blind calling range.
We're going quarter here a lot. He's looking back. He has a lot of equity that he certainly doesn't want to get blown off of. But it just strikes me from this vantage point as a quite good board for him.
A lot of turns he can barrel, and he shoves. Wow.
Oh, he just goes for jam. That's an interesting play.
And Josh is going to snap, and this is really bad news for Nick.
I think part of the ideas from Petrangelo there is that his hand has so much equity with the Queen of Hearts and the 10-Jack Queen that we don't want to bet fold.
Josh is short enough that we can just pile our equity in.
That was unique.
That was interesting, yeah. He's going to need to get really lucky here, though. Josh has him in bad shape.
Okay, that's definitely the one we were looking for Petrangelo, other than the jack.
I mean, open-ended straight draw now. A lot of outs for Nick. There it is.
My.
Wow.
GG, sir.
Nice to meet you.
See you out there.
That was rough.
Classy on the way out from Macaulay. Great run.
Yeah, took it like a champ. I don't think, I mean, these guys are all, how do they deal with this emotionally? Like, that was a pretty dirty one.
They're on the stream. I'm sure he would have cursed him out,
Didn't
you know,
even
if
need
it
the
was.
9. GG, Josh McCauley. Played great, got it in good. What can you do? 134,000.
Take that buck 34 and, you know, on to the next one.
Yeah, living good. And Nicky P, if there's anyone who's due for some of this, you know what I mean? Things, variants
There
start
it
to turn
is.
your
The
way.
deck agrees.
The deck
See the
agrees.
dynamics there.
Now we're up, getting close to the $250,000 range. Next player out will get 182,000. I think it's also easy to look at a play like that and just say, like, what is he doing? But when you actually break it down, it makes total sense. He didn't want to bet fold a hand with so much equity against the hands that are shoving on him.
Yeah, he's a phenomenally informed player. It's a possibly an incredible find. I think a lot of players would just go for quarter, get check raised, and have to fold. So he found a way to realize his equity. Interesting spot that we can peruse at home, or, you know, the war of ideas rages on.
And he ran into the worst case scenario there, but let's say, you know, Josh had a hand like a 4 or an ace-3 hand that he might have just check-shoved. Now he looks like a genius, you know. So
Absolutely.
Thank you.
down to 6-handed now. Nick Petrangelo, ever closer to that elusive Triton title, would kind of be fitting for him, right? To get it here, the biggest Triton ever. Check out Bet ACR, your inclusive hub to predict your favorite player's action outcome in Triton events. Receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join now and start engaging with the sporting world today. And this is pretty cool. You can bet on these guys.
Yeah, the betting, I mean, yeah. There it is.
I mean, who are you taking right now?
I got to look at the lines, Will, you know? I mean...
What line would you bet Gottlieb at?
Interesting. I would, to win, to stone win, what do you think the line is? Fair. +1...
Plus something. It's
maybe more like +2.
Yeah, I would think you'd have to gamble.
He's in tough, but 16 milli, Fedor.
+2 seems like a fair. +200. That's what I would say. Just a lot of good players lurking there, right?
Yeah, a lot can happen. +200 feels, you know, sure Bet ACR knows what they're doing with the lines. So,
yeah,
you
go
know.
and check them out. Let us know. Fedor just chilling right now. In second place, almost 10 million in chips. Nikki P.
Ducks for Gottlieb. And it looks like we have a collision. Fedor is in.
Okay.
The 10-9-5 all-heart flop.
Seth checks it back with a little bit of character, says okay.
And Gottlieb got to be feeling pretty strong. Has the best hand a lot. Just going to check back, and River's a flush.
Would think Fedor has something of a quintessential check. He does eye his chips, but just optically the ace high and the 8. Let's go
Flush.
for check and let. Okay, take it, sir.
Yeah, Seth, nice little pot there.
Flash is good.
This guy's got a real smooth and easy feel. He's comfortable playing with Fedor, comfortable playing with Nick.
I didn't want to try to get value from my shoe of hearts.
Good not to be greedy.
And what do you think about the hair, Nick? Is that natural? Is he giving it a
You know,
little brush?
one always has to wonder with the curl in the front. Is that intentional or natural? I think it's natural. Feels like he came out of the shower, and you know the curl just drizzled
You
down.
kind of maybe just do one sort of.
I think it was a swoop. He's
Yeah.
off. This guy's a stone animal. He's not doing
Yeah,
the
he's
curl.
no, you're right. But maybe I was thinking some Christian Bale, American Psycho type vibes.
Right.
Dimitar with a hand finally. Ace Queen under the gun. Definitely going to be strong enough to
450.
speculate. And Seth with another playable hand.
You're right. And
We have
the
like
first
7.
Yeah.
thing that crosses Donchev's mind is what do we do against a Gottlieb 3-bet? Perhaps we'll find out.
1.1.
We will. Very small free bet here.
You're right, and I would think barring involvement, let's see what speaks to Donchev, but jam certainly springs to mind.
I can see both. Obviously, I think if you're suited here, you're more inclined to just take the price and see a flop, but it is awkward. You're going to have the best hand a good amount, but do you want to shove it all in, you know?
The setup is nobody is clearly on fumes. Loon has 4.5, and the rest of them are very flat. Michaelitis, Holes, Petrangelo, and Dimitar. And he knows Gottlieb gets after it. It's tricky, though, Will.
Yeah, these players have played enough now. Yeah,
he does do it.
Yeah, he does do it. Great find there from Dimitar. Just read the situation perfectly.
Very nice.
One of the more underrated tournament players out there. Only 400,000 in Triton winnings. I don't believe he's played a lot of these. Kind of just started in Monte Carlo. Had a few scores out there. Second place in a turbo. Always nice hitting those turbos, isn't it? Less time involved.
Oh, yeah.
Great.
Nothing like a score in a turbo.
Great hourly.
Look at the trophy there. Lovely. 250 on the blinds. 15K no limit 8-handed. Again, digressions. Biggest field ever. We all felt it here the day before it started. Saw so many, you know, new faces and
There's
such.
something in the 8 of clubs that just...
Both sides show the 8 of clubs. That's the problem. There's no backside to that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Tritons, but I always thought they were kind of smaller events. You know, they stood out as these kind of like
the
elite.
buy-ins being so big, exactly.
But here at this opening event, it doesn't matter. It's a massive tournament, people around the corner. And we could see a new face. You know, we could see a Seth Gottlieb or Dominicus Michaelitis. But it might be one of the GOATs taking it down anyway, like they always do. Loon Loon with ace-10 off, going to raise.
Take it, sir.
Nice feeling. Loon Loon chipping up.
He's probably played some cash as well, Will. Note he did not muck his hand until the pot was slid over his way.
What is that, a slick cash game move?
Well, you know how it is when you're playing cash. You don't want, you know, you need it to be official before.
Sadly, I'm very good at folding. It's more acceptable in cash. Tournaments, you just got to go after those antes, but
if you have the winner in cash, you hang on to it until the pot comes your way.
Yep, let the pot come.
Correct.
Don't risk flipping it over awkwardly, you know, exposing the winner.
This is a touch cuspy for Michaelitis. Let's see.
He's going to go with it. Makes it 600K.
Note the little bit of a size up, 2.4.
Ace Queen again for Dimitar. Starting to wake up with some hands.
And this is awkward for Dimitar, make no mistake, but it is too much hands to kind of not 3-bet. I think we go for the 3-bet non-all-in and just sort of see what happens. He's going time bank, understandably. We don't really call here much, if at all, in theory. When we're out there, do what we want, but in theory, it's a bit... We're not dying to just flat the small with such ICM implications and so on.
Yeah, you see Dimitar processing all of this. Really awkward spot. If you have 20 big blinds, you just rip, right? But
correct. Oh, he does
go
rip
for it,
anyway,
yeah.
30 some odd. Fair enough. And that'll do it. Very nice. Donchev chipping up.
Yeah, 2 nice pickups for Dimitar. Great player. Looking to kind of, I feel like this would be, he's had signature wins, man, you know, but it's just, this could be something that puts him into the conversation a little more. I believe he won the PCA.
Did he win the PCA main?
I think he did.
Anytime I've seen him play, I'm always like, you know, this guy's clearly a great player, but it's hard to track everybody's results.
It is. It gets, especially with all these tournament series, all these big buy-ins. Yeah, maybe he doesn't play as much as I thought. 6.7 million in winnings, which Wow, Seth just going to rip it with the... Oh, my God.
Uh-oh.
This is, by the way, Seth's play, maybe he could have just raised, but the spirit of his play is very understandable.
This is any two for Seth, and any two just ran into the best two.
Go on, Loon.
Loon.
Keep it
they call
clean
that
for
the cookie jar.
Loon. Don't do him like this.
Yeah.
Very risky for Seth. Will it pay off? He's going to need to get extremely lucky.
That's pretty clean for Mr. Loon.
Yeah, and no back doors other than the weird straight. Going to need runner here. And that locks it up for Loon. Wow.
Take it, sir.
10 million chips going his way.
Let me give him some of these.
And this really
All right,
evens
now I
things
gotta
out
find
now. Instead of being the short stack, Loon is second in chips, even in this range, and everybody has 30-plus big blinds. Seth still with the chip lead, but a lot more precarious now. And do you think a slight misstep there, or just got to go with it?
I think maybe that one is so bad that we just go for raise. We
Raise
sort of
fold,
play a
yeah.
raise fold and a jam, and maybe jam something like 5-6, 5-7, even 4-7.
8.
But it might be fine. It's
Oh,
close.
Sorry.
Yeah, and Seth, I mean, very aggressive, taking a lot of chances here. That one doesn't pay off, but what a feeling for Loon to just wake up with number one there. Guy shoves into you in the small blind. Just look down at pocket aces. Big double up for Loon.
Nice hand. Good timing.
Yeah, good timing.
Yeah, we'll see how Seth handles this. This is really his first adversity. He's now, chip leader, but man, he had a big lead before.
He's neck and neck with Loon, and Fedor is right there. Dominique, it's now close. Dimitar, they're all very close. We might have to strap in. It could potentially be a long one, Will.
You think so? Do you get reads on these early on? Do you get a feel, or you just never know what's going to happen?
Well, just with the stack distribution, I mean, not a read, but
I should know.
the shorty is now 29.
You're playing the solver.
But sometimes we
Yeah.
do get a feeling sometimes.
Fedor with another pair, pocket sixes.
This is deceivingly cuspy given the situation. He is in.
Dimitar now has just sort of started to pick up some hands, and another one here, Queen Jack suited.
9 and a bit.
No.
And aren't we getting towards a stack depth where we can start to speculate a little more? We got a few more bigs to roll around with.
A bit.
Cool.
He's in.
Just feels like such a nice hand to just see a flop, too
It is
pretty
a
to
beauty.
let go. Can you really look yourself in the mirror the next
Right.
day if you fold,
Right.
Especially if the big blind folds and you flop a monster.
And we might have a rare three-way final table flop upon us.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is a hand maybe in a different setting you would consider squeezing, but here just...
It is a kind of... Here we are. He's going time bank, so he's certainly weighing the squeeze.
Yeah, I don't know that, again, I'm not up, but this feels maybe earlier on in the tournament, just a different level, but maybe...
Wow, he does go for it. Bravo, sir.
This is really strong. And it's big, and he's not committing himself, but he's making himself look committed here. Dimitar just
Great
sick.
find from
Yeah.
Nikolaitis.
That
Go
was-
on, Dominicus.
That was really strong.
Beautiful.
Dominicus Nikolaitis making the most of this final table. He said he's got the Sabonis jersey on. I mean, repping. A lot of good players from Lithuania. There's another Dominicus, I believe. I don't know if you know him, but he's hilarious. plays high stakes pot limit Omaha.
I think I do a little
He's
bit.
a real character.
Yeah.
Dimitar, another playable hand, ace jack offsuit. Makes it 500. Seth, king 8 suited. Just not good enough. I think Seth wisely sitting back a little, you know, not forcing things after.
Yeah.
Fedor just too weak there. Respecting Dimitar. And this is an interesting stage, Nick. We've seen, you know, the start with the short stack have 5 big blinds. Now we see these guys all clumped up together. Like, how does that work, like, in terms of ICM? Are they all trying to wait out the next bust out? Are they more willing to go themselves?
Well, it's not as extreme for all of them as the initial setup with the 5 big blind stack is so extreme. Now they're still all kind of being snug and respectful, but also because no one is clearly on fumes, we do get to sort of explore the options.
Dominique is going to explore the option on the button here with ace-9 offsuit.
Raise.
Makes it 500. And Fedor, 7-6 of hearts in the small blind. Very playable hand, but not in this setup. But Nicky P with ace-jack.
Three bet is coming. Perhaps just a jam. Let's see if Pietrangelo has ideas outside of just all in. And for Dominicus, it's note the snap fold. I like that.
Yeah, not posturing. And do you think that's just in part because he's going to have plenty of bad hands on the button, right? Like there's no need to. What are you gaining by?
It's just a sharp snap fold. Generally, they tank for a while, burn a few banks, and then realize they have to fold. He's just snap out. We're for chips. We're in.
Nice and easy. And another pot for Nicky P. Nick Pietrangelo. This guy was one of the first guys I knew that was using a solver. I don't know if you remember when people started using them. Like
I do.
They had computers. You had to get like two desktops or something,
Right.
and you'd put the simulations in and have to run for like a whole night.
Right.
And then they'd come back the next day, you know what I mean, and look at them. That was the point in time where I realized I probably wasn't going to do too well in poker going forward. Loon, the king-queen going to raise to 500. See if he has any customers. Nicky P, another playable hand. Ace-8 of spades. Kind of awkward, though. I could see him going anyway here, really. I mean...
Yeah, the call from the small is rare, but it does spring to mind with this one.
1.85.
You can see, though, that he just deems the spot to not really allow calls, so to speak. And for Loon, this is not pleasant.
Great example. If there's ever a hand you just want to flat, it's this hand, right?
Right, and still, the overarching theory has driven Nicky P towards this 3-bet.
He just knows he's not supposed to have flats here ever. So
Right.
why do the comfortable thing?
I use kept pointing.
Do the thing you're supposed to do, and puts Loon in a really interesting spot.
Yeah, 1.85.
1.85, that's what I've heard. Yeah.
Putting a lot of pressure on Loon's stack. And Loon has the kind of hand, you know, you're blocking queens, you're blocking kings, you're blocking ace-king, ace-queen. Does he want to maybe get a little crazy here? He definitely looks like he's thinking
Crazy is possible,
about it.
but king-queen off. He is in. Well, here we go.
This is a little crazy, you know. Not all the way crazy, but he's peeling a flop, and we got a massive pot here.
We do.
4 million in the middle. We're going to see 3 here.
Oh, and it's very spicy, Will. Nut flush draw working for Petrangelo. Of course, top pair queen kicker for Loon.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine both players hitting this flop harder. Nicky P, what does he want to come with? Is this kind of a range bet spot, or?
I think he's, let's see. Small comes to mind.
900.
He goes for 20%ish, and for Loon, merits to both.
Feels like a spot you want to keep all of Nick's potential bluffs in there, though. You know, like the ace-6 suiteds, the ace-5s. Or you just want to get the hand over with now? You know, you have the best hand a lot.
I like what you were saying first. I think keeping an eye on ace-10 looks like he has just shoved, and unfortunately for Nicky P, perhaps not unfortunately, seems we can't really fold the nut flush draw.
Oh, but Nick hates this spot. I don't think he expected Loon to shove much there.
And he knows Loon is not messing about.
No, Loon called pre-flop. He called a massive 3-bet. This is a gross spot for Nick. But, you know, can we really fold the nut flush draw here?
I think he's calculating his equity and the ICM scenario against a very realistic range, which Petrangelo is probably surmising incredibly accurately.
Now,
if he stone, sorry to cut you off, if he stone has a king, I think maybe we can fold. But it might be tough if he starts just considering, is queen jack of spades or jack 10 of spades possible? Because if those are possible, it becomes a little hard to fold.
also, he probably doesn't put Loon on king-queen off, right?
That's a good point as well.
So he may be thinking it's more of like an aces or ace-king type of trap where he's in actually worse shape, even though he's blocking them.
Not so much ace-king, but aces or kings.
Yeah. He doesn't block a king. I mean, you can tell he's really tortured here. If Loon does have the queen 10, the jack 10 of spades, it's obviously...
That's what's so scary about folding in a spot like this.
I think,
to me, at least.
Yeah, he's probably weighing, does Loon have those hands? You know, does he flat in position with those hands, or are those just going in the muck pre-flop? A lot of time banks left.
And certainly one thing we can learn, whether he continues or not, is how much Petrangelo is respecting ICM. And I know sometimes we get a bit, you know, the ICM discussion is, we can all interpret it how we want. You want to go for the win? Go for the win. Nobody's stopping you. But many of the elite pros tend to really consider things of this nature, and obviously he is. If this was day one, the river would have been out a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, this is... He's deep in consideration here. He's thrown all his time chips in the middle. Now, I know Nick has played a lot of poker. I guess in my head, I'm just questioning, do you think there's any part of this that is, he hasn't had a big Triton win?
No.
He doesn't want to make a mistake. You don't think there's any of that human element there? He's just too much of a machine?
I really don't. And I don't think he does get away.
He makes the fold. Wow.
Really interesting hand.
The longer he took, the more I felt like he was leaning pitch, you know, when you...
Yeah, I mean, the non-snap already, you're like... And no, I don't think any of that is weighing on him. Although he is a human being, one can't know. But the sample, it's just not that big, you know?
Yes.
It's all these tournaments blend into one. He's done phenomenally well. So I don't know if it's... I suppose there's an emotional attachment to Triton, though. How could there not
It's
be?
not the sample. It's not the money. It's certainly not the money. I don't think you know what I mean. He's folding to preserve, staying in the tournament. I think it's, if anything, it's just really wanting to make the right decision and get a big win. Feeling
Definitely.
the pressure. And he decided that was the right decision. I obviously eliminated those hands, and to his credit, Loon had a king. He was behind.
That was a great play. A very kind of ballsy play. It's hard to, again, I would be so scared they have Queen Jack of Spades where you feel so, that's such a brutal feeling if you see they had that one. But for him to actually just stone have King Queen, he made a good fold versus that hand. Make no mistake. So, bravo, sir. Live to fight another day.
And now he gets the King Queen and
winner.
And if you don't think they have those hands, those weaker flush draws, then you're just stone gambling, right? You're just taking a flip. And maybe Nick doesn't, maybe he feels like his edge is bigger than that. I don't know.
Good point as well.
And give credit to Loon. I mean, denies Nick all of his equity there. With
right,
the
flop is
aggressive
interesting
shove,
as well. It's true.
Yeah, Loon now our chip leader, 13 million. Fedor with pocket tens. He's had a lot of pairs so far. Gonna come in for the raise. Makes it 575. Folded around to Seth with the 8-7 of spades in the small. Hasn't played a hand in a while. Maybe itching a little. Yeah, he's gonna see a flop here, Nick.
It does appear the itch is there.
And Loon now in a totally different position. Chip leader. Has been relatively short most of the final table.
This hand is awkward multi-way. He is in.
Certainly good enough to see a flop with a great price. Queen 6-7 rainbow. Great flop for Fedor. He's well ahead, but Seth does make a middle pair. A lot of back doors. Fedor with a pretty nice range advantage. Would think he's going to bet a lot here.
I think he checks quite a bit here. Tens and jacks seem very checkable. But bet also springs to mind. Forgive the wishy-washy. He is going for bet. And for Gottlieb, of course, no going anywhere.
Yeah, so much potential here. Gonna see a turn. Loon gonna get out of there. Turn is a total brick. Does bring a backdoor flush draw. Seth's gonna check in. Is this a spot we want to continue betting or maybe check back?
I'm feeling kind of nice about checking tens on the turn in Fedor's seat, but he makes such great reads. If he thinks Seth has a 7 or a hand worse than tens, he'll just bet. Simple as that. But just based on his cards, seems like a fairly cozy check. Maybe value bet bricks in the face of another Gottlieb check.
And he does go with the check. The river is a brick, so now...
If Seth goes for something small, we just call. But if Seth checks, interested to see what Fedor goes for. And he does, in fact, check.
And Fedor, I mean, I would think he has to know he has the best hand a lot here, or feel like it.
I think he feels like he has the best hand a fair amount. But getting raised is so annoying at a final table.
But if you are going to bet after checking back the turn, what type of sizing do you think you...
Half, maybe? Ish?
Yeah, that's what he's going with.
This is lovely from Fedor.
Yeah, beautiful sizing. I mean, this is just... He's milking him here.
And it's a little bit for Gottlieb. He might have some great hands that Fedor can't, or at least he can tell that story. I could see kamikazeing this one, but...
He seems like a player that's definitely considering it. It's not out of question.
He sort of sighed.
Oh, you
Okay.
think he resigned to just the call or fold? That's
I think he did.
And yeah, you can tell he's not happy about it.
Fedor.
Yeah. He's not raising after all this. Be very surprised. I
It would be strong, though, right? I love that play.
It would be really strong. Yeah, he's going to pay it off. Great bet from Fedor.
Really nice.
I should have folded.
And Seth kind of knows it, you know. He knows he shouldn't have paid there. But just great poker all around from Fedor Holz. And I mean, I think a lot of us get these ideas about these geniuses, these great players, that they're just doing all of this absolutely crazy, you know, off the wall, next level maneuvers, and they probably are. But a lot of it is just simple, just really good, solid.
No, that's
poker.
really well put, Will. Fundamentals win championships.
Fedor now inching closer to the chip lead, picks up ace-jack, can feel the momentum. He's going to open it up. And Nicky just folds sixes. Yeah, not much he can do there. Yeah, this feels like it could be an all-nighter, Nick.
I mean, those blinds are going up, but we're going to be here for a little while.
Roughly.
I feel like Nick is still kind of ruing over that decision in his head.
I think you're right.
I just feel it. It's so tough in those spots because you just don't know, right? He hasn't gotten the hand. He'll get the hand. He'll know eventually, you know.
It's a little bit of a rare spot to the 3-bet call at a final table.
Such a
of course.
unique spot, yeah.
It's common
Yeah.
elsewhere.
Seth with a king 5 suited in the cutoff. And
Raise.
where do you think Seth's head is at right now? You know, starts off as a big chip leader, is now second shortest.
I think his head is, you know, right where we're looking at. King 5 suited, baby.
Yep. It's in suited Wonderland, and Holtz is suited too, so we're going to see 3.
See if Gottlieb can get back on the horse.
Ooh,
Okay.
that'll help.
Probably not going to pick up a customer, but that will help.
Yeah, and this is one of these spots where you're just betting a lot with all of your air. So even though I'm always tempted to check, these guys just always seem to just play the range. Fedor, suspicious, but nothing he can do. Nice little pickup for Seth. All these players clumped up. Nick is our short stack, 23 bigs. The rest of them are sandwiched between about 32 big blinds and 50, which Loon has as the chip leader. Fedor close on his tail with 42. Super high roller series here at Jeju. Look at Dimitar Danchev. Gotta figure out if this guy won the PCA or not.
This This is close for Danchev. Does let it go.
Oh, I mean, when you look down at this on the button, like, it's just...
Does give you a little jolt, doesn't
A
it?
little jiggles. It makes you feel something, right? Fedor just snap folds there with the suited connector. Nick has to get out with his dust. Tamanikis takes another pot right there. Third in chips. Look at that rail.
Ponikovs and co.
What's the deal with that guy Ponikovs? I mean, he's got to be doing something we don't know about. These guys probably party like crazy or something. You know what I
They
mean?
don't really party, the young guys. It's
feel like-
over, man. It's not like the old days.
No
Look
more-
at that beautiful trophy. They won it. Yeah, they're not. You know, it's not.
You got your eyes on that trophy, buddy.
The trophy's lovely. I mean,
It's
look at
nice.
that thing.
You got any trophies?
From Triton?
Did you have any trophies? Like, do you have a trophy room? Do you have?
I don't know. I don't have a room.
Do you have any though? You got a couple.
Yeah, I have some, you know, scattered about.
Where do you keep them?
In my daughter's room.
You don't have like a little shelf? For
No,
them?
I don't have the mantle. Like, whenever somebody comes over, first come over here. Let me.
You don't have the Shulman man cave with like the.
Looks like Petrangelo is putting it in. No, I don't.
Oh yeah, there we go. Sorry, we got a hand, guys.
Barring Danchev waking up with something, this one's a wrap.
Nikki P. Loon's got to release bottom of his range.
We see you guys on YouTube, Twitch, elsewhere. Appreciate it. Shout out everybody sweating Triton with us. I know it's an awkward time stateside. If you're on this side of the, it's not really the pond if you're in Asia, right? It's the, you know.
It's the
But
ocean.
if you're east,
Yeah.
welcome. And if you're, you know, west, welcome as well.
Yeah, shout out to everybody just waking up, everybody going to sleep, everybody that's been grinding with us. I mean, you guys, if you're waking up, it's great for you because we're going to be here a while. So start your morning with us. If you're going to sleep, like, and you've been here this long, you might as well sweat a few more hands.
Agreed, but if you're exhausted, if you got stuff to do, you can always catch it tomorrow.
Stay tuned.
Let's just see what Danchev does with this one. It's hard to walk when you're invested. Does go for 875. Okay. Take it, sir. Very nice.
Danchev's a very calculated player. Won the PCA in 2013. 10K buy-in, 1.8 million. I remember back in the day, that was the one you wanted to win.
Definitely.
Also, back then, 1.8 mil, that's like 3.6.
Yeah, you're right.
As you see the Fedor rail, I mean, just, this guy's living clean. Nick,
He's
I don't know
living
how else
clean,
to say
Will.
it.
We know exactly what you mean.
This is good, clean living from Poker's Prince Fedor. These guys are all living clean. This guy's not partying.
See you there, Trinity, waking up in Miami. Callie is here, 1 p.m. in Germany. For EU, this is great. The UK is just, it's a nice normal. 5:30 p.m. in India. Good morning from Toronto. Beautiful. Ace deuce off for Gottlieb, 30 big, small blind.
Yeah, how does he want to play it?
We shall see.
He's going to raise it up. Oh, sorry, just call. And Loon with the really pretty King 10 of diamonds.
It is pretty. It's almost awkwardly pretty.
Yeah.
You would just call.
So pretty that you don't know what to do with it.
kind of, if we raise and get piled on, we're so sick. But he does go for raise. And let's see how Gottlieb responds with, of course, the most key card in the deck, the ace.
Yeah, these aces just become so huge when you're just down to 2 players. There it is. Great shove from Seth.
Does do it. And of course, Loon wishes he had that raise back.
7-3. 7.3.
It's such a pretty hand, but it's so much to call. Almost all of his stack.
7-4.
And this is just a great example of why Seth is here. He's completely fearless.
You're right.
I had aces.
Loon fearless in his own right, but it's very different when you can put the last bet in, right?
That's exactly right. Does have to slide it. Worse hand, but
Nothing you could do. The disaster situation you envisioned came to fruition there for him.
And that is part of the reason why some of these gorgeous hands do go for check against limp sometimes. And it's a little bit unintuitive. Not saying that raise was out of bounds, but it is an idea sometimes in these blind-on-blind entanglements. 300 now on the big, Will. We're getting there.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
I think it's a lot of that.
I gotta say, I still feel like Nicky P's thinking about that hand.
He'll be
I can
thinking about
feel
that
it.
hand for 16
You
years.
don't-
These guys are
You
animals.
don't notice he's gotten a little
It's-
bit more red?
Yeah. Snowman for Dimitar.
Yeah, Dimitar just has this, like...
And I did hear him, sorry to cut you off, I did hear him ask about, Nicky P mentioned Queen 10 of Spades, which was probably an allusion to the hand, right?
He'll get the good news soon enough that it wasn't Queen 10 or Jack 10 of Spades, because that
Indeed he
would
will.
be disastrous. I mean...
And you're right, that will calm him down when word, you know.
Yeah. A break could be helpful, you know, a little
Yeah.
break, see the hand, update, realize you made the right fold.
At least the other one.
Loon gonna flat out of the small. Queen Jack, I guess, just needs to see 3 here.
I don't know if it needs to see 3, but it's certainly seeing 3 this time. And Loon has a lot of heart, you know. He's here to scrap.
Yeah, Queen Jack may not need to see 3, but Loon needs to see 3.
That's right. That's exactly right.
And Dominicus is obviously, I mean, what a beautiful spot with the great pot odds, connected hand.
Our first 3-way flop. Open-ended for Loon. Middle pair in the back door working for Dominicus. And third pair for Dimitar still with his 8s.
Little piece for everybody. Dimitar, just going to check back. See a turn. Total brick, deuce. And in Loon's spot, it's got to be tempting to slinky something in the middle, right?
Very much so. Target things like ace-king, 8s and 7s.
That's $1 million.
Very awkward for Michaelitis.
Was just thinking that.
We sort of interfere with the bluffs, but still a lot of hand.
Yeah, we block the semi-bluffs, right, which we don't want to. We don't block clubs, though.
Very nice, he is in.
Now, Dimitar quickly folds. Loon looking for some type of paint. There it is. Wow.
Go on, Loon. And for Dominicus, we'll see how it shakes out, but optically he does have something of a potential bluff. Fireworks could be in the air, probably not, but we'll see. 4.1 in the middle, Will.
Yeah, this is really kind of the most interesting river. Loon makes the nuts. Dominicus has a hand that... Is this a bluff catcher also with the jack blocker, or is it more...
Oh, he goes for check. I think Dominicus will be content to do
wow.
the same.
Loon may have just saved him here. Yeah, wow.
Has the nuts.
You have nuts, Loon?
So it's interesting because it was kind of like almost frustrated there from Dominicus, but then I think a sigh of relief realizing that could have gotten really bad if he had bet.
I don't think he's entered the sigh of relief phase,
No.
but now he's probably just...
No, he's still in the anger phase.
Yeah,
of
he's
the
still in
river.
anger.
We're all human here.
Maybe denial, or
We're
what
all
is
human
it?
here. There
What's
are
the
no-
stages?
It's denial, then grief, then bliss.
Yeah.
3 stages to enlightenment. Nicky P. I mean, I think Nicky P needs this break, man. He needs to
He
get
needs
the hand.
closure on
He needs
that
closure,
hand.
yeah.
Oh, he needs this as well. Bullets for Petrangelo.
Maybe he doesn't need that break so bad.
Yeah.
See a hand, you know. 650. What a spot. Also, just make for the moment, make those thoughts go away, right?
Nice fold from Dancho, by the way.
Yeah,
Indeed.
really nice. Just clean. And Loon Loon,
Oh.
though. I mean, you just rivered the nuts with Queen Jack. You're on the button.
All true.
You know Nicky P runs bad. Are we ever folding the 8s here? If we're Loon Loon.
I don't think so. He goes for 3-bet. I
Ooh,
believe
this
he was
is-
weighing call or jam.
This
and
is really dicey for Loon Loon. Wow. I guess he just doesn't want to flat just with the stack sizes.
I suppose.
He's played very aggressively. He's taken creative lines and just the dream and the classic pro move from here, Nick. I've seen this one so many times.
How much is it?
How much is it? It's Nicky P. Look, he studies the solvers, but he's played a lot of live poker.
Yeah, you're right. Like, solvers aside, this guy's been
This
around.
is- look, I don't care what type of simulations this guy was running 13 years ago. We're about to see some Leonardo DiCaprio type level stuff from Nicky P. This is going to be sold.
2.6.
Oh, he clicks it back, Will.
Clicky, clicky. And Loon has the type of hand. If he thinks Nick's capable of bluffing here, this is such an interesting play at the stack depth.
It is very interesting. These clicking wars are a major idea at final tables. And for Loon, do we peel?
It's almost reminiscent
Trying
of
to
an
bang the
older
8?
time, you know, the Vanessa Selps time, the just back and forth pre-flop
You're right.
brutalities. Yeah, Loon Loon getting an amazing price now with his 8s. Also, you know he's thinking, is Nick light here? Can I just...
He does put it in.
Oh! Wow.
Oh, nothing.
Nicky P, he may not need to wait for the break for that closure, Nick.
Well, we shall see.
Pocket 8s for Loon Loon. Got himself in some trouble there. Live and die by the sword. Pretty clean flop.
Pretty clean.
Some 7s, jacks, 6s.
We don't want to see those if we're Petrangelo. Never easy.
No, it's always a sweat. 8 or a 7 for Loon Loon. Or Nicky P is going to get a nice double. There
Go
it is,
on,
Nick.
Nicky P.
Huge swing there. I mean, and look, the click back, man. I think it got him. You know, what if it was the chip count? When he asked for the chip count, I mean, the whole thing was just so professionally done. Looks like the man's on tilt from the hand earlier. He
Agreed.
folded.
I
It's
agree
just-
with
it's just
all of
pure
that, Will.
perfection here, Nick. The best of the best at Triton. And I know Nick's not going to show any emotion, but this is a huge victory
Nick,
for
I asked
him.
you
I
yesterday
mean,
if you were feeling it during that sweat, that hand that went up and down. Were you feeling this one? Or no? Still nothing?
Oh, yeah.
Let me know when you feel something.
Worried I made a bad fold before.
he's still thinking about the hand. This will ease his worries,
It's
though.
just how it is. You know, you fly around the globe playing all these tournaments. That was a very interesting hand, the ace-8, king-queen. I could see that is one that weighs on you, but he's back. And mind you, he made a great fold, so it's really, he's doing his thing here, event number 1.
He's back, and after that hand, he, was the short stack. It could have been easy for him to go out in 6.
I'm
Now
definitely
he's,
interested to see what you
now he's the
folded
chip leader.
earlier.
Exactly.
That's how quickly these things can swing.
Oh, okay.
Nick Petrangelo.
What did you think I folded? King 10?
No comment.
I guess queens could have been hard.
Queen's no spade.
Queens could have been hard. Oof.
It's as a fan, these guys like Dimitar, he's just got such a calm, controlled demeanor.
I like Dimitar's presence and affect. And we'll be seeing him get involved.
And Loon Loon might be getting involved again. This has been a bad string for Loon Loon here. Ace Jack just pipped.
This could spell the end of Loom Loom.
Yeah, not long ago, chip leader, now in a really dicey spot with Dimitar. How does he want to play the Ace Jack? He's got a really kind of easy shoving stack if he wants to take that route.
We saw him shove it before over the Nicky P Open and the Gottlieb flat. Of course, a different spot, same hand, but we shall see momentarily.
Just going to make a relatively small 3-bet to 1.5 million.
Goes for the 2.5x 3-bet, relatively small, as you said. And for Dimitar,
This has just been such a controlled... I feel like Dimitar's had these hands. He's just known exactly where he's at. And I'm curious if that continues. You can see him thinking, too, at the table.
I kind of like that, Sai, in a way, because this is all so stressful. Some of the stuff with, he's looking to the heavens, Will.
We forget that, right? We're jealous of these guys. They're at big final tables. We don't realize how stressful the decisions are when the wrong one can cost you 6 figures.
You just never know what's going on with some of these guys. This is life-changing money. I don't know Dimitar's situation at all, but it's 800 G's up there,
You raise under the gun. Is Loon Loon tilting? Is he,
He does shove, and for Loon Loon, let's see. This is not what he wanted to
And
see.
Loon
He
Loon
snaps.
calls,
Good luck, gentlemen.
Wow. I believe this is the biggest pot of the tournament. 14 million in the middle. Will determine the chip leader. And for Loon Loon, what a turn of events here.
I was sure he's scoring.
We'll need a jack. Some type of funny stuff, or he's going to be out in 6th place. There's the ace. Dimitar just needs to fade a jack here.
Chop, chop.
No chop. Just the winners.
Oh, and that's going to do
a nice
it.
card to see if
Only
Pure
1-5
Dimitar.
left now, or an
Five
ace?
helps you.
No, not yeah. Wow.
GG Loon Loon. Nice watching you work. What a run for Loon Loon, Will.
Bate, bea segurando tipo asta. Smithsonian.
Loon Loon, I mean, the guy played with a lot of heart, Nick.
He certainly did.
Bea segurando tam glupak.
Absolutely no fear.
And Dimitar's rail loves it, Will.
And Dimitar has played perfect poker.
He has.
Loon Loon played hard, showed us a lot of heart, a lot of interesting plays, a lot of creativity. We'll see a lot more of him, I'm sure.
Great way to start the series.
182,000. Can you ever be that upset?
No. $182, Will.
$182, Nick. What are we doing with that? We putting it in, index funds immediately.
Yeah.
We throwing it on poker stake.
I don't think Loon Loon is firing the index funds at this current time.
That is a fair assessment. Yeah, we're down to 5 now. Loon live and die by the sword. Dimitar Danchev, our new chip leader. PCA champion about 11 years ago. 786 up top. That'll get you through the series, right? If you ship that.
Absolutely.
These Tritons get expensive, man.
Yeah, they do. Might not get you through the series, actually, but it's certainly a good start.
It's not a bad start at all. And $1.82, I mean.
5 remain. Nikki P in second. Dimitar now in the chip lead. It's very close.
And Nikki P and Fedor still in there, still, you know, putting another potential notch on the belt.
Goats kind of, you know, goating.
Speaking of goats goating, get on GG Poker. Doesn't stand for goats goating. It stands for, I think, good game. Qualify for the WSOP main event. Great tournament. Brian Rast yesterday told me that he punted in ridiculous fashion. I'm sure Nick has punted too. These guys,
Definitely.
it's a problem. But not for you. Qualify for as little as $1. Dominique is now bringing up the rear. 22 bigs, 29 for Gottlieb, who honestly has kind of bobbed and weaved nicely.
He has bobbed and weaved. I know what you mean. He didn't come apart at the seams after the early disaster. He's doing his thing.
A blow-up felt possible, but he's in there, still playing for the win.
Fedor playing fantastically well, as is Nikki P and Dimitar. This will be a good finish, Will.
Look, this is my first Triton. I'm sure the play is always top-notch at this final table, but it's been great so far. Down to 5. Start to feel it a little more, you know, get the...
You're close. You start peering over at that trophy a little bit.
Just 4 more souls between you and that trophy, which Nick might honestly physically go for if he sees it up close.
Yeah.
I feel like you could run off of that thing.
What do you have now?
15 something? More?
And how does the ICM work here now, right? Like the Dimitar has 52 bigs, a little bit of separation, but still kind of everybody clumped together.
Everybody clumped, and just from the classical standpoint, Nikki P is is under the most pressure. Being in second, that's a kind of common mechanic, and the short stack is always the most apt to gamble, but they are very clumped, as you said. Limp check.
6?
6.6.
Yeah, Petrangelo right there in second, not going to be afraid to take a flop. Jack 3 offsuit. I always find these blind-on-blind battles interesting. I mean...
They are fascinating.
It's fascinating, too, watching Dimitar's physical reactions with his face. Like, it's...
I know what you mean. He plays with a lot of joie de vivre, in a way.
A lot of these guys don't do that, you know?
They don't do that, and it's a good point. You can wear your heart on your sleeve and still play remarkably well. You don't need to be a robot or, you know...
Yeah, you can play the joie de vivre style.
You can.
Is that French?
I think it's French.
Did you pick that up from Ali? Or you
yeah, I got that from Ali.
Dimitar going to check back.
This is interesting. Yes.
It feels like Nick's kind of known he's got showdown value, and he's continuing to hope that it's good enough.
He agrees, and for Dimitar, perhaps we target the exact sort of hand class we're looking at. For Nikki P, that is the jacks, the queens.
He's got to know he's never winning if this checks, right?
I think so. Close to never winning, if not just stone never.
But we're only really repping an 8 here, right? That's it?
Yeah.
There's some possible delays. He does shut it down,
Yeah.
and he won't be happy to see the
No.
jack.
Is it? I really struggle to see the board from this seat. Can you guys shift or no?
I mean, it's fine.
That's fine for them. I don't care.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you have to ask the.
Yeah. I'll bring my contacts back. I'll bring my glasses.
Interesting. I always find this curious at final tables. We've had all these eliminations, but all the players are clumped up on this one side.
Okay.
I would want to shift too. I don't have trouble seeing the board, but I would want these guys to move a little, you know?
I always like the shift. It's sort of natural, but
Square up the table.
they have the card reader thing where the the boxes are designated and the production. Let's see.
It's break in 9, so maybe let's play till the break and then they can.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm literally like.
Or do you want to change it before?
No, I mean.
Thank you.
Sure.
300 for the big.
I can read you the board.
It is like a double take every time for some reason the way this is set up, but yeah, sure.
Nick having some trouble seeing the flop from his seat, and it gets it obviously looks, you can see the clean camera, but it gets real bright, it gets real hot in these final tables.
Sometimes there's a glare issue from specific seats. Limp from Danchev. Gottlieb checks.
Kind of an awkward spot. Queen high going to be good, decent amount. Just checks it back. Both players pick up a gutter. It's got to be tempting for Dimitar to start stabbing, right?
Definitely.
Goes big. Bets the size of the pot.
Very nice, Dimitar. Take it, sir.
Kind of putting the exact type of pressure on a hand like this that you takes the pot. Chip leader. Just played perfect poker so far. Every spot. That's what you see here at Triton. Not many mistakes. I still think Nicky P's just thinking about what did Loon Loon have there. I don't even.
Yeah. He'll be holding the trophy.
He'll be holding the
feverishly
trophy.
texting.
Yeah. No, he'll have the info by then. Fedor going to get back in the action with King 10. Good enough to raise.
Have more than 10.
Slightly over.
Interesting spot for Dimitar.
I think it's a pretty cozy call.
You're in position. Seth with a suited connector in the small blind.
Does show a little restraint.
Yeah, he's had a fair amount of discipline. As does Dominicus. I guess just respect to Fedor's range, respect to Dimitar's flat. 10-7-6, 2 hearts. Both players hit a piece. Top pair for Fedor. This feels like the type of flop he'll be checking a lot.
Agreed. I think he bets sometimes, but quite a lot of checking just in general. Fedor really so good at just the live comings and goings.
He's got to have a top. I can't imagine there's many players with better live presence than him. The stare down.
And for Dimitar, perhaps content to check as well. Nice card for Dimitar sliding into the open-ender, and for Fedor, we have to feel quite good about our tens with a king in the face of check-check.
Yeah, now is it time to start betting, or do we kind of start to trap a little.
I think it might be time to start betting a lot of the time. We can really rule out some of Dimitar's nutty hands on the flop after check, usually.
And here he goes. Big sizing, too. Charging a hand like this, full price to see a river.
He goes for 75%,
about dinner?
1.5 into 2, and this is awkward for Dimitar indeed. The 9 isn't clean, but we're still open-ended. We still have a pair. Tricky little spot for Dimitar. Let's see.
Yeah, you don't love this, right? Like, but going to see a river, looking for a 9, 4, or 6. Ace of Hearts. Action-y card for the board, but doesn't change anything for these players.
And in the face of a Fedor check, which, not to be presumptuous, seems likely, intrigued to see if Dimitar feels compelled to bluff these 6s and target exactly what we're looking at, or if he's content to just check, which is understandable.
Well, also, are you trying to bluff the kings or queens that Fedor has?
Those as well. It really feels like against check we rarely win.
Yeah, this is really interesting. King Jack maybe, but that's probably bluffing more at some
Probably
point.
bluffing the river King Jack for Fedor. Maybe something King Jack heartless just goes for give up. And that could be weighing on Dimitar's mind, which gives us that little bit of showdown. But one could see themselves bluffing here, certainly. It's an interesting spot.
Really
And
considering it.
part of what makes Fedor so good is he's a scary guy to bluff.
Yeah, and you see it there, yeah.
You do.
The check was kind of dejected. It was a give-up check.
It was a little bit of a give-up check. It's an understandable check.
Completely understandable, but it was not I'm going to take this one at showdown sometimes. It was a frustration.
A little
Maybe
bit,
I should
and,
have stabbed.
You know, Fedor gains EV here and there just from his legendary affect at the table.
A lot of great players in this tournament. Isaac Haxton bubbled the final table, finished 10th. Stephen Chidwick finished 12th.
He had the chip lead for a while. Stevie.
Big blinder.
Haxton always down there right now.
He's always in the mix. So, final table magnet. He just won something in Asia before he came here.
I saw that.
I mean, it's a tough go for the grinders out there if you're going to an Asian poker tour event and Ike Haxton ends up taking it down. And that's kind of the beauty of Triton, right? You can come here and play with the best, play with the, best players in the world, and you can also play with a lot of businessmen, VIPs. It's a mix of everything.
It is indeed a mix.
Now Dimitar and Fedor tangling again. Dimitar raised here. Gonna go for a range bet with the ace high. Fedor not going anywhere. Eights and jacks with a good kicker. At least see a turn. Just calls, keeping all the bluffs in there. Does Dimitar want to keep barreling on the spade, or is it just... I guess you do have a little showdown here.
You do have a little bit of showdown against the straight draws, but you also can kind of target them. I think spadeless were done quite a bit, but the ace and the low card is a thematic idea for bluffing on these middly upper boards, just to sort of target the queen nines of the world. He does check, again, understandable spadeless.
For Fedor, probably the best hand a decent amount of the time. Kind of an awkward spot.
A little bit awkward. The king certainly looms. I think he's between going very small or checking.
Maybe a min bet if he does bet.
Let's go for a check, yeah.
And Dimitar now in another one of these spots where a little bit of showdown.
Right.
But it's still a lot of...
It's that little bit of showdown, but probably lose feeling.
It's not a good feeling, is it?
No.
You see it on his face there, just...
Yeah, I like this guy.
Fedor going to take another one. There he is in the chip lead. Fedor Hulse. These players are going to go on dinner break. Hopefully get the table squared for Nick Petrangelo.
Square up the table for Nicky P.
For one time.
Can't have a glare issue for 800,000.
Yeah, so Fedor in the chip lead. Still pretty close, 36 bigs. Nick Petrangelo in second with 33. Dimitar Danchev with... sorry, with 41. No, that's not right. Great final table so far, Nick.
It has been. Agreed.
I mean, I'm not being biased here.
No,
I think it's been fun.
It's been a very fun final table. A lot of thought-provoking hands. The ace-8, king-queen was borderline fascinating. Fedor's doing his thing. Gottlieb, you know, he's here, he's there. It's been a really good final table.
Very entertaining. Still feels like we could have a long night ahead of us.
Yeah.
Or morning for you guys. What are you guys watching from? Let us know. We lost Ken Tong, Josh McCulley, Loon Loon, and Peter Arts. Arts?
I think it has a little more flair than Arts.
I said that pretty poorly. Sorry about the pronunciation, guys. I'm getting used to the bigger stage here. But yeah, we still got Fedor, Dominicus, Petrangelo, Danchev, Gottlieb. We're going to go on a quick break, I think. Is it a quick break or 10 minutes? So come back, join us, take your coffee, take your tea.
Stay close. Have a little coffee, have a little tea. Stay close.
Stay close. Welcome back to the Triton High Roller Series here in Jeju, Korea. We've had a great final table so far. Bunch of bust outs. We're down to the final 5. Fedor Hulse is your chip leader. I'm Will Jaffe. I'm joined by one of the GOATs, Nick Schulman. What are you looking for coming back from this break with 5 players left, all very skilled, all sort of clumped together?
It is very clumped. It's kind of, you know, can Petrangelo grab that first win? It's a little bit...
It's the Nicky P show for you.
A little bit of the Nicky P show, and of course watching Fedor do his thing, and Dimitar has played great. Michaelitis has played great, and can Gottlieb kind of, you know, weather the storm and find a way to the winner's circle himself? We shall see.
Yeah, you're going with Nicky P show. I'm going with Fedor. I feel like it's his time again. I know it's always his time, but just that's the feeling I have. Dimitar, a little too much emotion on the face that last level. The tough checkbacks, I feel like were a momentum swing.
He did have a lot of tough checkbacks.
Too many tough checkbacks.
Yeah, I agree.
Can get you. But yeah, we've got a couple of, you know, Dominicus and Seth have been quiet, but they've played great. They're still hanging in there. It really feels like it's anybody's game. Does feel like it's going to be a long night. So, yeah, stay with us, and we're going to see a lot of great poker has been played, and I think a lot of great poker will be played as the stakes get higher. These players get closer to this first-place prize in this record-breaking field here. Just smashed the previous record, I think, by about 70 players. So, big fields here in Jeju, you know, everything is huge at Triton, and, yeah, someone's going to win almost 800,000 tonight, so...
That they are. Event number 1. Let's see. Who wants it, Will?
I think it's Fedor's time.
Well, we're going to find out. That's for sure.
The young prince. No rooting interest, obviously. We all like these guys.
Yeah.
Good guys. See Fedor, slight chip leader, very close. Payouts. Now the next player out's going to get 240,000, so basically a $250,000, up to 300. Then we get into the real meat and potatoes, the house range, as they call it. I guess, can you get a house for 375? You can get a house somewhere. Vegas?
Definitely. That's the house range.
We're in the house range, right? Here at Triton. Nikki P looking for that. I mean, look, it's an opening event. Nikki P pays thousands of these, but this would mean something.
This would mean a lot to him to nab the biggest Triton ever and grab that W. And note, they did square up the table for him.
Wow, very nice.
So the glare issue should be gone.
Coming back 5-handed. And I think, to your point, Nikki P probably saw the good news. He probably saw that Loon Loon had King Queen.
Yeah, and that's a big momentum builder. It's a fold that a lot of us couldn't make. It didn't even really cross my mind. It's so great watching the best players play. There's always such thought-provoking spots. You never leave a sweat like that and don't pick something up.
Yeah, we're going to get started in a sec. Just had to square the table up. But, so Nikki P calls there, right, with the ace-8, which I thought he was going to do. I think both of us probably would have done in the moment. Not that I would be in that moment. You might be in that moment. I don't know.
No, maybe. Yeah, we're both snap calling.
He calls there. He's an underdog. A lot of the time, 54%, he loses, right? He's out of the tournament. Now he's second in chips. So a lot of great hairless players, right? You know, the Greenwood brothers, Jason
Right.
Kuhn.
Go on.
Stephen Chidwick.
Right.
What we don't talk about as much is the sort of people behind the scenes, the tournament directors, the producers, the camera people.
You're absolutely right. Well, James is an all-around legend, and Luca. I mean,
yeah, I mean, look, this is James is a great guy, but this one is not close to me. Luca is really
Luca
crushing him.
Yes.
Yes.
Interesting.
James has done the most with his, sort of lack of hair, but Luca is just making it look good to me.
And Luca almost has a bit of stubble there. We don't know exactly what the situation is.
It could just be a taxi driver shaved, clean
You think
shave.
it's a
I think
taxi driver
it might be a
Have you ever gone fully shaved? Or not? I don't mean skin shaved, but have you gone buzz?
I go buzz.
You do go buzz sometimes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I'm honestly, I don't know why, but I'm terrible at getting haircuts.
You got a great head of hair, though.
I do,
pal.
but I don't know how to get good haircuts with
you
it.
Go to the barber.
But I always do it wrong.
I see, what? Anyway,
we're back here.
Pressing matters.
Jeju, Triton High Roller Series. What were we talking about? Final tables, a lot of money up top, chips being moved around. Fedor with a pile in front of him, which is normal. Kind of a fresh little sweater there from Nikki P. I didn't see that before, but that is
fresh.
Take a moment to talk about the drip out here, Nick. When I'm in America and I see someone wearing Louis, well, let's
By the way,
see.
is this live?
This,
We're coming right back to this.
Fedor has aces in front of him. Is getting and a pot is
he's
being
paying
pushed
off,
towards
no?
Seth. Wait, no.
Hang on. Let's just gather
Hold the
our
phone.
bearings.
Let's take a deep breath. Seth Gottlieb looks to have won a big one here. Fedor is kind of crippled. It hasn't updated yet, but yeah, wow. So Seth Gottlieb, our start of the day chip leader, is now back in the chip lead, taking a big pot off Fedor. I'm not sure what the hand was. We'll try to get it to you guys, but he's up to over 40 bigs. Fedor now basically tied for our short stack with Dominicus. And
Well,
yeah.
that was an unfortunate start to the post break for Fedor. I mean,
Well, at least we
Go
got
on,
to
Seth, by
yeah,
the way,
I
right
mean,
back to the lead.
That's crazy. Very quick. So we're going to get you back in here in a sec. I mean, what a shift there, though. Seth started off chip leader, pretty massive chip leader, actually. Has kind of hung around, played very solidly, and now is back in the chip lead. Once again.
We're back.
We're back, Nick. And Nicky P's back as well. In the small blind with the queen 8 of hearts. Just going to limp. Dimitar has a king. And it looks like it was Seth Gottlieb there who had pocket aces. The best hand in poker. Doubling up through Fedor. What a turn of events for him. And what a flop for Nicky P. Flops top pair with the second, third nut flush draw. Dimitar has some back doors here. Nick's going to check. Dimitar might be content to just take his king high. It's going to be good some of the time. A lot of good turn cards.
He may very well be a quite interactive king high for Dimitar. He does check.
Deuce on the turn. Nicky P way ahead now. And Nicky looks a lot more comfortable here in this seat. This square up has been good for him. Gonna check and just try to set the trap for Dimitar. Another spot for Dimitar with some showdown value, but I feel like we're seeing these spots more and more for him. He looks like he is going to check, and there's a jack of hearts on the river. Nicky P makes the third nuts. How does he want to play it? Is it time for a bet, or is he just going to continue to trap? And he is going to trap. Dimitar quickly just checks behind. I think taking his showdown value, wisely sniffs it out.
I think one of the ideas for Nick there is to bet more often with flushes that don't contain a pair than ones that do. But still there's mixing and such going on.
Thank you. I got it. No, it's good. It's good. Thank you.
You see Dimitar Danchev, PokerStars Caribbean Adventure Champion. And that is Dominicus Michaelitis. Folded around to Dimitar now in the small blind with 7 deuce off. Just going to pitch it. And Seth, you know, I think he peaked at around 18 million. Right back there now.
He really is right back. Apologies for missing that dramatic hand versus Fedor, but he is indeed back, Will.
He's back. Has played very well. I don't know about you. I did feel like a blow-up was... I could feel it.
I thought the wheels were off, but they weren't. The joke was on us.
Yeah. I mean, this guy, whether his hair's looking like that naturally or he's just American Psychoing it, he is... He's crushing right now. Fedor with the pocket pair, pocket sixes. Awkward now with a 15 big blind stack.
16. It is awkward. You're right.
Tempted to just put the whole thing in and...
It is that kind of hand.
Hope for the best.
4 million.
So he does one of these where he goes for 4 million as opposed to the jam. Seemingly a nice idea.
It's going to fold back to the big where Dominicus has a pretty hand, but can't call. And I don't know how many of you play, you know, Pot Limit Omaha, but the more I've played Pot Limit Omaha over the years, the more these hands become nightmares, where you have a Queen 10 suited, but in your mind you're thinking, I got a Queen 10, 9, 8 double suited, and you just can't fold, you know? But it's also because they can't raise all in PLO, right? So you never face that situation. And nice pickup there for Fedor. And frustrating for Dominicus because now he moves farther down the ladder into the short stack. Fedor a little bit more room to breathe, but still a lot of clumpage, Nick. Seth looking at the stacks.
All in.
He just rips with the Jack 10, I guess, feeling the players are short enough.
Like this from Seth.
Yeah. Don't mess around. Gets Fedor to fold a better hand. Seth with
7-3 offsuit.
You build your image. Now reap the reward.
Moon did have what I thought. King Queen O.
There's your trophy, Nick.
I thought
Are you
we
taking
were
the
gonna-
bottle too? Or are you just having a night, like one of those nights on the town with both?
You know, it's tough. It's event 1 of a long haul, so you can't go too hard, Will.
Yeah, I could see you. I could see someone getting really in trouble there.
He has to have the bluffs. No, I mean like if you know it's a lot, right?
Very bad spot.
If you have the ace of spades, I think it's mostly that.
Ace in the small for Fedor again. That awkward 16, 17 big blind stack size. Is it enough to just rip in?
It is.
Yeah.
All in.
There it
The
goes again.
offsuit ace sub 20, it's very much just in.
You notice with these guys too, there's no hesitation, right? In my mind, I'm thinking, you know, like it just goes in.
Yeah.
And it makes you wonder, Nick, have they lost all sense of humanity, these goats, these crushers? Is there any humanity left in them?
There's a little humanity.
I'm skeptical.
Fair.
Yeah, sorry guys again about that hand. We got the hand history from our production team. Seth opened with a pocket aces. Fedor ripped from the small blind, reshoved for about 20 bigs effective with Jack 10 suited. Seth's aces hold. Now he's raising with the 4-5 of hearts. And Dimitar, again, just finds himself in a lot of these weird situations where you kind of have to continue, but you're not loving life.
And this one is 3-bettable as well. It's a pretty common idea at final tables. One could also defend, although it's precarious with the stacks. See what speaks to Dimitar.
It looks like he's pondering the 3-bet. Here it is. Like you said, a little too weak, maybe to just flat.
This is quite nice from Dimitar. Take it, sir. Goes for 2.8, 3.5x the open.
And this is just a stone bluff, obviously, right? Just complete bluff, trying to take the pot down.
Stone bluff, and one of the ideas is the ace is a key card, and the deuce does a good job of not being 4-5 of hearts. It's sort of a napkin.
A reverse
That's why we
blocker,
a
kind
reverse
of?
blocker. When we have a card in no limit that's totally irrelevant, it's often good for bluffing.
Because it means our opponent has more of these middling hands.
Correct.
Wow. Learn something new every day. Folded around to Dimitar again. Quiet start to the final table, but he's found himself in a lot of pots. Seth with a very interesting Queen 5 of diamonds, just checks. Kind of a great flop for Dimitar. has a pretty nice range advantage and a flush draw and just 5 high. May want to start betting, and he's going to.
All right.
Seth quickly lays it down. Dimitar stacking up chips once again. And again, the human aspect, Nick. When I'm playing, if I've been losing for a while, I'm at a tournament, if I just feel the physical chips coming towards me, it's a good feeling. Do you think that's anything for these guys? Do you think it does anything anymore?
I do. I don't think they can totally shut that part of themselves off. Maybe Nicky P, but...
What about Fedor?
Nicky P really is, you know... Fedor too, you're right. 900 to go from Pietrangelo.
Dominicus with a playable hand here. And he's sort of kind of got left behind in the card distribution. Not a lot of spots, hands to play. This feels like he could go either way.
I think we defend this one happily.
He's going to see a flop. $2.4 million in the middle. Dom only has 3.6 behind, and a great flop for him. Top pair. I think this is a spot our preflop aggressor is going to continue a lot.
I think he goes for check quite a bit with this particular hand. The sort of middly ace. And I think he plays some checks in this spot.
Now, is part of that just that you can actually hit some good turns in position?
There's that, and just at this depth, an idea is to check sometimes on King 9-6, where there are other boards where he would bet his entire range, but this does kind of connect with Dominicus's defense.
Dominicus now with not a lot of chips. Interesting turn. Brings a flush. Obviously, Nick's not going to have many, if any. Dom's just going to go out and bet. I think it's time. Half pot.
Does do it.
Done. Nice little rail here. Quiet rail, but see the flag back there?
The flags are out there. It is a nice rail.
There's also some players on the rail I've seen in and out. Faradine, Mustaf.
Perhaps some sweats.
Perhaps some pieces.
Maybe some pieces.
Always nice to get a head start on the buy-ins here without having to play.
You're right.
Triton, Jeju. Event number 1. $15,000 buy-in. 269 players. And ladies for Nicky P. And it just feels like the flow of things has been going in his way, you know, bobbing and weaving, getting out of there with the ace-8 suited, getting the click back with aces, now queens. The momentum. An ace for Fedor.
This is interesting for Fedor. 16.5 to start. Bigs.
We saw a similar spot with Dimitar. But Dimitar was deeper, so he had the ability more so to 3-bet fold. Whereas
we can still play some click-type 3-bets, even off of these low depths. But
Fedor,
he does
look,
just
and this is just like, this is, you just
on,
wonder if he's,
Fedor.
you know, this
Beautiful.
is just his genius, right? Does he just know? Does he just know, man?
I don't think he just knows. I think he more just deemed Nicky P's range to be incredibly respectful given the situation, and he had his worst ace. He just knows as far as the comings and goings of what to do. Great fold.
Shouldn't have done dinner.
Now that flag is around someone, holding on tightly. The confirmation, I believe that's the Lithuanian flag for Dominicus, who is currently our short stack. He's on the button with dust. Do you ever find relief in getting dust?
Yeah. In these heavy ICM situations, actually, it is nice to have a decision that just clarifies itself, but
Yeah, we haven't seen too much ICM abuse, I feel like. Not too much leveraging of the payouts.
from Gottlieb right off the bat, and then things flattened.
And is that just a product of everybody clumping around, not having as much incentive
Yeah,
to...
when it's a heavy clump, nobody can just take off to the races.
Speaking of a heavy clump, a lot of great hair on this table. Fedor, Dominicus.
This is a strong hair table. Nicky P is holding very strong, too. He has the hack going, but...
Well, he's
you know,
got that, like, ginger kind of very, seasoned beard. This guy I feel like he plays a lot of golf. Dimitar with ace-queen again. Pretty dreamy spot.
And let's see, 30 bigs to start just north. Petrangelo goes for limp.
$1.4.
Dimitar goes for 3.5 times the blind.
5 right there.
An interesting spot for Nicky. Out of position, awkward stack.
6 in orange, right? Yeah. 7 in
If you have 20 bigs here, ripping seems a lot more plausible.
Yeah, 30 is...
It's an awful lot to stick in the middle. He just calls, though.
Great start for Nicky P.
Yeah,
See what the flop brings.
Avoids disaster. Both players brick. Interesting spot for Dimitar, right? Has the best hand a good bit. Does he want to let off a lot of free turns? He's just going to check in position. Great turn for Nick. I would think his hand and his range.
I think he's doing quite respectably on the Jack 8, 7, 6. Limp, raise, call. And he does target things like we're looking at with a bet, but on the other hand, ace high is still ace high. He checks, and we would think Dimitar is quite content to do the same.
Yeah, time to see a river probably. And Dimitar's had such weak showdown value. It's probably a relief to have a hand as strong as ace-queen here, even though it's just ace-high. And there's the 5 on the river.
Curious to see if Petrangelo goes for something tiny in this line.
Let's go, Seth.
And if he does he still have the king 10s maybe?
That's right. Exactly right.
You're not pro
And-
Seth in this field, though, are you?
No, he's just going to check, and Dimitar
Nick.
content to just check.
Okay.
Not going to be happy. Always frustrating when that little card rips off,
You
Bit of a
must have had
grimace.
Yep.
Quick sip.
Nice little relief from there. Nick
Nicky
knows.
P asked him if he had ace queen.
Yeah, he knows.
He does.
I suck.
I would be happy. I don't know what he's mad about. These guys are...
See,
Oh no. There's no limp raise that doesn't start with all in. Okay.
He's got to be relieved he didn't rip it in pre. I
You
mean...
got lucky there.
Well, actually, no, maybe he wishes he did now. That's what he's saying. He rips it in pre. Dimitar's out of the tournament. Fedor with ace-8 off. Another awkward spot with a weird ace. Is it strong enough? Always feels like Fedor makes the right choice. He's going to min raise. Dimitar looks very interested. Ace-4 suited.
$1.7.
Wow, basically just min raises. Putting Fedor in an awful spot. Getting a great price, but with a really junky hand. Not suited, not connected. Ripping, though, is a possibility, right?
If he really thinks Dimitar is messing about.
And he doesn't.
He doesn't rip, but he kind of,
He gives the illusion that he might have been considering. Always a classic pro move. Always make him think you might have shoved. Keep the seed of doubt. Very contrasting table styles, but both effective. Dimitar, much more thoughtful, looks at the board a lot, shows a fair amount of his thoughts, even though they don't give away anything. And Fedor just ruthless staring.
Agreed.
Pocket threes go in the muck from Nick there in the cutoff. Does that surprise you at all, or?
At final tables, we really gravitate towards blockers and big cards over a hand like threes, which no Gottlieb jams.
Gottlieb, yeah, just ripping the queen 10 off and gets a quick fold from a worse queen. Gottlieb looks very comfortable. See that stack of orange in front, just kind of like, you know, he was in the battlefield, went back to the shed, got a couple more guns, and now he's back in the fight. You see the rail there, crushers. See Dimov over there. King 7 of diamonds, gonna be tempting in the cutoff. The solver's got to like these hands, right? These suited kings.
Yes. Suited kings are the real deal.
9-8 suited, though. That's the real deal right there.
2.1.
Gottlieb's not going to mess around. Turning it into a bluff. And Fedor.
What am I doing? I'm not.
With ace-queen in the big.
And likely if Fedor goes for it, Gottlieb is priced in.
Yeah. This isn't an auto jam here for Fedor, though, is it?
It's not auto, but I think with the Gottlieb dynamics, and it's only 12 bigs. But you're right, it's certainly not auto, and the time bank would suggest that Fedor agrees with you, Will.
And yeah, like he's short, right? He's essentially the effective short stack. Him and Dom are pretty similar, but makes you more inclined to just shove it in there and hope for a situation like this. But I've seen in these ICM type of, you know, big money jumps, a lot of crazy folds. And there's another one.
It's one where it's likely a fold in theory, or very cuspy, but I thought perhaps with some of the Gottlieb dynamics, he might have hopped in. Does get away, and there it is.
It's a good hand.
It's not an aha yet.
Fedor not happy to see that. Even though it's like basically a flip. I was surprised to see him fold there, though.
Close spot.
And Gottlieb, for the shenanigans he was pulling early in Fedor's defense, has really sort of been playing solid for a long time now. I haven't seen him get out of line. But there he goes with the 9-8 suited.
He hit him with the show and the aha. You know, nobody likes. That's a little bit of a stinger for old Fedor.
I think it's pretty sharp, honestly. Just use every trick in your book.
Ruffle the feathers.
Try to.
I like that.
He's staring at you. You know
Right.
what? Like he's using his tools. Gottlieb now, almost back up to his peak. Picks up an ace, makes it 800K. Fedor going to reset mentally? Maybe do a quick silent meditation. He's dealt with this before, right? It's not his first rodeo. Nicky P going to defend. A bunch of offsuit. Turns into gold for Seth. Flops an ace. Great turn, too. Gives Nicky a straight draw now. Needs Seth's 6. Nick's just going to check, though. Seth's going to start betting now.
800.
Nick not falling for the snap check back from Seth.
Just snap folds there, yeah. Just completely sniffs it out very quickly. We are on to the next one. Gottlieb now again finds himself with a little separation back to where we started. It's not the extreme 2-to-1 chip lead, but he's up there closing in on the 50 big blind mark while these stacks, 2 30 big blind stacks in Petrangelo and Danchev and 2 11 and 12 big blind stacks, all of a sudden he can start pressuring a little, it feels like, and I think he's going to do it if he gets the chance. And here Dom's just been waiting for a spot. This has got to be it, right? Suited wheel ace.
He has very much been waiting, Will.
Is it enough?
2.4 million.
It is.
He goes for half stack, and these ideas are very interesting. Ladies for Holtz. And the ideas behind these put in a lot of chips, but not your whole stack, where back in the day, you know, if one enters off of this stack, they're just all in as if Fedor jams, then Nicky P jams, somebody else jams, we're out of there, and we retain the 6 bigs.
So it's not just for show. They will use it sometimes. And here goes Fedor. I mean, just what a spot. This is the clean living I was talking about for Fedor. Are you telling me, you know, like, he knows, but he's actually, Dominicus has plenty of equity here.
See,
That's
2-to-1. Good luck, gentlemen.
beauty of the ace-4 suited. Big pot here, though, for the short stacks. Even though Fedor is covered, Dominicus only has 250,000 chips behind. So this is going to go from one player essentially being out to one having 20 bigs.
Like 600 more.
So I said not to.
There's Dom's rail. The last Lithuanian hope against the Prince.
Wow.
Oh,
Ace in the window. That's cold,
that's
Will.
really dirty. You feel the relief, and then it just crushed. He's going to need a lot of help.
5 of spades.
Does give him
Still?
the ace?
Still alive. Still alive.
It does indeed give him the ace.
Is there one of those left? Fedor. Nope. It's not actually good game for the max tilt here. Dom is still going to have chips.
Lower 4, right? 4.5.
He has a small blind and change, Will.
It's actually, yeah, chip in a chair now for Dom.
How much?
But man, that would have been a nice one for him. Fedor back in the game.
Maybe I have more. You had one more orange than I thought. Yes. Then I gave to early GG.
Still alive. Oh, jinx.
Then I wouldn't have.
Dom takes it well. You know, one of the things I got to say, Nick, is like, it's a big final table. A lot of money. These guys, like, does anybody just lose it anymore?
Do see it from time. I missed that. You're right.
Can we see a blow up, man?
Yeah, we'll see some over the next few weeks.
Yeah, someone's going to get broken. But for now, good sports all around. Huge pot for Fedor. Again, the clumpage. But PokerStake is not a clumped up site. It's got a lot of great options for investing in players. Today's event is brought to you by PokerStake, the official staking partner of Triton. PokerStake is the ultimate platform for staking and professional players around the globe with no fees on any purchases. PokerStake is the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards and big victories. Check out PokerStake.com and stake your champion.
You on there firing, Will?
I fired for the Bahamas, and I don't like having the pressure of all those investors. So I'm gonna be investing in these guys myself.
No, but that's what I meant.
Oh yeah. No. Going forward, I want to have a rooting interest in these guys.
Dominique is all in. Petrangelo with ace-6 suited on the button, certainly not folding. 1.5 declare.
Yeah, and not a bad spot for Dom to gamble here,
See
right?
if Michaelitis can run it back up.
This is half the work, right? Maybe not half of it, but a start. Gonna need to catch a queen and 8, some hearts, or he'll be out.
Queen 8 of hearts. What a
5th
hand.
place.
What if he had half a big one?
I think Mustafov has a little piece here.
It felt like he was peering on with, there it is, okay.
Ooh.
Open-ended for Nicky P, but cannot ask for more for Michaelitis.
Top pair, hearts.
Ace-6 still has something going.
Plenty of outs, though, for Nick. That's not one of them.
Double.
Go on, Dominicus.
They're a little emotion, you know? I mean, Dimov and Mustafov, I think, are these guys. Imagine running into these guys in like an alley somewhere.
Okay.
Lithuanian crushers.
You win it and then you immediately have to give it back.
One more try.
Just so I know, was that a fake laugh there on your part?
That might be upset.
A forced laugh?
You know, it wasn't stone forced. It wasn't a belly laugh, but I wouldn't say it was a fake laugh.
But you wouldn't say it was a real one.
It was an acknowledgement. I found it funny, to be clear.
You don't have to lie.
Come on, don't do this to me, Will.
Okay, I'm not going to start with this. Did Allie start right away, just trying to break you down, or did you guys have a little honeymoon phase first?
Well, I don't think he tried. He just broke me down.
Naturally.
Slowly and surely. 1.3 from Petrangelo.
Bigger sizing here. Think there's any type of Dom just has to gamble with the 6 deuce, right? He's committed. Will be live with his 2 cards to double, and if he doubles here, right back in that 6 big blind range, just chipping a chair. He's starting to show a little more emotion during these all-ins.
This is a major sweat for him in terms of just equity.
And there's the duck. Oh, duck, goose,
go
Nick.
Go on, Dominicus.
There you go, buddy. Mustafov, a little relief.
Mustafov loves it. The rail loves it.
The rail loves it.
Nicky P doesn't love it, though, Will.
Maybe.
No, Nicky P doesn't love it. Kind of annoying in both ways. Like, you like the pot, but you also like just the pay jump and move on, get down to 4. But we fight on. Thank you guys for fighting on with us, wherever you're watching from. I know it's getting a little more reasonable out there on the East Coast, back home in New York.
People are waking up. We see you in the chat. Who do you got? Let's get some predictions.
Yeah, who do you got in the chat? Could be Dom now. This would be an incredible comeback story. The 250,000 spin up. He's getting there.
These old adages are there for a reason. Chip in a chair.
Yeah.
You know.
It's
Let's
not
see.
just something some old cowboy said. Someone has done it before. The Jack 4.
Hold on. There we go. Got it.
Gottlieb back in action. King 5 suited on the button. Dom still very short, so this will commit him to call.
Perhaps just jam straight away
Yeah,
and put the heat
yeah.
on Fedor. I like this a lot from Seth.
And Dom's got like, he's starting to peel with a little more, you know, finesse.
yeah.
There's a little more pep in his step.
Definitely.
Those 2 double ups, even though not for a lot of big blinds, have injected.
He had a small blind. He has 5 bigs in the button now. Life is good.
Life is good. The rail is pumping. A lot of great Lithuanian players. Mattis, I think, Symbolis. He's from Lithuania.
He is. The Lithuanian contingent is real.
You think they got their own special solvers out there?
Yeah, the Lithuanian solver.
Maybe just a few tweaks.
Yeah.
Reduce off on the button, not going to do it. Fedor now, again, like playable stack. Just less than 20 bigs, small blind. These seem to be the stack sizes. Obviously, there's a varying amount, but these seems to be the ones that are almost, you always find yourself in one way or another in these tournaments.
You're absolutely right. Navigating these sorts of stack depths are paramount to playing tournaments. Similar territory here.
Beautiful 10-9 of spades for Nicky P. Just going to check. Has Fedor in bad shape. Great flop for Fedor, though. Flops a flush draw. Is this a spot where you just come out betting, try to take your equity and just get out some of the maybe better hands like Nick's?
It certainly springs to mind, and I think checking is a way to go as well. And these are, you know, these sorts of statements where you can bet or check. It is the nature of these spots sometimes, likely a mix.
Fedor Hulls and Nick Petrangelo. Certainly 2 of the most familiar faces on the high roller scene for a long time.
2 of the most familiar faces, and they've also tussled with each other many times in enormous spots for the better part of a decade at least. Fedor does check again, and let's see for Petrangelo with his black 10-9.
Might be time to take a little stab here.
It's pretty in the nude. Does go for check.
Yeah, it's very exposed. River gives some type of ace, a straight, a 6. Both players with very bad hands.
Would think at this point Fedor has a pure bluff, although
You don't feel good checking here, do you ever?
don't really feel good checking with 9 high.
He's got more aces, limping, trapping with better aces. Obviously, Nick can have some.
Doesn't really have many aces, but
You don't think he's limping like
Take it, sir.
Yeah.
he's limping some great aces. But again, sub 20 in the small.
Yeah, that's a good
the
point.
ace
Yeah.
is kind of, and that, by the way, is an interesting thing in some of these limp check spots. When you really break down the ranges, sometimes the big blind is doing better than one might think on some kind of unintuitive boards. The man of the hour there, Will. Can he do it?
Seth Gottlieb, he's my new favorite, and it's not just because he's a pretty big chip leader. It's just a feeling. Great mix of players here. Seth, a successful businessman. Gonna raise it up with the ace-7 suited. Nikki P, back in business here. Ace Queen of Diamonds. Obviously going to play, but what does he come with? Does he want to induce? Want to just stick it all in?
Generally, one is more apt to induce suited than they are unsuited. Declaration has been made. It does just go in.
He's just
he
gonna
goes
rip
for
it
the
in,
6
yeah.
million.
Okay, Nick, you win.
Didn't give Seth any rope there, really.
No rope.
And your theory is, right, if you have ace-queen offsuit and you make it a little less than 3x, it's way worse when your opponent flats than when you have a suited ace, kind of.
That's exactly right.
No messing around for Nikki P. He's looking for that elusive Triton title. Could be here. Could be tonight.
Did you beat A7 suited? A7 suited?
Mm-hmm.
I believe.
You know, Seth's table talk has this kind of harmless, joking, jovial, friendly feel, but I think there's something a little bit more sinister there.
I agree. He's probing a little bit.
That was a probe. That was not a. That was an information probe.
And no, Michaelitis really thought it through. When we're under the gun with that big blind ante and very short, there's some jams that are a little unintuitive. We like his fold with the queen duck, of course, but it is a spot to...
It's akin to being backed into, you know, like you're on the edge of the cliff, and it's like, do you want to jump now? Do you want to wait a sec?
Exactly.
He's going to wait. Nikki P's going to... Yeah,
ace
some
X.
really dusty aces here. Dimitar's going to let it go. Seth with an offsuit 4-3. Big sizing again from Nick here. Maybe just, you know, discouraging too many peels.
I think you're right, Will.
And that's interesting because he's done this a few times.
With Michaelitis so short...
And Seth is using a time bank. He hasn't done this much. I really think he's considering leveraging ICM here and putting
I think so
Nikki
too.
in the potential. There it is. You see this just any two, right?
Not any two, but by the way, to sort of continue that discussion we had with the ace deuce and the power of the deuce, there are actually ideas in regards to Gottlieb having these ultra low cards.
Are you telling me this is a reverse blocker play again?
I'm telling you that might be a reverse blocker play. I'm not joking around.
You know,
that might be a play.
Gottlieb is a very successful businessman. There's possibility
He
that he
might
has
want to be
access.
suited, but go on.
There's
Seth.
there's the possibility he has access to new solvers that some of these regular players without the, you know, businessman bankrolls may not have access to. And there's your trophy,
Is Seth
Nick.
the best player in the world? There it is. We
There's
got
your
the
trophy,
bottle. We
your
got
bottle.
the trophy. What
Nick's-
is that? Champagne or
It's champagne.
what is this? Velvet?
Maybe some eggnog?
That looked like a kind of
Could be an eggnog,
Christmassy.
yeah, Christmassy vibe with the trophy, maybe.
Ace Jack off for Fedor. Michaelitis and the big blind starting the hand with 5, so 3 back.
To me, it always makes it a little more appealing, you know what I mean? When you don't have to worry about that player making your life harder. You just, just raise, and if he goes all in, great.
Fedor also continuing the theme of sizing up.
Yeah, you see that a lot of these players. Interesting, the 1.3x's. And Michaelitis, right, like 500 in the blind, 500 dead in the ante.
250?
Just a gross spot.
Very gross.
They do call Queen 7 the computer hand. You know why?
Is it the average hand?
It's the dead average hand.
The stone average, and Michaelitis is in.
Gotta go with the average sometimes. Back against the cliff, he's jumped into the water. He's basically got all of his, you know, possessions with him. Just begging for a piece, and oh, what a feeling. Just nothing. Nothing behind.
And Michaelitis checks. Fedor does put him in, and we have a decision.
This is such a gross decision here. Like, this is just like...
This is really awkward, Will. What do you like?
just can you phone a friend? Like, I wouldn't want to make the choice myself, because, like, what do you have some backdoor straights working?
I mean, we can see he has 26%. He is getting the price. He needs 3 to 1. He's getting...
I just put it in pre to avoid this type of torture.
Yeah.
He's doing the math. It's kind of guerrilla math at this point, but I wonder if he'll just realize that, just look at this dust behind.
And also the setup is such that nobody around him is very likely to bust. Where
No.
if somebody had 4 bigs or what have you, or were more apt to fold.
Maybe there's a ladder in play.
I think we just stick it in. But he is folding.
Yeah, he is
Fair
folding,
enough.
living to fight
Unclear.
another day. The tough part is, like, you're just never good.
You're never good.
And you don't have much rope to cling to.
No rope.
It's a terrible situation. You see it on his face. He's a smile, but he's had some real smiles. That was a tough one.
Very disgusting spot. Unclear. 1% of the chips at the table. Can you do it again, Will?
If you want to play one of these, I will promise you will be in so many of these disgusting spots that you better enjoy. What did he say?
He set his hand to Fedor, who was kind of mulling it over, was curious if he'd comment on it. He said you were live.
Yeah. Tough spot. And Gottlieb with another ace on the button. This is going upstairs. And here it goes for Dom. No choice now.
Good luck, Dom.
King 8 just slightly pipped. Fedor getting a great price with 5-4 offsuit. 2.5 million in the middle. Just 500,000 more to call. Also maybe the chance to help knock out Dom. Pay jump, little in play. Going to see a flop. Queen 6-6. Ace high still good. Fedor checks, and I mean, is this a spot where you know you have the best hand? You kind of want to bet for get these random cards out of there, just checks. Still good. Dom is just, you can see the kind of, it's a pray to Jesus moment here for him, Nick.
The light is dimming for Dom.
This is just, you throw your eyes to the sky, you hope. Needs a king or an 8 or he's done. Unless some weird bluffing takes place, Fedor could.
Yeah, Fedor goes
suicide.
for that 500 side pot. One time, Fedor.
Do it for Dom. Can't win if he checks.
I mean, he's got me fooled, Will.
He looks like he's considering it. No. Disaster. And this is going to be it. Seth is going to scoop this pot happily.
What a run, Michaelitis. Bravo, sir. The real will see the bad news, Will.
Good game. Now GG.
Now GG, right? What a swing.
You're hard to
Down to 250. Grinds it all the way back. Doubles up twice. Showers. But if it's any consolation, 240,000 smackers going into the Lithuanian's bank account.
Smackers in the account.
Friendly
Daps
buzzer
from
for the friendly
Ponikovs.
very friendly.
That dap from Ponikovs has to get the total value up to about $250,000. Mustafov on the rail.
A 10 dime dap. You
A
think?
10 dime dap.
Yeah.
Look at that. I mean, look at the guy's got a leopard print, you know, velour hoodie on.
Yeah, you're right.
Jeju. Great run, Dom. Something tells me we'll be seeing more of him. I feel like he could be
Think
one of
you're
these
right.
players that, you know, just pops up throughout the series. Maybe And then there were
yours a little
4.
More than 10? 10?
A little under 12. 11, 7.
Like 10 over there?
That is our chip leader, Seth
10.
Gottlieb.
12.
Let's chop it even.
You're such an asshole. I don't mean that though.
And it's an interesting dynamic for Seth. 22 million and Fedor, Nikki P, and Dimitar very close, hovering around 11 million. Ace King for Dimitar.
Big Slick, gonna min raise. Deuces for Seth, and this is quite interesting, right?
He has shown a propensity to gravitate towards the low cards, Will.
Lets it go, though. And maybe showing respect to Dimitar's under the gun rage in this configuration. These cards, when they're connected right, you're getting this price. You got to see a flop, right? Any type of connection. If you're Nikki P, you do. Try to crack the ace king. Both players whiff. Awkward spot with ace king. You have the backdoor flush draw. You have the betting lead. Dimitar want to throw it a c-bet. No, he's just going to check. Turns the ace. Dimitar loving that turn card. Great for his range, great for his hand. Just comfortably bet. Fortunately for him, Nick has nothing.
Like that size from Dimitar too. Really just targeting the inferior ace-x, or perhaps some combo draws. Take it, sir.
$303,000 for fourth, $375,000 for third, $500,000 for our runner-up, $786K for the winner. Gottlieb leading the charge, but plenty of time left. These players may not have a ton of big blinds, but they know how to navigate. A lot of patience, a lot of discipline. Fold around to Nick, who just quickly folds a 9-deuce. And one of the things we've seen now, you know, the picture was a little bit unclear who would take this down. It's not going to be one of these up-and-coming players like Dom,
Chris is with
you know, Loon, Josh McCulley. It's going to be an established pro or Seth. So
Indeed it is.
and now what's his betting line on BetACR? It was plus 200 we said earlier. I think it's got to be a little bit lower than that.
It's lower now.
I wish I took it. Had a feeling.
Yeah. Big Slick slides over to Pietrangelo.
Yeah, it does. Right up on the button. Gonna throw an extra 100 on top. Seth looks interested. In the big blind. Gonna defend the queen-9 off. Very playable. Gonna see a flop, and all these pots are huge for these players now. 3 million in the middle. Jack 4-4 rank. 2 clubs. Ace of clubs for Nick. Pretty comfortable spot. And you can just see the studying when you watch Nick play. You know what I mean? You can see it in his face, how many hours this man has put in the lab. Checks. It's like a kind of like pseudo trap almost.
It's a pseudo trap, pot control.
Just really comfortable in position with your hand.
And also some induction. Will note as it stands now, the check back working out quite nicely. Gottlieb goes for 1.3. Certainly no folding if we're Petrangelo.
And with just ace high, almost 90% here for Nicky P. Like it is a weird pseudo trap that has worked so far. Maybe a little bit more inclined to do this against a player like Gottlieb, who you give him some rope.
I like that. 5.5 in the middle.
The river's a 3. Gottlieb must know he's never good here.
Maybe his plan was to bluff the club. This particular river, let's see, agreed. He knows he's never good. He is reaching, Will.
Yeah, he just doesn't strike me as a guy who gives up very often when he doesn't think he's going to win at Showdown. And Nick's in a really awkward spot.
He very much is. Versus a lot of players, he has kind of great cards to call with. Versus the wily Gottlieb.
Yeah, can't Gottlieb just have a 6 here? Like,
he could potentially have a 6, indeed.
He could have 7-5.
He could have that one.
Nick's going to put it in, though. Great call from Nick. Yeah, great call. Just
take it, buddy.
Fantastic stuff. Up to 15 million. May not seem like much, but it puts him right with Gottlieb in the chip lead. Huge swing for Nicky P there. Your premonition's coming to light a little. Is this the year of Nicky P? It certainly feels like it's time.
It might be the year of Nicky P.
Not Nick Palmer.
This might be his year too, Will.
I think it's probably going to be
You would
Petrangelo.
have got me out of 9.
Not on a queen.
The momentum, it's flowing this way. King, Queen of Hearts here, 4-handed.
Are we at 600? After the hand? Perfect.
Massive blinds now. An ace for Gottlieb, but nothing else. Just going to pitch it. Fedor with ace-10 off in the big. Can obviously defend. Might just want to get it all in, though. Try to take the pot down here. No, he's just going to call. Kind of disguising his hand strength a bit.
He's definitely right there at the top of hands he can have for this situation. And a nice start for Nicky P, naturally.
Yeah, you're seeing just the card distribution, I think, which has been really cold for Nick for many years. Starting to shift back. It'll happen.
I mean, it hasn't been that cold, Will. He has 40-something million in earnings. You know, it's numerous titles.
You know the question. You know the question the family members always ask.
Go on.
How much did you lose?
Right. That's true. Note the slippery check back.
And it gives Fedor some life here, though. A gutter ball now with what is also the best hand at the moment. He can't know that. Nick's really disguised his hand here. This feels more like an ace-queen, ace-king type of hand to me, and maybe Fedor will... No, he's just going to check. Does Nick want to start betting now, or is this kind of like a... It's a weird spot.
King-queen is sort of always checkable.
And Fedor makes a 10 on the river. Fedor's going to have the best hand a lot. Would think he has more 9s, too. Defending out of the big.
I don't know if he has more 9s proportionally to his range, but he certainly has some 9s that Petrangelo doesn't have.
800.
He's going to bet small.
Touch annoying for Petrangelo, Will.
He can't really call, can he?
He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. Bye-bye. Fedor, the young prince. Is this his time yet again? There's your trophy, Nick. And your eggnog / champagne. I think it might be some type of mixture. The players balance their ranges. Triton balances their...
It's got the kind of champagne top.
That trophy is...
It's like a nice bottle.
Is
Trophy
fresh,
flavor.
man. I want to...
Sure, of course.
I want that thing now. Seth wants it. He's got that intense look. Imagine working for this guy, coming in the office. You had a rough day.
Yeah.
You messed up your TPS reports. He's
Right.
just comes over the desk.
What are you doing? You cleaning your fishbowl there? What are you doing?
You big Office Space guy?
Yeah, classic, of course.
Now, I feel like subconsciously that movie, maybe I didn't realize it at the time, it led me more towards a life of gambling.
I could see it.
Just because they made the office life look so terrible.
They certainly did. Limp from Fedor. Interesting spot for Nicky P. A7 off. 20.
You remember Lumberg?
Of course I remember Lumberg. Well, I've seen the movie 100 times.
What's that line about Lumberg? What did he do? I forget. There it goes, all in. That's what Lumberg did. There's just so many great bits in that movie. Like, it's just like a series of little jokes, but
It's
they're all
it's a classic.
They're all real life applicable. And that's, I think, what a lot of us in poker really, we didn't want a boss. We did not want to have to work for somebody. 20 bigs for Dimitar Danchev. It's been so clumpy. We haven't seen that, like, you know, ICM abuse.
We've seen a bit of it, but you're right. This has been a very kind of evenish final table.
I don't know. I mean, you do a lot of these, but, like, it's given me much more of an any man's game type of feel.
Sure.
It's never felt to me like somebody's going to win it. I've had my premonitions, you know, but...
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Gottlieb with ace-king. Just going to take the blinds. Still chip leader, but again, just 30 big blinds. Now, if I saw these stack sizes, you know, if this was like an online tournament, I think this puppy's going to be done. You know, give it an hour. But these things, these patience, the decision making, we could be here all night still.
You're right, and 15 to 20 at a final table bigs is a little more than it looks like. Of course, it has to go in, but as you said,
at this point though, this deep in 50 to 20 bigs at a final table, that's like, you know, starting a cash game with like 500 big blinds is what it is. You have heaps.
The Gottlieb rail is building.
So Gottlieb rail, it's almost like they waited for people to, you know, they knew he was going to be in it, so they waited for the Lithuanians to clear out. Maybe that was a Mustafov reaction. Nicky P with a lemon in the water, cool as a cucumber.
Consummate.
Just a consummate professional. Also low-key hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
You don't really see it on these, but he is really funny.
Very dry.
Oh, so dry. Check out his beer tasting videos on Twitter if you want a good giggle. King, queen off. Is this just... Are we piling here now with the blinds? Yep.
That's a lot of orange chips, Will. Goes for the half stack.
Gonna get by Seth and quickly get by Fedor.
Take it, Dimitar.
Yeah, you see the three colors, the whites, the grays, the blacks, and the oranges. You want the oranges. And Dimitar, like, what do you think he's thinking about right now? Dinner, maybe? Or, like, is he still focused on the game?
Not sure, Will.
Not sure.
They're also looking up a lot. I believe the screen with
Yeah, they are.
the info and the payout. They're constantly checking.
Queen Jack on the button, going to go upstairs for Gottlieb. You know, even Gottlieb's, his little, like, profile pic is pretty feisty.
Yeah, he's going hard in the
Little
profile.
people's
pic.
eyebrow there. Like,
Yeah.
this guy's a player. He's got Nikki P dominated. Total brick flop. Check, check. Nikki P, does he want to stab at this with the jack high?
Maybe not this one, spadeless. I think we want lower cards or a little more bluffing potential on the river. Does check. Gottlieb content to do the same. This card, however, is a little bit more unclear to me. Does just white flag it.
Jack
Yeah,
high.
Seth's going to be really happy to take this one down. Seth Gottlieb extends his chip lead. Nikki P. Who is going to take this one down? Let us know who you got in chat. Is it finally Nikki P's time here at Triton?
Just under 12, right?
11 something.
Oh, look at this.
Go on, Seth.
Pocket kings. And Fedor with an ace. No, not going to do it. Too much discipline. But Nick,
This could be problematic for Nick.
12 million, 20 big blinds. Seth has been very active.
He has, hasn't he?
Here it goes. Nick's going to get the bad news.
Well, it appears this will spell the end for Pietrangelo.
Yeah, he's going to need a miracle. And it's going to be made a little extra painful by the fact that Seth has not yet shoved.
I'm all in.
There it goes. Oh, you see the disappointment. I mean, what a worst-case scenario. Great reshoving hand against an active player, and he's just got pocket kings.
King, queen.
He's going over to the rail, and let's see if Pietrangelo can get lucky, Will. Dire straits.
Yeah, this is really just... Mustafov is still on the rail, Nick. He might have had a piece of someone else. He might have the whole table,
Might
honestly.
be sweating Dimitar now. Right now, Pietrangelo's sweating some 9s, 10s, and jacks. GG, sir.
Well,
Hang on. Excuse me. Pardon me. He does have a very key king.
just needs a heart or he's dead. But he still have a little bit of life, just a sliver. That's going to do it.
GG.
GG, Nick. Another great run.
And then there were 3, Will.
The three amigos. And Seth extends his chip lead. I mean, it's weirdly kind of been his final table, even though he's...
It very much has. He had that skid in the beginning, but bounced right back, and here he is.
And like you alluded to, 40 million in winnings, nothing to scoff at. He's won his share of tournaments. 303 smackers going directly to
And
the...
I hear you on the elusive Triton win, it'll slide in. But yeah, we're not doing the narrative that Pietrangelo hasn't, gotten it done. I mean, he's an all-time great.
One of the GOATs down. One GOAT remaining, but 3 great players, really. All of them have played awesome. Gottlieb is now our big chip leader, 3-handed, but it's anybody's game. Fedor Holst and Dimitar Danchev still alive. Everybody guaranteed a house at this point.
A nice house.
A nice house.
Depending on the city, I suppose.
Could
but
get rough in some areas. Like,
certainly enough to rent something, you know.
could fix it up, you know.
Yeah,
you put
a
in
little
work.
fixer-upper.
You put in work, you're going to come out on the right side of that. And this rail, okay, like now it's Dimitar's rail. These rails are intimidating, man. But Fedor is not intimidated. Ace queen off, first hand back. Seth with Jack 10 off.
I call.
Just a really easy, right? See a flop.
Very natural defend.
Already 3.3 million in the pot. All these pots are huge, potentially tournament altering hands.
Check.
Great flop for Fedor. And Seth is sitting on a mountain of chips right now. This is back to the similar situation when we started. Over 50 big blinds at this point. More than half the chips in play.
900.
He's going to look, but just quickly fold in an absolutely amazing spot now. And Fedor hanging there with Dimitar, creeping up second place, but very close with Dimitar. Fedor holds, ladies and gentlemen. I think in the GOAT talk, the real GOAT talk, Nick, Fedor has to be right up there at the tippy top.
You know, that's just objectively true. And when he went on his first run, he really was doing things others weren't doing and was likely the best player, perhaps even by a considerable margin. And he's still here now as one of the best. But, you know, in sports, we can only judge players, or in my opinion at least, the way they perform against their peers at the time. So that's very impressive to ever reach that point. He is very much a GOAT. He's in the
You
discussion.
hit me with the 3-7.
Not only how they perform against their peers, right? How they perform in the biggest moments. And I just can't think of many final tables Fedor's made. It feels like he closes every time.
The one where you looked at me and I think it was it a 3-bet, Nick, for 3.1 or whatever? I had 4-3 off.
I thought it was like absolute, like King 4 off or something. You were like, how much you? Whatever.
I felt like I had the position advantage in chip count at the time.
And Seth doing a little victory lap here, talking about the 4-3 off bluff.
See it.
They're going to see it anyway. You might as well tell them. Fedor with ace-10 off in the small.
All in.
And look at this, Nick.
How much?
Very close for Dimitar. Likely calling it off, but it is close.
It's not pretty, is it?
No, 15 bigs. It's not pretty, but inferior suited hands lurk, some king high hands lurk, some ace 3 off lurks.
But it's a hand you want to do the shoving with,
That's
right?
exactly
you want to
right,
put in the
Will.
last bet. And Fedor is just... You don't want to fold this to Fedor of all people.
I do think he's going to wind up calling it off, but bravo on the tank. And if he does fold, it'll be...
And this is a genuine... He's in the torture chamber
Oh,
here.
it's clearly genuine.
He has that stack size, right, where it's plenty of chips, but it's not that much. 16 big blinds. It's over that edge where if you fold this, it just feels like... Can you look yourself in the mirror in the morning,
You
Nick?
can look in the mirror. I think Dimitar... I don't think he looks in the mirror much anyway, this guy. He just gets right to business. This is a very close spot.
Fedor looking on intently.
think it's just barely in.
You can feel it on Dimitar. You can feel the kind of being pulled both ways. I'm not sure if he's looking up at the chip counts or the heavens.
Might be a bit of both.
There's been a lot of biblical foreshadowing from the intros, remember? The, you know, the calls to Jesus, the looking into the stars. This I feel like a religious kind of final table almost.
Bravo on the tank.
These are, yeah, this is so impressive from him. Just the tank, the fact that he's really thinking this through. And there he puts it in eventually.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Fedor in a great spot to knock out Dimitar and get heads up with Seth for another Triton. But Dimitar, plenty of outs here. You see the frustration, though, on Dimitar right now. It's just...
He's worn his heart on his sleeve. Let's see if he can hit. Okay, he's got the low cards working.
A little bit of everything. Fedor has the diamonds covered for backdoors, but a 4, a 3, some chop possibilities for Dimitar. That's not a good card, though. Gives Fedor a flush draw, so Dimitar's outs down to non-diamond 4s or 3s. Needs one, or we're going to be heads up. There it is, the flush for Fedor, the young prince.
Great run, Dimitar. Really a pleasure to watch him navigate.
Yeah, he played great, just was in a lot of awful spots. I really feel like he got the worst of it in terms of just having tough decisions really for hours on end after the final table went fairly smoothly for him early on.
I see this last decision weighing on him. I believe he did well there.
He really wanted to fold.
He did.
Good game, good game.
GG's, though.
What a run.
And plenty of consolation, right? 375,000. But more importantly, a dap from Dimov. Maybe a pound from Mustafov. We're not going to see, but little icing on the cake there. Here at Jeju, came in, played great, just didn't run his way. Ran into the young prince, Fedor. That's going to be all for Dimitar, and we are down to 2.
We certainly are, Will.
It's been a lot of different speeds at this final table. It's gone fast, it's gone slow. 35 bigs for Fedor, 55 bigs for Seth, so plenty of playability at this point. I mean, Seth's got the lead, Fedor's got the resume. Do you have like a feel here for who you like?
Well, I think Seth is the favorite given the stacks, but it feels a little bit closer than one might think given the distribution. And you said it before. It's really so true. It's hard to believe this is the first event. It feels like this has been such a long haul. Very exciting tournament. Let's see how it finishes.
Yeah, we've got probably a long way to go tonight. I have a feeling this is not going to be a quick match. We'll see. But thank you guys for being with us. We're going to get down to heads up play in about 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Take a coffee break. Get ready, because it's going to be a good heads up match. And yeah, thank you guys, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back to the High Roller Series here in Jeju. Event number 1, record-breaking field, 269 entrants. Maybe you thought a new face would emerge, and there is one here, Seth Gottlieb. But, man, Fedor holds his heads up.
It would be fitting if Fedor won the biggest Triton event ever. And he is indeed heads up, Will.
He's heads up. He does have a close to 2-to-1 chip disadvantage, but 35 big blinds at this point. I mean, it's got to feel like a lot of playability.
It's close. 35-55. It feels close. Fedor's right there.
Could be anyone's game. I mean, it's again, the final table has had a lot of different speeds. There's been these kind of early on, we had this like fire sale on short stacks,
right.
Then it slowed down, was very clumped up. I could see this heads up match going a ton of different ways. Seth is very wild, but it's calculated, right?
I know what you mean. I could also see it going a lot of different ways. And there were some really fascinating hands You can run through some of them on the app, which is, I mean, incredible. Have you toyed around with the app enough,
I'm not
Will?
great technologically,
You're not, right? You're really not.
I probably
this
shouldn't
app
say
is
that.
so
Yeah.
simple, though. It's seamless.
But it's such it's so good that it's kind of overwhelming.
If you like No Limit, you got to get the Triton app.
It's the best app out there by far.
It's the best app in the world for anything.
Nick thinks it's the best app, period.
I actually think it might
I've heard
be.
him objectively
What did
say
they
it's like
put,
it's better than
800 million
Twitter.
into this app. I mean, it's insane.
They put $1 billion into this app, so you should check it out. But we're going to go back to Heads Up. Thank you guys also for tuning in with us, watching, sweating along. It's been a lot of fun. My debut with Nick Schulman, one of the great poker minds, and myself, somebody who can say words. So we're going to go back into the final table. Heads Up here. This is going to determine it all.
Let's go.
A lot of money at play, too. No chops.
Of course.
See the stack sizes and the fallen soldiers there. Let's give a shout out. These guys all played great. It wasn't like anybody punted off.
No. Fantastic run for everybody there. Agreed.
And they're going to, there's going to be some disappointment with these players that busted. But when tomorrow comes around and they see the look of the faces of the players that have already fired, 5 bullets.
Oh, yeah. There's people 10 bullets deep out there already, so you're right.
A little head start. But now we are heads up. Seth with the chip lead in the big blind. Going to check back. A bunch of cheese here. And this is what we'll see more heads up, right? These kind of hands going to the flop.
Definitely.
A lot more speculation. And this is what I think is so appealing about no-limit tournaments, but tournaments in general. There's a game within a game, right? There's the early stages where you're super deep. There's the middle stages. There's the bubble. There's 9-handed play. Now it's just 2, right? Just heads up, completely different game than we've been playing.
It's very true. There are these little games within the game. Fedor quite empty. Seth with the 6 and the 9 of spades working.
And look at that. Pairs the bottom card. Unlucky for him, Fedor has nothing, but is this kind of a one and done, or are we shaping to, just wisely checks back quickly with complete dust. Interesting river. Seth probably feeling very comfortable, but do you ever want to just get trappy and nope, it's going to go for some value. Nice to have the 9 of spades, I think, just blocking some of the potential straights or flushes that Fedor could have, although he might barrel those. Might have raised pre-flop with those type of hands.
And nice to win the first hand of heads up. Been a charmed tournament for Seth so far. Can he close?
And an unpredictable rail where we've now got Chris Brewer. I mean, what is he doing here?
He has a relationship with Seth.
Interesting.
Kim is out there. Lewis Spencer.
The scarf is there, too?
I believe the scarf is there, being adorned.
Wow. This is, I mean, he wears a scarf on the rail, too. That's full balance.
That is full balance.
Completely GTO. Yep. Interesting. I mean, this is why we might be seeing a little secret into why Seth is not actually an amateur. These are his buddies.
We might just be.
And I didn't realize Seth has a Triton title. I don't think I said that before.
Picked it up recently.
And you'll be a little jealous. 25K PLO.
I am a little jealous. What a fun one to win.
Yeah, those PLOs just have a different kind of,
They do, yeah. I hope he enjoyed the 3 buy-ins I dumped into that one. But anyway.
Well, I'm just curious here with 9 deuce off. Some of these hands, I see these guys, they're so bad that they just end up raising them.
Well, here Seth raised straight away to start, where generally that play is against limp, and usually it's when we're in position against the small blind, where heads up, of course, we're out of position.
But you talked about earlier how Fedor has done all these things. Is this one of these things we're going to see where he just takes this upstairs with a 3-bet?
His posturing and stuff tends to always fool me. We very well might, Will.
I think this is going upstairs, Nick.
No, he's gone.
This is why I don't.
He was weighing call or fold, I believe. 9 deuce,
Not even,
Will.
No, I mean 3-bet.
No, I know what you meant, pal, but
I was dead there. Yeah, that was a bad read on my part.
And naturally, heads up, that big blind ante looms unusually large.
Yeah, it's like there's the trophy on the table. Really nice size.
All class.
Super classy trophy. You think Fedor's got to have a trophy room?
He probably does.
Just for kind of convenience sake, right? You know?
Yeah, he has to. Yeah.
Like
or maybe
logistically,
he rented out a storage space or something.
I could see a storage unit, you know? Like the one in Breaking Bad where Walter White puts all the cash.
Yeah.
Fedor just unveils just trophies.
Exactly.
Just 49 trophies. On the button with the 10-4, just limping. And I guess you just don't really fold anything here in position with the ante.
You don't fold with the big blind ante. That's exactly right.
Yeah. Down to 2 from 269.
4-8 now on the blinds.
Yeah. Oh, big blinds now. Interesting flop.
Very interesting flop. Bottom 2 for Gottlieb. Top pair for Fedor, and he's leading right out, Will.
Yeah, Seth isn't going to wait. Just going to lead right into Fedor. And I think Fedor's going to probably be really comfortable to just call in position here, I would think.
I think you're right. North of 20 bigs. We're not dying to get it in with 10-4. Although top pair is top pair, and he has the 3 spades.
I just feel like he's so comfortable. He just feels like he's always in control. Just going to peel the turn.
He does play with a lot of conviction. You're right.
Seth ahead, but ace on the turn. Fedor did limp. I think we may see Seth continue barreling. Reaching for a bunch of orange.
This is a little bit of a strange line Seth is taking, but it's very logical with his particular hand.
Yeah, you don't want to give any free cheap rivers on such a wet board.
And just bottom 2 is a kind of thematic drive chips into the pot sort of hand.
And Fedor now is still beating all of Seth's bluffs, which
this is tough.
It's a lot of pressure, big sizing.
And as always in these spots, it isn't just the decision now, but it's brick rivers we have to sort of consider. If we call here, we're certainly meant to call brick rivers sometimes, but it's tricky. Fedor does call.
I think this may be Seth's image paying off here.
Absolutely.
Fedor going to go to the river, drawing pretty slim, but does have plenty of outs. And that is a fascinating river. Every draw gets there pretty much. Spades, some gutter balls.
Certainly the most dynamic river in the
This
deck.
is the most interesting part is Fedor now. He has the 4 of spades.
I think he's happy to check the 10s. It's a little
I would say,
too strong
honestly,
to
Nick,
bluff.
most players, I would say yes. Fedor, I just never know.
I hear that, Will. Same.
I never know with him. I always feel like he's got a different type of trick up his sleeve.
You're right.
It's just like a feeling.
Check. 2 pair.
And
Does-
I think Fedor felt some of what you were saying, that he's beat here a lot, and maybe he can get something better out, but
He doesn't show a lot of emotions, but a little bit of frustration there, knowing the knuckle means losing a lot. And Seth, very big pot for him. Seth has started this table out with a massive chip lead. He's had different points. He's gone down, been short stacked. Now he's got a really nice chip lead, over 3-1 on the young prince. The Lithuanians are gone. The Scarf is here. Brewer is here. The Super Pro, Anthony Kim, is here on the rail. And we've got
is that Brian Kim?
Brian, or Anthony Kim's the golfer.
He's the golfer, Will.
Look, he just made a big triumphant return. I saw some clips of him
did. By
ripping
the way,
a drive.
bullets for for Gottlieb. Anthony Kim. By the way, I think the golf tournament he was playing was in Asia, so maybe he's
Look. I think I might have saw him at
sweating.
an event here too. Okay, it's very
quite slippery from Gottlieb.
yeah.
We've
The
all
limp.
slow played
And
aces.
look at
And
this.
it's working out gloriously.
Oh my gosh.
Will. Go on, Seth.
Fedor just falling right for the trap. What you talked about earlier. And look at this, Nick. Our man is going to continue the trap. And this is kind of genius. Fedor has like no chips behind. It's so easy to get the chips in here. Nick, this is really dicey for Fedor.
This could spell the end for Fedor.
Less than a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio.
Exactly right. The fives and the backdoor straight draw.
He's got to like his hand, and Seth has just played this to perfection. I mean, this has just felt like his tournament the whole way through. Fedor's going to bet here, and he's going to bet a third pot. And Seth is just, I mean, he's got his own little Hollywood thing too, Nick.
He does, but one could also feel maybe just a little bit of emotion. He can taste it right now.
It's close. It's real close. And this is another spot, right? Why raise? Keep all of his bluffs in. You're never folding.
He agrees with you, Will.
This guy, we're teleconnected.
I think teleconnected works.
Teleconnected. Wow. Fedor does pick up a plethora of new outs now.
He really does, and with 7.6 to play into 9.4, does he just live with his equity and shove and hope or go another route? Curious little spot. Limp, 3x call, third call. Here we are.
The young prince, what does he want to do? Just checks. And it might be time for Seth. A lot of draws out there.
I agree.
It might just be time. He looks like he wants to stick it in. Yeah, there it is. And Fedor's going to be sick. Now has to call off with a hand that...
9.5 bigs.
There's so much in that pot, Nick.
I think Fedor kind of has to call. Note that he's... And let us be clear that you don't have to do anything. It's so easy to be blasé, but Fedor makes among the best live reads of all time. So he's obviously trying to surmise the whole situation. But that pair plus the straight draw?
I think one of the big problems is he's got to be beating some of Seth's bluffs here, right?
That does spring to mind.
And there it goes. You're right. He has to call, and Fedor is going to need a lot of help, or he's going to be out, and Seth is going to be our champion.
Masterfully played from Gottlieb here. Can he hold, Will?
An incredible trap from Seth. Looking over to the rail. Feels good. 80%. Fedor's going to need a 6, an 8, or a 5, or he's out of here. Wow.
It's never easy to get old Fedor out of there, Will.
Just some good, clean living, man. I mean,
and just like that, it's neck and neck. Go on, Fedor. My.
Turns the 8-5 off into gold against the pocket aces. Is now neck and neck, basically even in chips with Seth. And what a blow for Seth Gottlieb. I mean, played it perfectly, limped pre-flop, just calls the raise, just calls the flop bet. Fedor out. You see Chris Brewer with the wry, kind of sarcastic smile, like, yeah, I know what this is like. Seen this movie before. I'm starting to think that scarf is like an attachment on the hoodie, like it's not separate.
Yeah.
I think it might be attached. Seth, this is, look, he's faced adversity, right? He came in with the big chip lead. Things went awry. He refocused, got back on schedule.
Right, and you know, we were joking about it, that the wheels might have been coming off, but they really didn't fully come off.
Now we got a fair fight.
Here we go.
No, they never came off, but they still could.
You're right. They
Tournament's
can
not
only
over.
come off so much when you've made it to heads up, but you're absolutely right.
Fedor going to limp the ace. Seth's going to be happy to check with the 7-4 off. Fedor flops bottom pair. Seth with nothing. this a spot where Fedor wants to kind of get out some of the riffraff that has equity?
I was thinking, let's get this riffraff out. It's a spot where I'd be more inclined to check 9-8 than this one.
You don't want the 7-4s tearing up and this is the first time I've actually felt some real frustration from Seth. I think that hand, I think he could taste, I mean, he could taste it, right? The trophy.
Of course, 4-1 favorite on the turn for the trophy.
I mean, look at this ballroom we're in here, Nick. I mean, this is...
It's gorgeous.
We're a long way from Mama's house, aren't we?
We really are. We're in Korea, Will.
Oh, we're in Korea.
We're in South Korea.
We're in Jeju, baby.
We're in Jeju.
Seth needs to do a little bit of quick... There's the trophy. Perfect size. Surprised someone hasn't ran off with that, you know, one of the cameramen or something.
Yeah.
Seth on the button. Pocket tens.
12. 1.2, I mean.
And he's going to actually raise the wrong size here, so I think that has to be 1.6.
Min is binding when you declare half of the raise or more. If he said 950,000, it's floor man time.
Yeah, and outside of that square up, we haven't had to use the floor men.
You're right.
Takes a little pot, probably wanted some action. Has the chip lead, but it's very close. In the 30 big blind range for both players. I don't really think, you know, obviously we had Ivy coming up. I don't know if anybody beats Fedor in terms of table presence.
He has an all-time presence. I mean, Ivy is, you know, really right there as well. The thing with Ivy is it's so icy.
Yeah.
You know? And
It's
it's so
different.
consistent. It's different.
Fedor's is a little meaner.
It is meaner. You're right. Fedor's very ruthless out there.
3.4.
He's gonna
Nice
limp.
choice from
Yeah.
Gottlieb. Well,
Fedor limps the queen 8, and Gottlieb gonna raise right up with the queen jack. Has Fedor dominated, but Fedor may want to take a flop off in position. The hand feels cuspy.
indeed he does.
And these pots are already huge. 7.6 million in the
Every
middle.
pot is
Yeah.
massive.
Ace, jack, 7, 2 spades on the flop. Hammerlock for Seth. Pretty big range advantage. He's going to bet small. And this is one of the little things about Fedor. He never just gives up.
He doesn't give you any passes.
It's relieving to see someone fold here quickly. That doesn't happen for him. Maybe it's a little subtle metagame. I don't know, but it's
There's some
something.
metagame. I think there's some collecting of information. And just when he has legitimate decisions, he's buying himself the sort of affect. $33 million for Gottlieb, 21 for Fedor.
So starting to pull away slightly, 41 bigs to 27. Definitely trending in the right direction, and we've seen him do this before. Goes down, goes back up. Nine, 7, a couple of suited hands now. He's going to take the aggressive route. Makes it 1.6. Fedor with the very playable 6-4 diamonds in the big. Going nowhere. Gonna see a flop. Wow, interesting flop. 8-6 deuce with 2 hearts. Middle pair for Fedor, but open-ended straight draw and a backdoor flush draw for Seth, who's going to continue betting 1.5 million. I would think Fedor has a pretty easy call.
Yeah, I think nowhere to go but call. And an interesting flop indeed, very dynamic, big turn coming.
Yeah, the turn will determine a lot. They're basically flipping. That could shift massively. Wow. Big turn indeed. 3 of spades gives Fedor a gut shot, but gives Seth a backdoor flush draw. And I mean, this is just such a barrely spot.
That's the craziest turn in the deck.
You bet the flop with an open ender. You hit your backdoor flush draw.
Oh, and he does jam. And for
And he
Fedor, let's
rips.
see.
Oh, wow.
Fedor does sort of unblock the draws and solely interfere with value. It's an interesting spot. I would think not having a heart or spade is kind of Fedor's friend. He'd love for Seth to have something like Jack 4 of spades, so on. Let's see, Will.
It's such a fascinating spot because I don't think Seth should have many 8s here either.
He could have an 8.
Guess he could, yeah.
The board is so wet, it's reasonable.
Maybe you just
to,
take it. Yeah, you just take
know,
it in. And,
but
yeah.
I know what you mean.
It feels Fedor is unblocking these draws in such an extreme way. No spades, no hearts in his hand. He blocks the nuts. He blocks 2 pair. Just lets it go though. It's
Bravo,
too much.
Seth.
Yeah, great bet.
Fortune favors the brave. Very nice.
And that's been a theme with Seth this whole final table. Every spot that he's been able to put his foot on the gas, he's taken it. And a lot of them have really worked for him.
It's true.
Obviously, when you got the wrap and the flush draw, you know.
Yeah.
Makes it a little easier.
PLO-esque amount of outs.
That
but
felt like a PLO hand.
I'm not bluff.
7, 9 of spades.
Exactly.
Felt like it, but
Here we
not a
are
good
at
outcome if
Jeju.
I hope for 7, 9 of spades.
Heads up now. Fedor about 2-to-1 chip disadvantage. And I know, like Nick, I know it's Fedor. The humanity thing again. Is there ever any frustration, or is there any strife or internal struggle, or is it just
I think so, Will.
we gotta
Yes,
all have it, right?
Definitely.
The man
But
has.
I've seen Fedor agitated or feeling strife, for sure. He's not as robotic as, you know. You
No,
don't see
no.
Sam Greenwood out there, you know, tilting. He tilts a little too. The rail is growing.
The rail is growing.
Not saying Greenwood is a robot, but you know what I mean. Fedor wears his heart on his sleeve a little bit.
7-3 off. And Seth shoved into aces, if you remember earlier in the final table, a long time ago.
You're very right. He certainly did.
Wisely limps here as Fedor has the king-queen off. Now Fedor down in that 20 big blind range.
3.
He's going to pop it up. Seth quickly folds.
Can't have aces all the time, huh?
Yeah,
Just
and this is
once.
what you mean with Fedor, right? Like,
No,
he
I
chats it up, you know. He'll,
With that hand.
Wait, I doubled you with aces.
Oh yeah.
You forgot?
I meant heads up, but you're right. Yeah.
Little needles,
right.
little comments.
say?
that was a little needle because he said, you know, you can't have
Only
aces every time, except the last time. Fedor actually cracked those aces.
8 and 8 still.
Fedor now on the button. Jack 9 of diamonds, just going to limp, see a flop. You like this versus raising?
Yeah, I think this is cool. Remember, we have to limp all these junky hands with the big blind ante, so we have to limp some
And
good
isn't
ones
it a nice
as well.
kind of bonus that when we raise, we don't want to get shoved on with this hand?
Oh,
Wow, and this also helps too.
yeah.
Just flopping your man completely stone dead. And he's going to bet it.
You win.
I know.
Good one that time?
Fedor
like
a
the
little
first good one.
frustrated.
Shot him the show, though.
First good one of the match.
First good one.
That also feels like a setup there. Set up a bluff in the future.
The 5-8 turned out to be a good one too.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna complain.
Again, Nick, the timing of this, we're in like this time warp. It just goes fast, it goes slow. I just don't know what's going to happen.
I hear that.
I mean, I generally don't know what's going to happen
Right.
in life. you
Yeah.
know. But especially here. 8 deuce off. And again, like, this gets folded, right? Like, you have to fold something.
That is among the very worst hands we can get, is it not?
Can't get worse than that. You know how you can get a lot better? A lot better. GTO Wizard. Start learning poker for free. Quick break from the action. It's a great time to check out GTO Wizard's new ebook, Daily Dose of GTO. The free interactive ebook is full of quizzes and short lessons to help you master GTO concepts in just 5 minutes per day. Nick's a big quiz guy, too. Imagine the insights you need to make optimal decisions in high-pressure situations. GTO Wizard AI, that's artificial intelligence. I mean, this is just, this is a next level of studying, Nick. I know you're a big quiz guy. I know you got a lot of, you know.
What do you mean? I'm a big quiz guy.
You just seem like a big quiz guy.
Nah, I hear you. By the way,
we got a little bit of action here.
we have action.
These are heads up. These
I got
hands.
a quiz for you. You think they're going to play these hands, Will?
Sorry, terrible read by Nick. Is not a quiz guy.
No, I like quizzes. You're right. Raised from Fedor to 1.8. Gottlieb eyeing the stack.
Yeah, and does this just get in?
4.5.
Doesn't shove. Makes a 3-bet. Small, kind of interesting.
He goes kind of small, and I could certainly see Fedor just living with his ace-8 and jamming 25 bigs. And for Gottlieb, if he does, see what speaks to him with king-jack.
Yeah, it's not a sizing I would
It
expect.
hasn't gone in yet, though. He does do it.
Very quickly, too. Just a great read on the situation. Doesn't want to flat with such a kind of, hand that flops poorly. Knows he's good a lot, just gets it in. And Seth is not folded, right? Like, I think he's genuinely thinking about this, Nick.
Oh, he definitely is.
It's
And I
21,
think
right? Roughly, you don't have to count it. It's
Part of this is Fedor is such a great player that at some point you may need to gamble with him anyway.
I do think that
If you
that's an idea.
if you feel like you have a big edge on the guy, let it go.
Should be 21-7.
But Fedor holds, I mean.
I like that, Will.
At some point you need to gamble. Is this the spot for Seth?
This
21.7.
may not be, but it's close. He could have just jammed straight away. He went for that small 3-bet you alluded to, and now...
I call.
And he does call.
Wow. And this is the pot of the tournament so far. 44 million in the middle.
Good luck.
Seth does have Fedor covered, but he'll be down to just less than 15
turn.
big blinds if he loses. And Fedor is a favorite here. A coin flip. But
Gottlieb gives him a spin, Will. Can he knock him out? Take down the biggest Triton ever.
That's a big scalp, Nick.
Okay, he's got the gutty working.
Still, Fedor ahead, just needs to fade. Kings, jacks, tens. Ace high is good for now.
Wow, that's the dagger for Gottlieb.
The ace of spades.
Can he find the 10, Will?
Just going to need a gutter ball to come in, or the young prince is going to get a lot richer.
Go ahead, Fedor.
21-7.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right about the emotions. There's a nice smile there from Fedor. It's very different than Ivy. Very different vibe than Phil Ivey. And for Seth,
Yes.
man, I mean, what a roller coaster this final table has been.
Maybe he has one more comeback in him.
He's going to need it. This is really the shortest he's been all tournament. Now, heads up, Fedor. What a swing here. Seth had Fedor out chipped over 3-1. Now Fedor has Seth in a 5-1 hole, looking really good to win this Triton, which I do believe I predicted at some point earlier. I could be wrong about that. I believe you picked Nick Petrangelo. I'm not sure why, but I picked Fedor.
You did, didn't you, Will? We'll enjoy it, pal.
Well, we don't know. Anything could happen,
You're
Nick.
picking winners. Maybe you should go down to the sports book. You might just
might
have the
be
golden
Bach-
touch.
it
Well,
might
I
be-
could get you an account, by the way, if you want to.
All in
Can we
hands.
bet the ponies out here? No, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go on Bet ACR, and I'm going to fire up some new players in these events. Get some dark horses with big odds.
It's easier for me to not post the small blind.
Gottlieb.
Interesting fold there last hand from Gottlieb.
Yeah, what did he have?
Was that the 6-3 of diamonds? It happened very fast, but
The speed is too much for me, Nick.
perhaps he feels the Fedor momentum is just too much right now. Deck read.
Got to have those reads on the deck, and Fedor with the Jack 5 off, Gottlieb with the monster heads up. And Fedor, yeah, just going to limp here wisely, avoids disaster. And this is just such a comfortable spot for Fedor right now. Just quickly lets it go.
It is comfortable, but heads up, you really do always want to close, forgive the obvious, because comebacks are so real, heads up.
You don't want to give the guy any life. Seth Gottlieb, I mean, regardless of what happens, Nick, one of these guys is getting $500,000. The other's getting $800K. They've both played phenomenally. I mean, the play at this final table, this is, I guess I just have to get used to this here. They play good here.
Yeah.
Gottlieb going to have to pitch it. Fedor, I mean, what is this guy doing? Like, what type of yoga? What type of, juice cleanses? Like,
Yeah,
what?
what's he doing?
What's he
old
doing? It's
Fedor?
too clean, man.
Yeah, you should ask him to start working out together this trip, or,
Something like that.
Really, though, what he's doing is displaying exemplary play as always, and
Looking for his 4th Triton title. 6-3 off. Does this make it in the limp range?
it's a good question, Will. It does not.
Yeah, so we're seeing the bottom. I will say every Triton I've watched, I can't remember one where Fedor, outside of his retirement, didn't make a run or two. I feel like he's always been at a final table. Minimum.
I know what you mean.
London 2019 was the last time he didn't final table one of those. He only played 3 events.
10,100,000.
And Seth's just going to shove the 8-7. Fedor has the best hand, and he hasn't folded yet. Can't call with Queen 3 off, though, can he?
He agrees.
Seth staying alive. Nice little pot for him. Always happy to take his you know what I mean? Just put his equity in and see what happens.
Sure.
Really not a bad strategy. Fedor looking for a fatality here. And this could be it, Nick. Look at this. Pocket jacks on the button. Does he want to trap again? Yes, he does.
Very much does.
Seth with a very playable Queen 10.
All in.
It does go in.
And this is
He's
just-
been snapped, Will.
This could be it, Nick.
My turn. Queen 10 versus Jacks.
Seth thinks it's his turn, but I'm not so sure. He's going to need a lot of help.
Kind of feels like it's Fedor's turn.
Kind of always feels like it's Fedor's turn.
30% though.
Plenty of outs.
Fedor's so scary to get all in with. You know, it just feels like he's going to win.
Yeah,
it's
it
harrowing
does.
to,
He's
to
got
be
that,
all in
that
with this
smile
guy.
is kind of evil, too. Just total bricks here. I mean, Seth is going to need a queen, or Fedor is going to win another one. Kind of like a defeated laugh there, but Seth, can he catch the No, and that's going to do it. Fedor Hulse is our champion, Nick.
Bravo, Fedor. Congratulations. And Seth Gottlieb, what a run, my friend. Unbelievable. Hold your head high. What a way to start the series. And there it is.
Yeah, and Fedor wasting no time in fondling that trophy. I mean, he saw what we saw. Just a great, honestly, great final table. Incredible play from, honestly, all the players. Fedor in particular, though, there's just something. This guy is living clean.
Smooch.
A little smooch. I mean,
it was a prolonged smooch, by the way. Hug there, daps everywhere.
Just good, clean living.
Moss back there with the hug. Good, clean living, Will.
That's what it is. And Seth, a great run. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of him here.
And as you said, 500,000 to start the series, and I think you're right. We will.
Yeah, just an incredible event here. Record-breaking first tournament, Triton High Roller Series, Jeju 2024. I mean, these are what dreams are made of, Nick. We're going to get down there, I think, pretty soon. We're going to have Ali speak with Fedor, but let's just show you the prizes before we take you to that. Almost 800K. It's a lot of money. It's probably not a lot of money to Fedor, but...
No, it's a lot of money to Fedor.
It's another trophy for the warehouse or the trophy room.
Yeah.
Nothing to scoff at. $500,000 for Seth. Dimitar Danchev also played great. Feels like a long time ago he was here.
It does, and it wasn't that long ago. Biggest field ever. Congratulations, Fedor. Bravo.
And congrats to all these players. Loon played his heart out.
He did.
Played his heart out.
He really did. He showed a lot of spunk.
Left it all on the table.
It really was a pleasure to watch this final table, and it was a pleasure to be on the call with you, my friend.
First time, always a pleasure. I do think we're going to get back for a little coverage of the 20K, which is, it's going to be a lot here. A lot of tournaments. It doesn't stop.
One after the other, baby. We're just rolling them out.
But until then, let's get you down to the final table, where I think Fedor is going to have a few words with Ali. And congrats again to the young Prince, Fedor Hulse. Great run. Another trophy in the mantle.
Well, in a record-breaking field of over 270 entries, I'm standing next to a man who's broken a few records of his own, and I'm sure that I sound like a broken record when I say your champion is one Fedor Hulse. Fedor, $786,000, bringing you up and over $12 million in career Triton earnings. Your fourth Triton title, your 15th cash. You continue to amaze us, but I will say this, that amazement was something that we expected, as this Triton winner's hat already embroidered with Fedor's name, perhaps with the expectation, of course, by Luca Vivaldi and company that we would be standing here in this moment. So with all that out of the way, I want to focus on this heads-up match and some pots against Seth in particular. Aces against 8-5, obviously, that was the bounce. But it's not the only time that you found yourself up against Seth with aces.
Yeah, I think we just came back from break. I reshoved, he had aces, I jack-10 suited, he doubled massively. So the 5-8 hand, I got lucky, and I'm really happy about it.
Well, we know that any time that you're standing up here for a winner's interview, it's largely the product of skill and all of the time and effort that you put into the game. Clearly a master of your craft, but a mastery that often is finding itself up against other poker greats, world beaters, and not to take anything away from Seth, but he's a guy who's from the cash game streets, not really the GTO kind of competition you're accustomed to. What, if any, adjustments did you find yourself needing to make against him in the heads-up match?
I mean, first of all, props to Seth, because he's been playing a lot of poker and he's getting much, much better. And I think that type of improvement from someone who doesn't play poker as his main thing is very impressive to see. I think he puts a lot of the pros in tough spots, which I think is a very important feat of his game. And yeah, he put me in a lot of tough spots too. And I think obviously I try to make my adjustments, but he's not an easy opponent.
I feel as though tough spots are something that you actually lean into because it keeps things interesting for you. And you continue to stay interested in spite of coming out of retirement. You said something to me just moments before we started this interview about being here to stay. Is the commitment going to be ever long for you in terms of poker, or are we going to have to worry about you hanging up the cleats again?
I mean, if the quality stays this way and the tournaments keep getting bigger, you'll see me again. Yeah.
Well, obviously, we continue to smash records here in Jeju, and I continue to congratulate you and invite Luca Vivaldi to the stage. Something you're familiar with, a Triton trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, Fedor Holz, your event number 1, 15K No Limit Hold'em 8 Max winner. And welcome back to continuing coverage of event number 3, the 25K Silver Main from right here at the Landing Casino on Jeju Island, South Korea. Alina Jean stepping into the booth beside Brian Rast. And Brian, I know you were here. You took us from 15 down to this final table, which is now set. But certainly there could have been some other faces present at this table. You know, a little bit of unluckiness perhaps for the likes of Adamo, who was on that final table bubble. And then you got Jaffe out in 14th. Ike Haxton could have shaken out a bit differently.
Certainly, yeah. Quite a few of the well-known poker names went out here in this playdown from when I got here, 15th, now 9 at the final table. I mean, the names you just mentioned, you know, the thing that stands out to me with that is Michael Adamo actually had quite a bit of chips. He wasn't first, but in the top couple spots. And there was a spot where, with 1.75 million in the pot, he could have shipped ace-queen off versus an open and a 3-bet when all the remaining players only had about 20 blinds. Would have added to a stack. He basically would have launched up into being tied for first with chips, but passed up the spot. And from there, I actually think he didn't drag another chip, and now he's out. Yeah. And, yeah, very sliding doors moment for him in this tournament. But that said, we have a bunch of great players left. I'm really excited to wind this out with you. So far, the action has been fast and furious.
I caught some glimpses of it as I was headed in myself. Obviously, storylines, which we'll get to. Jason Kuhn, 8th in chips right now, a little short with 11 big blinds, but chasing his 11th Triton title. Might he be able to punch one in early here? Of course, that almost 2-1 chip lead for the Lithuanian Paulius, also something to keep an eye on as we are just about set to send you down to our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, who will be in charge of the intros. So without further ado, let's take the final table of event number 3.
We're on the second event. We're at the final table. Another record was broken. 298 entries in this 25K. Please let me introduce you to the final table. EC number 1 from China, 1.3 million. Please welcome Cheng Guancheng.
Guancheng, first ever Triton, didn't cash in the 15K.
EC number 2 from the US, 7.3 million. Please put your hand together for Dan Smith.
Smith, a household name to anybody who follows the high stakes circuits, 18.1 million in career Triton earnings. This is 18th cash, has just one title.
Scene number 3, also from the US, 2.2 million. Please put your hand together for Jason Kuhn.
As we touched upon, the most decorated of all Triton warriors, 26.2 million in career Triton earnings. This is his 42nd cash, chasing that 11th title.
From Belarus with 6.7 million, please welcome Maxim Voskresensky.
Nicely tackled surname there by Luka. The Belarusian that we normally talk about is Makita Batsukusugi, but here is this man at his first Triton making a mark. Yet to cash here in
C6 from the US, 6.7 million. Please welcome Aram Oganian.
Oganian managed to finish 39th in the only other event he played. That was the 20K 8 max, 31,000 in career earnings, chasing his first title here at his first Triton.
Scene number 7, 3.1 million from Czech Republic / Poland. Please welcome Roman Hrabec.
2 for 2 thus far is the Czech Hrabec, 1.2 million roughly in Triton earnings. 5 cashes, this is 6th, chasing his first title.
8.3 million for scene number 8 from Germany. Please welcome Alex Katsev.
0 for 2 thus far is Alexander, failing to cash in the 15K and the 20K before this at his first Triton.
Scene number 9 from the US, 7.8 million. Please welcome Joseph Chong.
Another one of our newcomers obviously making their mark here. Joe, not at all inexperienced, yet to cash here. A third attempt, though, is the charm.
Last but not least, our chip leader with 60 million from Lithuania. Please welcome Paulius Vaitiekunas.
Vaitiekunas, 31st in the 15K 8 max for 29.5. This is second ever Triton.
Button has been drawn to scene number 8. We still have the last 10 to be played at 100, 200, 200. Best of luck, everyone. Daniela, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thank you, Luca. 100, 200 with a 200K ante means $500,000 in orbit is the price of poker. Obviously, the weight of that being felt mostly by those at the bottom of this leaderboard. Brought to you by GG Poker. Massive chip leader, of course, is the Lithuanian. Big drop-off, and it does seem like the stage is set for chip accumulation and obviously for potentially one of our newcomers to win a title here in the first of our 7-figure payouts. $1.5 million roughly. Up top, $149,000 on lockup, $33,000 the jump from 9th to 8th of this $7.45 million prize pool. And Kuhn with 11 big blinds. Rast, if a spin is obtained and he gets up to that 22 big blind stack, much more playability. Obviously, he can loosen the collar a little bit and maybe, just maybe, pick up that 11th.
You know, he has a lot of work to do. I mean, the tail of this final table, if I'm looking at the chip counts, is, I mean, Paulius, the swag lord, he has double second. I mean, he's really started to run away and separate himself. But then there is that group 2nd through 6th. I mean, they're only separated by 8 big blinds, right? So that's a big group. So, I mean, Kuhn would have to double twice just to get in that group. And in that group, he's still going to be a little bit handcuffed.
Right.
I don't know.
So,
I told you to turn it on.
you know, he's not... He's got a lot of work to do now. Jason Kuhn has done that and everything else, you know, in No Limit Hold'em tournament final tables. But, yeah, he has a long way to go at 11 big blinds right now. And he's part of, below that group 2nd through 6th, there's Roman, Jason, and Chen, who are all short stacks.
Yeah, they are the 3 beneath the current average stack of 6.6 million. That's good for 33 bigs as we see the ace-9 under the gun for the shortest of stacks, Chen Guancheng. Range-wise, there may be some anticipations that this would be a little bit broader than average in consideration of the fact that he's about to take a trip through the blinds. But that trip is going to be free of charge, courtesy of the pickup, so to speak, of course. Oh, bad news for the shorties, Rast. 125, 250, just like that. Now, the Silvermane was 40-minute levels for the first 10. Then we went down to 35-minute levels. We are steady at that at the final table, but once we get down to 6 players, We will abbreviate further down to 30 minutes.
Oh, it's already up. That's kind of scam.
Wow, so it went up on the second hand on his big blind.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
painful.
when you're short, that's pretty rough. With a 3, it's hard to imagine another card he's going to play there.
Indeed, into the muck it goes.
Definitely not going to play 9s. I'm sorry, 3s. My mistake.
Maxim, suited and connected, declares the raise, upsizing here.
Yeah, I think it's because the shortest stack with only 6 bigs is in the big blind, so when he raises, he's never folding versus him. So I think the upsize has everything to do with the big blind stack size.
Oh, and that big blind has woken up with an ace-queen jamming. Things really couldn't be going much better for Chen Guancheng. Do we anticipate that the remainder will be called? And yes, obviously, we've got 650 out there, just another 900. Not the way that Maxim scripted this one, playing for $3.5 million with 8 high.
That said, all things considered, he can't be too disappointed. I mean, he knows that when the big blind goes all in, he's going to be behind. But to see that his cards are live there versus ace-queen off with no clubs, it's not bad.
Oh, my gosh. I'll take the over on not bad when you can flop middle pair and a club draw on this ace-high board. Just look at the equity. A coin flip from here forward. Of course, things change once the ace hits the turn. Trips for Guancheng. Still vulnerable to a club, however.
Wow, look at that equity, how it shifted.
Whoa.
Quad aces on the river, and Guancheng is feeling it, understandably.
Well, he's 2 for 2 right now. It's been 2 hands at the final table, and he's won both of them.
Double-double.
Nice answer.
Thank you.
Just the dream for him, obviously somewhat nightmarish for Maxim, who will slip beneath the average. 5.2 million.
And now Kuhn is solidly in 9th and going to take the big blind pretty soon. So he has 9 big blinds, and the 2 of them will go in the pot on the next hand when he takes the big blind.
Well, listen, there's not a situation that can develop on the felt, in particular at a Triton Super High Roller Series, that's going to be overwhelming or too big a challenge for the likes of Jason Kuhn. Just every situation studied.
Well, pretty sure this hand is too much.
Queen Jack suited.
Curious to see what he thinks. I mean, there are 2 stacks, the 13 and 14 bigs, but this is a pretty good hand. Yeah, I think too much to pass. I would have played it myself, and I'm glad to see that Jason approves of that message, because that's a man who knows what's up.
$1.7 of his 2.2 out there, never going away if the rest is requested. You see, Guancheng asking for a count with the queen unsuited. I'm not sure this is a candidate. Yeah.
Raise.
Oh, wow. Smith just wakes up with the needles. Disaster for Jason Kuhn.
The flop's been having a lot of clubs on them.
Yeah.
You just don't want the same flop and same turn. That's all you don't want. You want the same type of flop. I think Jason's winning.
Oh, what a good turn.
9-6 tray.
That is a dusty flop for Queen Jack of clubs.
Thanks, man.
Turn could get interesting, and there is a queen to
That's
prevent
allowed, right?
Jason
If you pitch it to me, I mean, can I sweat it face down if
from
everybody
drawing
agrees?
dead.
No? All right. Jack hard.
Oh,
Good game, Jason.
At the queen.
good game, Jason.
Oh.
You could call me that. I felt disrespectful.
A short-lived stint here at the final table, and perhaps a sigh of relief to be breathed by those looking to claim the title as one of the toughest adversaries you could ever hope to be up against at an FT has been vanquished in 9th.
149,000. Not too shabby.
Not at all. And obviously, we haven't seen the last of Jason Kuhn here in Jeju. Good. Certainly the last of him here at this FT in the silver
Play
main.
fast so we can have a chance. You guys agree?
Let's flip all.
Huh?
Flip.
Yeah, let's go.
Pause the
Blind
final
all in.
table.
I like it.
I almost want to play both.
You can register and play here and there.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
I know.
He's multi-table, man.
I'm small blind.
Well, you,
I'm gonna be the first time.
Ace Queen for Aram up front.
Certainly going to play this. Oh, he's going substantially bigger than the min raise, which is interesting. Oh.
3 bets from Joe Chong with this King 10 of clubs.
Yeah, in position versus the UTG Open. He's taking a hand, a nice hand, suited Broadway here, and
How nice
attacking
is
it with a
though,
3-bet.
in the face of that under the gun open from Oganyan, who isn't exactly short stacked.
Well,
Easy game.
see, pretty. Things can work out sometimes
cards.
when you put pressure on.
Good cards, raise.
Huh?
Oh, time bank?
You use the time bank?
The Ace Queen finds the
I think I
bin
did.
rest.
I did.
How many seconds do we have?
20 flip-flop.
Any thoughts on the laydown? It came in quickly too. He didn't chew on it.
Pretty quick there.
Flip-flop. Yeah, I put 2 actually.
I mean, it's a pretty
You
snug
said I saw your
laydown.
cards?
You know.
You said I saw your cards.
That
No, I
said,
play my cards.
Huh?
I play my
there's
cards.
very.
Oh
If
yeah.
felt good cards, I raise.
I understand.
That's how all
Sorry, I
you
was
play.
just letting
Were
the
they
players
better
talk.
than mine?
There's very extreme ICM
not.
at this point in the tournament. I mean, you know, you just
You
go
know,
to
you
look,
like
and
cards in the
8th
mud
place
seat?
gets
You just feel like
182,000,
a
and we're
champ.
getting jumps
Thanks.
all the way up to, you know, 700, 900, 1.4 or something at the top.
Me?
So,
Or him?
you know, whenever there's extreme ICM, the Silicon Overlord doesn't really like, you know, you got 3-bet, you call, you play a pot. The reason being is that the chips you lose are worth a lot more than the chips you gain in those spots, especially when you've got these like middling type stacks. So it's just, that's why you see a 3-bet like that. Like, it can work quite a bit. It puts a lot of pressure on, and your opponents have to make tough decisions.
Well, there's going to be a tough decision for Fabic, potentially. Obviously, a click back of Ace-Queen with his under the gun open, which is to the minimum, mind you. Differing in that way, but a dominant ace for the chip leader.
Yeah, Roman's going to have a decision here. You know, does he think that the chip leader is messing with him?
Note that Maxim has a pretty one here, but in the face of an under the gun open and a 3-bet, the ace-10 of clubs starts to wither a bit.
Wow, he's going for the cold 4. So he thinks that the chip leader's messing around here often enough for him to do it, and that's going to save Roman, because with all this action, you know, maybe he would have done something like that himself, but facing the cold 4, he can just has to get out.
Yeah, the decision made so much more simple for Fabic, and now, of course, for
I
Paulius.
thought you 3-bet really fast.
He can put the remaining 2 point on request now as the 2 little words cross his lips. And a snap fold of the ace-10 as Maxim unraveling a little bit here. Not in terms of decisions, just the chip stack.
Yeah, he went for it. You know, saw the chip leader making a 3-bet and said, I'm going to take this suited ace here, and I don't know if I believe him. I'm going to try to win these chips.
One has to reasonably imagine that ace-king is much more hand than would have been required.
Like, I'm definitely raising this guy's big blind no matter what. This guy's a fucking bitch.
For Paulius to put in that 3-bet.
Certainly, yes. Maybe the right kind of hand to put in the 5-bet all in, but definitely he could have been 3-betting much wider there. I mean, he has a huge chip lead here, and it just got bigger.
Huh? You stole
So now, you know, now we can see it's things like this are going to happen.
I mean,
He's going to start applying pressure. Just
Even if you
king
are,
blocker.
there's my
That's
best
it.
I'd be doing there.
Let's run over these guys. You know, he's opening this from the low jack. And even though Roman is very incentivized to play tight from the big blind, this is a lot of hand to fold to a min raise. It's a tough spot. He's definitely, we're normally used to seeing guys defend super wide. This is so easy. In this type of ICM position, this is tougher, but I think Roman thinks this is too strong. But a hand like, for example, Jack 3 suited, which we always see people defend, he's probably folding there. Jack 4 suited. But yeah, once you get this good, I think he decides it's too good to defend.
Well, while it might have been good to defend for the min raise pre-flop here, 5 trade deuce, 1 club, and it certainly is less good at this point.
Yeah, so because of that, this flop might not be quite as good for his range as it normally would be, and not as bad for the opener's range as it normally would be, since he's going to have some junk hands like the one he opened. I'm curious to see, maybe he even just open jams here. It puts hands like say deuce queen suited in really bad shape. Just really leverage. Okay, he's going for a small bet. But I don't see how Roman can continue.
Obviously, there's always suspicions that the big stack is just wielding the hammer right now, but you really just don't have much ammo. And Roman does reluctantly make the fold.
Can I get a waiter? Thank you.
And I suspect that's going to be a theme, Rast, is Paulius just putting
You said
people
Torch
in
is your
ICM
friend,
jail.
right? Who? Torch.
Leonard.
Yeah.
Moe. Yeah.
Where is he?
I like that phrase,
So, like, he
ICM
always-
jail.
Huh?
He didn't want to.
You don't want to?
New apartment, stuff to do.
You guys are good friends?
Yeah.
Nice. Do you guys
It's
get
easy
told
to
you look
like
alike a lot?
when
I
you're
thought
not
you
the
were him.
person being incarcerated.
Yeah.
Third time now. Sorry.
Well, we get to
I don't wanna
appreciate from the
annoy you
confines
about
of the
that.
booth right
Yeah,
here.
much cozier than being subjected to the onslaught from Paulius. Note, by the way, that the opens and the 3-bets here have come with reasonable kit, more so than out-of-line stuff. The King-6 was also...
No, that
one
was
could argue-
out of line. I mean, not for...
Situationally, it was.
Situationally, it wasn't, but, you know, I mean, King 6 off is definitely not an open from the low jack in a normal situation. I mean, far, like, not even close. But, yeah, I mean, a runaway chip leader gets to be a bit out of line. So, I mean, this is another, yes, you're under the gun, but this is definitely an open.
Jack 10, up we go.
Again, probably not an open, actually, under the gun 8-handed normally, but when you're the chip leader, I think you get to open this. And look, see, A7 suited mucking.
Yep. Deuces for Hrabic.
No.
He too concedes. 5s though in the big for Joe Chong.
Yeah, he's going to see 3.
Sure.
And he's got a decent amount of chips, so okay.
And an interesting board here.
Certainly it is.
Wheel gutter, second pair effective on the ace-high flop, and the sense that Paulius doesn't have to be condensed in range with the under-the-gun open by any stretch.
No, he's not going to be super wide under the gun, but he's going to have a lot of hands. So this is not a spot where Paulius has as much of a range advantage, but again, he is the chip leader. He has twice as many chips. He's definitely going to put some pressure on. And we can see how much pressure the Swag Lord wants to put and how sticky Cheong is going to be.
He does tear one off in a disastrous turn here insofar as it's given Paulius the best hand with 2.5 million roughly in the middle.
So he kind of has a couple options now. he can't really bet twice for value. He could bet the turn and check back the river, or he can check back and then kind of see what happens in position on the river.
Goes for the latter as Chong checks one final time.
Can you push this red a bit more in front? I didn't say that.
His hand is close to a value bet.
Would Joe play an ace in this way?
Right there, right?
He might. He might, but he could also easily have a 4 or a deuce or a lower pair. It's nice that you have the jack of spades. Not massive, but it does block a few combos that make backdoor flushes. So, and you know, he's going to have some no pair hands here that would love to bluff, right? Like what about Queen 9 suited, you know, like any King X suited, he would have opened any of those.
We know air is certainly a part of the equation at this point, but for 700,000, will we pay to find out?
Yeah, I like this was a nice little find for a value bet. I like that. This Apollius, the Swag Lord, is I mean, he's running like God, but he's playing pretty well.
I mean, listen, making the most of run good, making the most of the chip lead, these are all things to be given credit for, as he is up now at almost 22 million, and the victim on this occasion, Joe Chong, who slips down to 7.
No more World Series. No 25Ks. To get at the same table like you, I need to just sit out. Yeah. Just only play 8-9 of clubs. just
Listen, if you never feel uncomfortable when you're value betting, you're not value betting enough.
Then leave again.
So.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're leaving meat on the bone if you're not experiencing those sentiments on the end.
Yep.
It's like the under-bluffing kind of situations, you know, you realize, like, you can't expect to just make hands every single time you enter a pot. There's going to have to be...
You know, times you probably have the best hand and can definitely get called by worse, but it's not a sure thing.
King Jack for Alexander.
Takes a big size there versus the chip leader's big blind, and just takes it down.
Had a stack, by the way, that's deep enough to pose a problem, potentially, if all of a sudden Paulius decided to be relentless.
Yeah, he definitely has a stack that can get attacked. I mean, his stack has a lot of ICM pressure on it once a lot of chips start going in.
But at the same time, the perception is that he's not going to be ignorant of that, so the open should be able to take some heat from time to time?
He's probably opening pretty tight there on the button. Like definitely tighter than a normal button opening range for sure.
$182,000, by the way, is the on-tap payout for 8th place. The jump to 7th, which is $248,000, is $66K.
Bit of a wake up here. He's probably going to play just about 100% of hands in this spot where the big blind is 6th in chips, and he has ace-8 suited, which is a big hand, all things considered.
Not so big a hand, 9-6 off as Chen goes away.
You could see he even looked back and gave a little like disgust, like, wow, this is big. I mean, it's not big, but he's just playing any 2 cards in that spot, so he actually has a real hand.
So as the dealer change comes in, we give you another look at that total $7.5 million roughly and how it is shaking out. That first 7-figure payday awaits one of these 8 combatants. That peak brought to you by GG Poker. And I don't know about you, Rast, but when I'm at a table and I'm not the guy who's in the Paulius situation, anointed with the privilege, deep levels of envy percolate through my veins as I observe the guy operate, you know. It's like, hey, listen, give me 90 blinds. I promise you. I'll be able to play them too in a setup such as this.
From a human standpoint,
Hold on.
understand where you're coming from, but it's a lot of wasted thought because I'll tell you what, these other guys have a lot to think about.
By the way, Rast, a lot of wasted thought is a fair way to categorize most of my thoughts. So don't be too surprised by that.
These guys have to figure out how to work within the confines that they have. I mean, we even saw an interesting decision earlier with the cold 4 by Maxim. I thought that was an interesting spot to take and definitely didn't hate it. You can just see, though, it's just like that train wreck you're waiting to happen because you know the guy with 3-bet has ace-king. It's not going to work, you know, because we can see the hands. But he doesn't know that. He just thinks, okay, the chip leader's probably taking advantage here, and I'm going to go for it.
Pounced, gears were turning. It was an understandable line. Unfortunately, he ran into it.
So it's when you're shorter here, you got to really wait and try to find the spots because they're not going to come up all the time, like when you're the chip leader.
Right.
And it's just like folded to you. You just get to open, you know, 80% or 50% or any 2 cards or, you know, those. You just get an abundance of those spots.
Raise and take it there for the ace-5 suited of Trabic.
Raise.
Ace-10 offsuit. Min raise. Gets through Paulius. That's always a sigh of relief. 7-3 off, not going to be a defendable holding. Been tough so far for Maxim.
And that's a victory there for Alexander. I mean, to put this in perspective, like he's opening through the chip leader into 5 people, and you know, I mean, you have ace-10 off, but you definitely don't want to get 3-bet by anybody. So just taking it down is a W.
And not a great seat draw for him either, Rast. You know, obviously Joe Chong in a worse situation, but being kind of to the right of that chip leader is debilitating.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely hoping people go out quickly because he's going to be handcuffed.
Raise.
Not with kings. Opens once more.
And now the dynamic, is he opening a lot?
Right. Is this dude getting speedy right now? Trying to steal my thunder with Jack 7. Paulius not interested in finding out. Queen 10 suited, though, for Maxim. 2.3 million in front of him. 10 bigs to start.
But in the small blind. Now, if he was in the big blind, he'd play for sure. But in the small blind, it's a tricky situation here with the ICM pressure. He's the same stack as Roman.
Plays as a flat. And this is a troublesome scenario developing with 1-5 in the middle.
Wow.
But that is a flop that will very much keep him out of trouble, one would think. Heartless kings, though, for Alexander. See how he approaches the matter.
This is not a board he needs to c-bet all the time, so he could definitely come with either check or bet here. And his specific hand likes checking decently, so not surprising here yet to see him choose to check. The reason being is that Maxim can definitely have a decent amount of flushes here.
Now, we don't anticipate that it'll have too many wheels, however. So the arrival of the 5, not as much of a concern. More so the ace.
Yeah, very few wheels for either player, really. Few to none, really.
415.
And look at Krasinski seizing the initiative, leads 450, and the Cowboys dismount.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, so he's taking one of his worst hands and gave it a shot bluffing, and Kings got right out, didn't get sticky at all.
No, had kind of had their mind made up off of those 10 bigs, the flat from the small blind. Alexander thinking that the range is fairly condensed, a willingness, you know, with the wheel present, you know, not again that there's too many 3x combos, but the ace more so and the heart combos just decides what am I doing here. If I call this turn, I'm future free on the river. Even to make a set of kings, we would have 50% of the time been staring at 4 hearts on the board. So where do we hope to go? Really, we're begging for a check on the river.
Yes. Yeah. I think if you call there, you're kind of hoping your opponent one stab shuts down and you just win. That's really what you're hoping for, which is not an unreasonable thing to hope for. I mean, you know, it was a smallish bet given the size of the pot, so that only needs to happen some, you know, whatever it was, like 25 or more % of the time. But yeah, no, I'm not saying he should have called a tough spot, and you can see how sometimes just being aggressive and putting your opponents in tough spots gives you ways to win.
2 data points now on Maxim, by the way. The heart of a lion beating in the chest. Hat tip to him.
Yeah, the cold 4. The 0 equity bet there on the turn. I mean, he definitely looks like a guy who's willing to mix it up, be aggressive, and try to win.
Well, Havic certainly in a position to win here with top pair on a queen 8-5 board against the chip leader. Min raise open, legitimate kit once more in the ace 10 of hearts, but not really a pleasant looking texture with 1-4 in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to see any slow playing here. You know, you got just over 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio. You're pretty short. You got the chip leader. If he's got top pair beat here, God bless his soul, I'm on my bike. I'm pretty sure that's what it's going to come. That's my read, and I think Roman's going to get to the same
Little
conclusion.
tickle, c-bet.
You don't really love slow playing in these kind of spots either, because it does increase your chances of loses versus hands that fold. So with ICM, and one of the things I've found is ICM doesn't love that. But, I mean, not to say calling here is totally unreasonable. You do keep in bluffs, and he very well might keep bluffing you.
Yeah, but trouble is, depending on that board run out, those bluffs can get scarier. There's the check jam. And a snap fold from Paulius, of course.
So I think Roman, that's the stuff I think he was thinking about, and in the end, I think he just felt like no slow play.
Yeah, it would be a nice one. Maybe 9-7 off. Jack 7 off.
Havic, by the way, has game. This we know.
I've seen that. Yeah, I think he folds.
First joined us out in Vietnam. 2023. Second in the 25K GG Super Millions for 653K to start that festival, and then bookended it in his last event, which was the 100K main, finishing 9th for 324,000 there. Joined us in London, skipped Monte Carlo, and here he is, 2 for 2, 18th and 25th in the 15 and 20K events. So obviously on form. And now Maxim. Ace
And
King.
Heart of a Lion wakes up with the hand of a lion. Ready to go to battle. The big slick.
Will anyone join him?
Ooh.
Suited one gapper.
Yeah. And the opener has over 10 blinds. I think enough here for us to gamble, take the good pot odds, and see what 3 bring.
Ace 10 deuce. Lovely board for Maxim.
Yeah, this flop is all one-way traffic, so pot's going to be over quick.
Didn't take Nostradamus to predict that one, did it?
No.
This is somewhat Martirosian-esque fanfare being rocked by Maxim, though. I think those are the Gucci Tigers on the jacket. Usually on a R-Tours hat, we see things of this nature. The guys love to step it up for a Triton FT.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest of the swag noticers and enjoyers, but I definitely see what you're saying. I mean, the red jacket. I mean, Paulius was definitely dressed much more modestly previously, but has gone swag lord, as Will was calling him.
Let's not sleep on the silk.
I mean,
for Dan Smith, by the way. I mean, he had that made at our Vietnam festival.
Oh, did he?
In Hoi An, in one of the local textile shops.
Okay.
Custom piece there. There's the boxcars.
Okay. He had it custom made, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Dan, I see ya.
$500,000 to go. Queen 8 cut off. Pause.
He's bright and colorful.
Yeah. And then, of course, the Triton shop is always a safe place to go to get your swag. Joe, by the way, rock. What are the emojis? This looks like a Murakami sort of situation. 7-4-3 as he defends with his suited one gapper. Not an awful texture for him. Doesn't expect necessarily to be behind. But bottom pair with the gutter, which is blocked by the sixes, is in a bad way.
Yeah, both players are going to like this flop. Not love it, but like it. They both have a pair and a gutter. I don't think Joe has many options here besides call, just given the chip stack and everything.
Oh my goodness, where do we find these turns? The 6 of clubs giving Chong the 7 high straight and giving Paulius fits. Little does he know it, though, with a set of 6s.
I mean, this is probably going to result in a double up for Chong.
Let us await. It began with a 1.2 million chip lead. It was flatted by Paulius, and now another flat 1.2, which in relation to the pot now is considerably smaller.
Yeah, I just don't see how Paulius is going to get away from this. But then again, if the board pairs, then Chong is probably going to be gone. So
content to just flat, of course, for the obvious reasons. Board does not pair, nor does the heart roll off, which might have created some restraint. Chong not worried about any 8-9 in a spot such as this, I would imagine.
I mean, it's
of
possible.
Hearts, maybe specifically.
No, he could have other 8-9s. He bets the flop and then calls the turn, picking up an open ender. But it's just like,
single for one night. Oh, I shouldn't say this.
Yeah, it's possible, sure. But
now I'm gonna get you the. Huh?
you can't be worried about. I mean, you've got a straight. We just
3 point.
By the way, forgive me because I mentioned Chong leading for 1.2 on the flop. Definitely was not the case. He check called the 5 1/4, so stand corrected there.
He check called, but then donked the turn.
Right. Now this is not a donk. This is 3.5 million, and it means business. And for understandable reasons, Paulius fixed on Chong, looking to figure out what's going on.
I mean, I think he's starting to maybe get worried that how often am I beating value? It's possible. Maybe Chong could have a lower set. Unclear. I mean, he's going to have a 5 way more than that. But, you know, he's blocking 6-5. I mean, this would be a crazy fold. I don't see him being able to make it. He's like the chip leader. He's going to be pretty wide here. His hand is a little bit under-repped, but, I mean, we'll see what he comes with. If he's considering fold, it's that I'm not really beating any value. Maybe my opponent isn't bluffing enough for me to call, but I mean, it would be an extraordinary fold given that he's beat, and I just don't see it happening too often. We've got a set. Hearts missed. Did he fold?
He did.
Oh my.
Tremendous laydown there from Paulius as he was convinced that Chong was not misbehaving.
I've been taking acting
Wow.
classes.
It's crazy because
nice play.
it's crazy because honestly, he probably triple barrels that if Chong just check calls him. Like Chong probably won less than if he had just check called. I bet he would have tripled.
Interesting observation. By the way, Oganyan all over Chong saying you were bluffing there. Of course, as we know, he was not.
I mean, it felt so. Oh
I guess he just felt that.
Really good at acting or not.
Blinds up, by the way, 153.
That after the turn lead and then river follow through for big size.
Oh, man.
Wow, whatever he saw, felt, intuited, that was a sick fold.
Yeah.
IMO, I could be wrong.
Would you bet on it?
Yeah.
You would?
Yeah.
1-to-1?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to be mean to Joseph this at all, but it's like when someone makes a fold like that versus you, like he literally folded a hand that was almost the next worst, like beyond the 7 high straight. The only hand, there were only a couple hands between that and a set of 6s, right? Like he's value betting the 7 high straight, and a set of 6s folded. The only better hands possible were a set of 7s or a set of 10s, rivered set of 10s. So it's like when your opponent does something like that to you, it's like wow. I mean, I guess I didn't play the hand very well.
And by the way, he just got a walk with Ace King suited.
That was a nasty fold. Jesus.
Suited. Suited.
I was trying to look pretty scared.
I had ace too soft, man.
By the way, the conversation between Paulius and Joe, Rast appears to be centering on.
You're good enough to take it, so it doesn't matter.
On the live read factor, you know, Joe saying I was trying to look scared. Paulius saying you're good enough to fake it.
You don't play for 1.5 million every day. No? Maybe you do. No, you don't. Good hand.
I like that, by the way. A little post-mortem in spite of the fact that they are playing for the 1.5 over here. Not sensing that the discussion's going to somehow yield a competitive advantage at this point to either of them. But looking relaxed. Paulius for the obvious reasons. Joe because he's in his element. But as he said, doesn't play for 1.5 every day. Very few do. Oganyan's open. Has problems. As Alex T. Has AK.
Well, he's going to 3-bet. I guess he's just deciding what size. He's going small.
Is the fact that this action is transpiring in front of Paulius something that augments our range assessments in terms of both parties with the open and the 3-bet?
I mean, once it gets 3-bet, that really tightens up what Paulius is going to come in the pot with quite a bit. So I'd say not as much. I think the sizing thing is probably more related to just how short everybody is getting. I mean, you know, by the way, the blinds have gone up to 300,000. Right. I don't think we mentioned it, but you can see it in the lower left there. So everybody's really short. So you end up starting getting kind of these small sizings short with ICM pressure. So people call the 3-bets less. So you kind of leverage with your fold equity without having to risk as much is sort of where it's coming from. But yeah, I don't think it's as big a deal that it happened in front of Paulius because Paulius is going to find better spots than when someone playing kind of tight opens and someone playing kind of tight as well 3-bets in front. At that point, you just need good cards, even when you're the chip leader.
On the topic of good cards, Oganyan. Jacks.
Yeah, much better than the ace-9 off he just opened.
Yeah.
This one I think he's going to be ready to go to war with.
King 8 suited on the button for Paulius.
And this is a candidate here, a 3-bet candidate here. You're going to find like these ace-x and king-x blockers, but he passes, and so far he's been spot on.
Yeah.
On all these things. I mean,
really hasn't put a foot wrong.
Yeah.
That was interesting. Chen took his small blind and then passed it toward Dan Smith, which kind of failed to acknowledge that there was an opener in the pot, perhaps thinking he was giving Dan a walk. But now Dan with Queen 10 off, 8.3 back.
Yeah, he's gonna see a flop here.
Sure. Sensible defense. A tidy 600 submitted to C3. Covering stack for Smith. And ace-jack 5. Middle set for Oganyan, who's just praying that Smith has an ace nestled in there. But in fact, what he has is a Broadway gut shot, checking it over.
He has a pretty big range advantage here on this flop, given that he's opening a tight range. He's a short stack. We got a couple big cards, especially an ace, so he's going to be betting this flop a lot. And Dan actually has not a bad hand, considering that. He's getting immediately 6.5 to 1 from the pot, and he's got a draw to the nuts. You know, RM has another 3 million back, so his implied odds are quite good on this, and it's going to be pretty easy to play. You basically call here, and if you get there, you put in a lot of money, and if you don't, you probably fold the turn.
So the price deemed right to take a pull, which is fruitless, and now drawing dead is Smith as Oganyan fills up.
So now a 5 is a card that Dan can really have and RM can't.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that said, RM can have a bunch of jacks full, aces full, and just aces up, which are going to be really either impossible or really difficult to get him to fold.
Yeah, I mean, the last of those breakdowns, obviously, the most probable.
But even aces up is a tough ask. I mean, you're going to have to basically lead and then like lead putting him all in on the river and hope he folds.
You got to keep an eye on the SPR too. Make sure that it's going to be a meaningful enough sizing on the river
and he
to
checks
successfully make that claim. And the check back on the river by Oganyan allows Smith to slide into a queen. Is it too much showdown value to feel compelled to barrel now?
Well, the question is, does Dan want to throw out a blocking bet here? You hope you get called by a jack or maybe something like 10s or 9s, and maybe you don't get raised by an ace,
right?
Maybe. So,
I mean, Dan has the 5s, as you mentioned, Brian, so the block bet obviously needs to be respected a bit.
So he was thinking about that, but ends up passing it up, deciding it'd be better just to try to check and get the showdown versus those, and then decide versus a bet. I mean, we could easily see Dan just check here because he's going to check fold a decent amount and doesn't want to waste chips when he's beat.
I don't know if you caught it, but as soon as the queen rolled off, right on the heels of the check by Oganyan, Dan immediately reached for chips, and it certainly felt to me like he was skewing in that direction, but ultimately...
I did see him react to it, and this is a big bet too, which is, you know, Dan's never beating value with this. He's really never beating value versus a bet, but definitely not with this size.
1.5.
But this size starts to imply more like ace-jack, ace-queen, full house.
Right, not the naked ace.
Ace-king, but, well, I guess, you know what? No, I guess, you know, it could be ace to get a chop off, but you're just not beating value as Dan. So, yeah, Dan checks in order to fold.
So another good laydown there. As Smith able to resist the temptations, despite Oganyan's best efforts to earn another call in that exchange.
Yeah, Dan sussed it out, didn't put any more in the pot despite hitting the queen. Ooh.
Hrabic.
The potential open here. I think we're 8-handed, right? So he's under the gun 7. It's a dicey spot. Got some blockers. Yeah. I don't blame him for this. This is one of those things where ICM means you have to be tighter here. And so this hand, which is just a fringe open for chip EV, becomes a fold. So I think that's a cool thing about Roman. He's definitely shown gears of a guy who can try real hard to win pots, but also a guy who, when he's handcuffed, can kind of be tight and try to survive.
Mm-hmm. Certainly respected presence on tour is Hrabic, although he's looking for a more respectable stack, currently sitting with 11 bigs.
Do we get more than
Oganyan, by the way, on form,
What you got left?
first ever
10.
Triton,
10?
Yeah.
played the 20K, finished 39th.
Not enough?
I mean, I'm planning to stay here.
Now here he is,
You can think for
2
5
for
minutes.
2, and the payout TBD.
Dan has a lot.
Are you stalling for the levels to go up or what?
Yeah.
What do you got wrong? 3, 3. And 1.
You know, it's interesting, prior to this hand here, the only hand that wasn't actually playable for Paulius, who we expect to be V-pipping, was the King 6. Now here he is, King 4, but the point to be made that he's really had it a lot.
Yeah, he has had some pretty good hands, but I mean, he's also just
Easy game.
had some nice opens with bad hands as well, and
But other than the King 6, was he? I'm struggling to recall
Thank you.
a spot where the hand wasn't actually kind of worthwhile.
Yeah.
King 4.
I
That
There's
one
number
there,
2. Yeah.
Well, for those who haven't already done so, get yourself a GG Poker account. Why? Because that's where you can qualify for the World Series of Poker main event with as little as just $1. Starting in April, the road to Vegas begins. Satellites running through June 6th from April 1st. More details available on the GG Poker website.
He raised 6-3 offsuit, I think, in the small blind as well. But was that before you got here?
If it wasn't at the final table, yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I know I saw it, so I don't remember if you were here yet or not.
Thanks.
I don't know if you know if you were
Ace Queen now for
I
Chong.
know you just saw your 3 of a kind in the situation. You're like, yo, I got a set.
Takes us up.
I mean, I played it like I said.
It's all good, man. You bluffed me and took the chip lead.
Ooh.
Hello, tens.
So
Could've been
Joseph is going to have a pretty
Fire
tight
both of them.
range here
Don't
from
dwell on it.
under the gun 7, opening through the chip leader.
You never got
Not
bluffed,
super,
wouldn't
but
even be playing this.
I wouldn't be
You'd be too
surprised
rich.
if Dan just flats this. I think his 3-betting range here is going to be tighter than 10s for value, maybe aces, kings, potentially queens, and like ace, king. Like, that's it. And because of that, he'll have a small but like polar kind of bluff part of that being suited ace X and maybe even some king X stuff. So feel like this ends up getting flatted. But if he doesn't, maybe he jams all in rather than 3-betting. Maybe what he's considering. I mean, there is 1.5 million in the pot. Yeah. So
Rips for all of it. Options were available, according to Rast, but
yeah. So he was either going to flat or rip, I think. I don't think he was going to do a normal 3-bet sizing.
now Back over to Chong, of course, with so many smaller stacks out there. He's sitting in second coming into this one. It is an ICM disaster if we collide with Smith and get decimated.
This is a tough call for Chung. I mean, I think he's probably going to end up folding here.
I think so.
Yeah.
Didn't make a meal
Didn't
of it.
even make a meal of it.
Exactly what I said.
7-5-50? I can count. 1, 2, 3.
Also, what the screen says.
Oh, yeah, 7-5.
Yeah, just one of those things where it's just gross to call off for ICM purposes. Like, you know, everyone else on the table just gains dollars because of that, right?
Yeah.
Because someone busts, everybody moves up, and
Sure.
it's like...
He wouldn't have busted as the covering stack, but obviously he would have fallen to the leanest of
So
stacks.
he can only really call there with hands that rate to be
Really? Yeah.
like solidly favorites given the pot odds
Right.
versus whatever, and just ace queen off probably isn't quite good enough.
Of the pairs, what's the cutoff in terms of Chong being able to call? We know the ace king is in there.
Yeah, it's probably going to be right around, like, I'd say definitely queens, like probably something around jacks.
Jacks is kind of
and like
a little
I don't
murky.
even know, like, it's honestly it's one of those spots where he may or may not be able to call ace king, like, theoretically.
Really?
Like, I'm not saying, you know, yeah, I've seen some spots like this early in final tables where ace king and like ace king off especially, like, sometimes you're supposed to fold it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I've grown so accustomed to it being a foregone conclusion that the ace king wants to work its way into the middle for as many chips as possible. Blocker effects and just sheer
Well, you
brute force of
definitely
the
like
hand. But
putting it in more than you know,
Right.
if you're one of the stacks that, like, they're decent middle stacks here, right? Like, they have 8-9 million chips, these guys. Like there's
How long you go?
Like,
4
usually the
people
whole
with less
time.
than 5 million, you know,
So you-
3 people with less
you
than
do
4
months?
million,
No, the
2
whole
people
time
less than
usually.
3 million, right?
Yeah, 2 months. Yeah.
jam and take, by the way, here for Chen's eights.
You didn't want 8,
Uneventfully.
9 of clubs. 7, 10 of clubs.
That's bad this time.
Yeah, it's bad for 8, 9 of clubs. Very bad.
Like,
And you? How
I
long you
wouldn't
going
be
for?
surprised if that was a spot where
Well,
Chong's
3 weeks.
supposed to fold
3
ace
weeks.
king off.
Probably smart.
For
I
example.
might do the same.
Jacks close.
Yeah, like
But you
like
go
maybe it's like
front,
jacks plus or something.
The tens, the other tens, as it were,
A draw, I hope?
too lean.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the spots you hate
You're
to
missing
end
a
up
World
in.
Series for some dude? Come on, man.
My hometown.
Okay. He can just.
Still not missing. 3 weeks I'm going.
He can meet you in Vegas. Find some nice girls in Vegas.
What's happening here? Aramis.
I really don't like folding though. So, like, I might just spike call somebody with ace king there and be like, what?
Well, I don't think it's going to come across too
What? No, just stand up.
spitefully. But
No, just stand up and table it in the middle and look at everyone and be like, what? You thought I was gonna fold this? I don't give a shit what the Silicon Overlord says. You can take your solver and shove it where the sun don't shine, brother. I'm here to gamble.
Ace 8. Smith activating here. Pocket sixes. The hand that Chong got into the bin in the form of a set on the 4-liner board versus the chip leader. That's not where he wanted to see it, of course, as he had a straight. Does defend from the big and does not flop a set. Ace high board, putting Smith in front. And the ace 8 off open under the gun +2.
Dan is getting jiggy with it. You know?
Certainly
He's got that.
capable.
Well, here's the thing. The chip leader was under the gun and folded. So Dan's,
Right.
again, trying to find spots where he can accumulate chips, right? So now he's in a position where out of the people remaining, him and 1 or 2 other have all the chip, kind of have the most chips. So he's going to press it a little bit.
Look at this turn, by the way, as Smith plays the ace 8 as a check back. And now on the turn, it's an open-ended straight flush draw for Chong. The diamond is covered unless that straight flush specifically
Dan is
rolls off.
definitely betting here. He wants to grow the pot. He does have top pair, and he's got that ace, and he'd probably like the pot to be even bigger if another diamond comes.
Basketball? Yeah.
I feel like, he
Oh,
doesn't.
checks back. Rast 1.65 in the middle, and now on the river, a wheel on board, but Chong makes the 6 high straight.
She might be like starting.
Of course, this is a very disappointing development for Smith.
Well, Dan, by not betting until he got here, was gonna. It turned out he saved quite a few chips on this run out because that would have gotten ugly had the pop been a lot bigger.
Have you ever go all the time? Oh really? Yeah.
And this is a big bet.
I'm meeting one of my best friends.
Cheong went. I think the pot was 1 point. 1.6, is it?
2.2. And now the value proposition for Smith, not great, but he announces call.
Yeah.
And he gets shown the 6 high straight.
I knew you weren't bluffing this one when you turned
Nice
it
dial up there for Chong.
You're sick, man. Yeah, live reads.
I was starting to talk about the value proposition for Smith. Rast, as we see the rail developing here,
Has the hand been announced yet?
where
Are
he
you
had to
watching it?
call that 2.2
No. I'm taking
for
this deck.
Oh.
I'm not watching.
half of the 1.6 in the middle.
Yeah, to win 800 or whatever,
Right. I mean,
825.
typically these are
You're betting on
situations
your
that we
live
shy
reads.
away from, but of course,
No,
levels to
live
this.
reads suck. I never
Smith
even,
knows that
even
Chong
if I
is
have like a sick
incentivized
live read, I won't go with it.
to be first to the pot in a spot like that and try to claim the whole thing.
It's really,
Yeah, I mean that's.
yeah, I think people that like rely
It's
on
a
their
tough
live
spot.
reads just don't
You're not
really know how to
getting
play this
great
game that
return
well.
on your money, but your opponent
That's my honest
theoretically
opinion
doesn't
of
have a
people with live
6
reads.
that often. You know, your opponent can know in that spot that Dan has very, very few 6s. So should get to bet
how I
very
play
liberally.
basketball,
That's
fundamentals.
probably what Dan's thinking. You know, and I guess Dan also decided he didn't want to use a time bank there. You know, I felt like he came to the conclusion that he should not have a 6 often enough
Get in there,
to make
Roman.
it worth it. Right, 2.2 to win
So tight
whatever,
now.
825. Yeah, not a great return,
Tighty
but
whitey.
Not ace king this time.
I know.
tough spot.
Just teasing you, man.
We got 9-8 here, I jam.
For what
I was
it's
on
worth,
9-6.
had Smith fired on that turn, which he declined to do,
Need in my hand, you might have jammed.
depending on the sizing, of course, Chong very likely
Oh, he's calling.
going
He had
to
a
make the
diamond.
call.
He had an
Diamond, open-ended
open-ended
straight
straight
flush draw. So
Yeah.
it's not as though,
Poker players, right?
as it were,
A lot
that
of
the
chips.
check back from
Yeah,
Smith on the
like
turn
two.
is what put him into that situation.
Well, it does put him into a situation where because the range is completely open, it's just been checked all the way to the end.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna do it.
Compared to, he's going to have,
Compared to if he had bet.
if he had bet and Chong calls, like almost any hand with a 6 in it would have called the
You would've got called by
turn.
him.
So it
now
allows
if he
him-
bet,
Mm.
he might have folded. Whereas on the river, when Chong just has
See, the thing is,
a
whenever
bunch
you look,
of random
you didn't
hands
look
because it's
scared,
never
but
been
whenever you
bet,
look
there's been
back
no
at, like, your
thinning
call,
process.
you look so
Right.
Right?
scared.
I mean, Dan probably
you
felt
didn't
more
get to see
compelled
what
to
I
call
saw.
in that scenario.
Interesting. I'm looking at it strictly from the
Wouldn't that be
standpoint of
freaking
Chong was
staring
going to
at me?
see the river, but Dan may not have
you are a
seen
good actor.
Showdown had he bet
Yeah.
the turn.
When you need to be.
But that's somewhere very far away in an alternate universe.
Paulius just rips it from the small blind here, and Chen has himself an ace in the big. Has to anticipate there's going to be a lot of lean from his right in situations such as this. Is ace-4 off
That's why I
enough?
lose online. I can't ask.
Yeah, the 4 is not a great card to have here.
Yeah.
Because yes, you know my opponent's just
Can't-
going to
I can't
have
fool Rowan by
a
acting
bunch of
online.
hands, like any 2 almost. That
I'll do the
said,
time bank.
the 4 is very low.
The time bank
We're
acting
not
is
suited.
the time bank act.
He figures he's probably a very small favorite against this range. Is that enough? Is that enough?
Yeah, you can do it as well, you know.
You know who uses time bank good? Linus. Oh, think cash.
He feels that it is, and these guys are going to gamble.
We're going to play a $6.5 million chip pot.
So see, this is the thing I was saying. Like, he's 57% here to win and double up, but 43% of the time, everybody else on the table goes from 182 minimum to 248,000 minimum. So everyone else on the table is just like ecstatic to see this.
Especially when the 9 shows up on the flop, as now dire straits for Chen Guancheng, who enjoyed a couple of doubles right away when this FT got underway, and now a very unenjoyable turn as he hunts a lone ace. Can he connect?
It's grim.
And remain intact. 7%. Make it 0. End of the road for China's Chen Guancheng. Gave it all he had. Obviously 9-6 off against ace-4, almost a 3-2 favorite. Nothing really he could do.
He's mean.
But batting 500 now is Chen after failing to cash in the 15K 8 max. Here he is in the silver main, collecting that 8th place payout, 182,000, as you mentioned, Raz. 248K now on lockup for the remaining 7, with a pay jump up to 337 if you can make the top 6.
And then I found out this year was him.
Not to be overlooked, by the way, Capital Infusion
he's playing all this, like,
for the chip leader.
low stuff and like WSOP and stuff like that.
I did not want.
He didn't play that low. He plays it all.
He was playing like 1Ks and stuff like that.
I was too. You weren't?
Fellow
You didn't play no 1K?
Yeah, my fellow bucket man.
I mean, not all the time. Yeah, but like he's rich. I'm not. Right? That's what he's
Paulie
saying.
is lamenting
Yeah,
the
but he just
loss of
loves
his
it.
fellow
Yeah, that's
bucket man, as he
He
said,
rarely
in
plays
terms
that.
of the
When he
headwear.
plays, he needs to play like 20 tables.
No, we're talking about like World Series. He's playing like 1Ks.
Uni? Sometimes.
Yeah, he plays something.
I mean, like he played like the 1K mystery bounty, but
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
that was a fucking.
Yeah.
He always goes deep.
You're like
too.
stupid if you don't play that one.
I'm stupid. Then.
Red
I
jacks
don't
for
care.
Chong.
You know, I drew a gold chest
Paulie is out of there.
in this.
Oh, you said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, 8s
3
for
and
Smith,
47.
and
I
these
almost-
two have already collided recently.
You almost won 1 million. Just
Could the
like
collision
2%
be even
chance.
more violent?
It's a tricky spot for Dan here.
47.
Last time he jammed the 10s, but that was versus an under the gun. This is a cutoff, and yes, Joe had to get through the chip leader on the button, but that's only one player. Yeah, I mean, he's going to go all in, and Joseph is happy to see that with jacks.
And he is. Doesn't make him sweat it out. Snap call, and now
Dan's on life support here.
suddenly the floodgates may have opened in terms of departures. Smith on his feet, demiking perhaps superstitiously.
Come on, Joe.
Obviously, 5 cards still to come.
Then we came ace jack 5 queen. And jack.
12.1 in the middle. And an
Oh.
8 on the board. Bottom set.
10.
And perhaps
Queen,
we need to unwind that cord as Smith back in his seat here, getting tremendously lucky against Chong. Oh! And now the counter punch. A jack on the turn. What a tease. Stone 1 outer for Smith. And that 4th snowman not available as Dan
Doesn't matter what happens.
melts away from the field in 7th place. Ras, that was a little vicious. A cooler, false hope, vanquished on the turn.
It was a very vicious run out.
So it didn't take long for the 248K 7th place payout to find a home as the mighty Dan Smith dispatched here in the silver main, adding to his career Triton total of 18.1 million, approaching 18.5 now, but denied his 2nd title here in his 3rd cash at Jeju.
So I will just point out, you're going to be aware of this as a
No, he lost that
the
ball
live
after
player.
No, that's
Listen,
27
you've got to be, you can't do the early get up.
Listen,
The early get up, the mic this, they came, but then it was like the poker gods repunished Dan, because Joseph, he didn't get up when the 8 hit the flop. He just stayed there, sat down, okay,
right.
and then boom.
Thanks.
I'm
Jack
with
comes
you, by
through.
the way. I'm old school, maybe on the turn. You know what I mean? The 2 outer, I can begin the process.
Yeah.
But before we saw 3, the man was on his feet. Suddenly he was reseated, only to be stood up once more on the turn. You know, these are the
Precisely.
analyses, by the way, that I live for, Rast. You know, I defer to you when it comes to the actual stuff, but when we get into the superstition streets.
Well, that's why I wanted to bring it out there, because I needed to keep you engaged all the
King 10 suited now. In the hijack,
I'm missing.
raising to 600.
It's gonna be 5 left in like 2 minutes once you're out of here. Once you get dealt 8-9 of clubs.
Pocket threes
Buddy,
for
I'm like
Paulius.
16 of X, you're
On the button, just takes a pass. Rast not even looking to set mine for the min. Thought perhaps with the mighty stack and position, he could get frisky.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised as well.
I'm like slaying over here by any means. I don't think I'm doing that well.
Because he also gets to leverage some of that in post-flop
Get
situations.
the hell out of here.
So
Girl's waiting for you upstairs.
the pairs
little,
oftentimes
400K
like
you're
calling
gonna
in
bring.
position, over
How long has it been
25
together?
bigs deep, only a min raise open, but
One and half-ish. So
Ace
before
Jack
the
4
sunrise or
board
after?
here. Top pair for the defender. 2.6 back. Check declared. Backdoor clubs in the Broadway gutter for Alex. And of course the sense that he can just comfortably rep the ace against a broad array of defendable holdings. For even the short stack Maxim. 300K. Min bet.
I mean, I didn't say anything mean or disrespectful. No. I don't disrespect people. That's ridiculous. I only make fun of you, you know?
Flat from Maxim. Understandable. Not looking to inflate things.
I'm a little bit of a troll, yeah. Like a
Now
super
the
troll.
turn pairs Alex.
You're a good guy, too. You can handle that.
Backdoor spades relevant insofar as Maxim holds that ace of spades. Checks once more with 2.1 in the middle now.
let's see if Alexander turns this into a bluffing candidate here. He's walking turn 2 pairs. He's got a gutter. He has the theoretical range advantage on this flop and turn.
Like 16 left. Or 20 left. Yeah, that table.
Definitely think we can get our opponent off a jack by the end. Yeah. And this is setting up a potential river shove situation. Maxim is not going to go anywhere with an ace here. I don't think.
Of course not. It's like a random open, random hand.
Well, I mean, you do have the threat that you continue here, and you very well might have to call it off all at the end. And if he, I guess with the ICM, if he does want to pass that, maybe he decides to pass here. But I don't know, Maxim, he's been in there, he's taken some spots, he's played some hands. Feels like he's going to just try to realize his chip EV here and not get off the ace. But let's see what he comes with.
He called that guy when that guy had kings. Yeah, Jack 7 off. Open under gun.
Yeah, I mean, you fold this here on the turn. Like, what are you really continuing with?
So another 1.2 into the middle, courtesy of that second barrel from Alex. Now a board pairing jack, the 10 kicker being played by Maxim.
Now I wonder if Alexander gives up on this card.
Free on my table? No?
Do you think that the Jack X hangs in versus that second barrel on the turn?
Jack X of spades does, as well as Queen Jack and King Jack, but the others probably not.
And those rate to be the sorts of combos that maybe would be more present, although big blind defense versus min raise, the other jacks also possible.
But, oh wow.
A jam here from Vaskrasensky. Don't believe we anticipated this gesture.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea is that his opponent probably has very few Jack X in his hand, given that he double-barreled the turn, and that would be a hand class that likes checking back a lot. But I mean, is he getting his opponent to ever fold a chop? I don't know. Problem.
Maybe taking chips that he anticipated he was going to be ready to call with and creating a little bit of fold equity to target maybe some of the hands that he was in trouble with, although I'm not certain whether or not, if that hand's beaten, there are too many combos that are going to find the muck across the way.
No, if that hand's beaten, And
got
by
him with
something
jacks
where the
earlier
ace
too, but
plays, like
not a
not
big
ace
pot.
9 or ace 10,
Right.
which are chops.
Right.
Like ace, queen, king are
I was
better.
hoping it'd be a big
I
pot.
don't think
Checked the
those hands
turn
are
with the boat.
folding.
So you think it's specifically to try to usher out the chop?
I'm gonna be sick if you.
I mean, that's probably the number one thing you're accomplishing with
queen
that,
river.
or at least trying to. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's a unique play, and I don't think I would have made it.
I know this is egregious levels of distillation on my part, but I remember something that always stuck with me in spots on the end. We always needed to ask ourselves, can we get better hands to fold or worse hands to call?
17
And if those things aren't going to be accomplished with some measure of frequency as we see Paulius jamming King Jack from the button, then maybe we don't consider the barrel.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
can
I
beat that.
agree.
I mean, I had a king of diamonds, but yeah.
You're not lying.
Yeah.
No takers in the
Oh, wow, I was
blinds.
dead.
By the way, the fuzzy bucket harkens
Oh, no, I
back to
love
like a
stupid hand
90s
that I
LL Cool J video for me, and a little bit of Samuel L. Jackson maybe, although I don't remember him going fuzz.
I think I'm telling the truth to you.
The
about
Kangles,
Joe.
you remember
I mean,
those
I
Yeah,
looked
yeah,
for
I
a
do
minute?
remember those.
That you were just bluffing.
No, I looked scared. That's true. But the question is,
Up we go to
the thing is,
200,
you think it's
400,000, and this is now going to be
friend,
a
look, let me tell you something.
30-minute level
When you
rast
looked
as
at
we are
him,
down to
he didn't look
6
scared. But when you were
at the
like
final
counting
table.
stuff, and I looked at
So
him,
pace of play
he looked
becoming a
scared.
bit more brisk. That brought to you by GTO Wizard. How about
This is all I can say.
the bottle of carbon? You know, like Formula One races, the guys all douse each other
I should've stared you
in
down
champagne
until
up
that
on the
flop.
podium. I haven't seen any champagne
Yeah, we gotta
dousing
read.
so far.
Yeah, I wonder
out
if
there.
we are going to see that at a poker tournament, like someone just doused their buddy after they win and grabbed it.
800?
I'll be honest, I haven't seen that before.
I feel like the
either.
World Series of Poker Maine would be where we would really,
Yeah.
you know, see like a beer get emptied, a nice little old Milwaukee across the top of the dome. But whoever it is that's responsible for maintaining the felt here at our feature table wincing somewhere as we've now planted the seed. Ace King planting 800 out there. Ace 3 for Hrabic in the big.
Oh, that's an interesting stack.
Looking at the tournament chip stacks right now, Paulius, the swag lord, has 24 million, and Joseph Chiang has 17 million. But the other 4 players are all considerably shorter, ranging from 2 something to 6 something.
Told you my game
So
plan.
it's very much a case of the haves and the have-nots, and unfortunately for Chiang, he's
Yeah.
directly out of
You gotta
position
do more work.
to Paulius.
You.
I mean, I'm trying.
And I mean,
Should
there's
we
quite a bit to
still use
play for those 4 players.
Can you see
Sixth
my
is
30?
337,000, and third is more than double
I
that,
haven't looked.
692,000. So
I'm not gonna lie. When I look
whichever
up
one
there,
of them
I'm
can
only
at
looking
least
at
survive
4
into
and 5.
third, more than doubles their money here, and has a
See my
chance
poor
to win
buddy
even
over here in
more.
6.
Gotcha.
I will see it when you bust. You'll see how see it.
Actually, the fourth one might be harder. They just get harder on the way down.
They're having fun out there, Rast.
Yeah.
We're having
1.5
a
milli up top, but you wouldn't know it.
Vas Krasensky? Okay, that's not that hard.
Oh, I can't say
Trying to
that.
tackle Maxim's last name. It is
Can't even say my own
Paulius's name, by the way. I mean, I can get
Nobody
through the
can.
first one, but the Vaitiekunas is... That's a minefield. Hence, Swag Lord.
Actually, I thought, how is, I thought it's the Ogni and Demo.
Yeah, you know what's funny? He was at my table yesterday, and I asked him. I say, "How much can I pay you to change your first name?" what's
Yeah, but I think guys in the booth have a good time breaking their tongues.
Yeah, look at all these.
There's some tongue breakers at every given Triton.
Yeah.
Love the way Paulius put that.
Yes, Paulius. That's why I only call you Paulius or Swag Lord, because I'm not trying your last name.
I feel like we may be a little asleep at the wheel.
Check shove.
Remember Jersey Shore, Paulie D? We could go with Paulie V
Oh,
here
yeah.
also. Options on the table. Suited connector.
And the 2 chip leaders are going to battle. So far, just a small, innocent, single raised pot.
Innocence lost for the 8-9 suited on an ace-jack 5 board. Chong stranglehold. Checks with the flow after defending.
Paulius with a range
Fourth or better.
advantage here.
And best live cash.
Will
For you? Yeah. What's your best live cash?
likely see bet this often to always
Is it
and
much?
small.
It's like 700.
Mid for.
Oh, one of these, huh? You didn't
Yeah, I
have
got
one.
second. Second.
What's your best live cash?
It's like the fourth.
Fourth?
Yeah. You?
700 ahead
Like 550.
as the c-bet fails to shed the opposition.
I didn't run
Second
hot,
spade,
so I did
second
it
jack
four-
as the board
twice
goes
in 4
two-toned.
days. I did like a 480
3-6
and
in
then
there
a
now.
540 or something.
Joe checks.
Those were fun 4 days of my life. Not bad.
Paulius, a bit
My
of a
little
white
nephew was in
flag
Vegas,
wave right there.
and he was like downstairs
Which you
with
can't
his,
really blame
like,
him.
fa-
He
his dad
has
and
no
stuff.
pair, no draw, and
I went down
even
there
no
and I saw him, I
relevant
gave him $1,000
blockers.
I was like, go spend it all in one place.
Feels like a
Do
shutdown.
not break this down. Don't save it. Just go buy a
7 on the end here.
PlayStation, wherever the hell you
Let's
want.
see.
Go get it. He's so
Chong
happy.
obvious reasons to proceed with caution, but feeling comfortable enough that the ace-10 is in a good way. He leads for 2.5.
You win.
And the comfort continues as
Joey bluffing again.
Paulie V lays it down.
Your biggest cash is 550? 5?
Only?
Oh, you crushed it for a while.
550 only?
Wait, blinds are up.
Well, yeah. I mean, I did 550 and 500 like in sport or whatever.
You had like $1 million score somewhere.
No, I did like 3 500s last year or something.
Chong up to 19
I
million.
cashed like 2 mil last year total. Not much.
Brass taking pots
Yeah, you know Ben Wang.
from Paulius in
No.
particular very
Usually
useful in
like in
terms
one
of
tournament,
narrowing
like
the
3
gap as
times.
it's sort of a two-horse affair for the time
right,
being,
sick.
with Hrabic way down at 4 big blinds.
Imagine winning $9 million, average buying 2K.
Ace-jack for Aram.
And only 10 big blinds right now. 4 million chips. See what he comes with. So yeah, he's raising about half his chips. Which is one of these sizings where if multiple people go all in behind him, he can kind of fold his hand to preserve his chance to move up the ladder, but
I mean, you would be way ahead.
But you're always comforted when the 2.1 comes home without any further fanfare.
But yeah, so this is
I
why
might fold. I folded ace
it's a
queen
size that, in my opinion, makes more sense than like
Good
going,
job.
3.9, leaving yourself like 100,000.
Updated look at the chip counts with 6 of our original 9 remaining here in event number 3, the 25K Silver Main. 2, 4, and 4 are the blinds. And the man who came in as the chip leader still up top, but company in the form of one Joseph Chong, who has performed well thus far. And of course, for the time being, there are 5 guys that are looking over at one Czech Republic representative, Roman Hrabic, and thinking, are you going to give me a pay jump with those 4 big blinds? TBD, of course. Spins needed. 337K. On deck, $104,000 gap up to 5th. And those boys are salivating at the prospects of securing said jump.
I don't really bluff though. So
Yeah, and Roman Hrabic has
It's not really a bluff.
started to
Yeah, 40% of the
separate
world
himself in the bad way. He's down to 4 big blinds.
It's a lonely island as the
I mean, if I
shorty.
click it back, you're out.
Yeah, this is going to be enough. King 7 suited here.
Looks like he agrees. Going to
Bad-
leave
bad luck.
himself
I mean, good luck.
some crumbs.
I think everyone's gonna fold anyway. Good luck, dude. Seriously.
Ace 9, direct left, cutoff. Not lost on Alexander is the urgency for Hrabic, but also
But I was trying to look
It's
scared.
not
when
an
he was looking at
any
me,
two
but
sort
somehow
of
you got the
affair.
complete opposite read on me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I guess
I could
he's
just be trolling
deciding
super,
whether he
super
wants to
fucking
call
hard,
or
you
jam.
weren't.
Now the call does tempt the squeeze for
When
the
I- with
likes
the
of
hall, he looked at you, that was
Vaskresensky, ace
actually
queen,
for
big
sure.
blind Rast.
But
Oh,
you looked
this
at-
is a
I was,
big
like,
hand
looking at you
here.
like,
He's
oh,
going to
this
put it
is
in.
Because we don't feel that the ace nine
Maybe,
flat
but
here
like-
is trappy, do we?
No, it could be. Yeah, it could
trying
could
real
be
hard,
aces, maybe kings. I don't know how many other big hands he's doing it with.
He had it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm gone.
He had it.
Yeah, see,
Not a
he
liar.
no
Now let's get on stream.
made no bones about it. He snap mucked the ace nine off.
Wow, you got a nice little overlay in this spot. You're in so hot.
Three flop.
So
Bro,
a
you're in
contribution
so
of
hot. See? The fact that
1.2
there's an extra
orphaned
1.2 million in this pot for you?
Do you think there's
by
gonna be three hearts on the
Alexander.
flop?
So
And
I don't know.
Aram is
Don't
talking
say
about
right.
how Roman got massive overlay here. Someone else
Yeah.
put in
I would bet on
1.2
Roman.
million and folded, and he's not
Yeah, I would
even
bet on Roman also.
he's not even dominated.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Trip Kings, disastrous development here for
I would take
Vaskresensky's ace-queen. Granted, the covering stack, so it could be worse, but that overlay looks to be secured as the ace-queen draws dead. On the turn, Rabic, cheeky, saying it's not a bad turn. No, it's a great turn. And a turn of events. As just look at what he bounces up to, 4.6.
6-5 suited.
And everybody take it easy. That 104 is still in play, is what Roman's looking around and telling everyone. In terms of the pay jump between 6th and 5th.
Joking, but some people.
I know you might.
Yeah, thank you.
Roman, rabbits.
What a
I gotta
sick hand
say,
that
in
was
recent
for the turn.
memory,
That hand was so
and I
sick.
think the catalyst, of course, is Aram Oganyan, newcomer to Triton.
Look, your name's
This
on the
is the chattiest I have ever seen a Triton final table, especially when we're talking about 7 figures up top.
Yeah.
And some newcomers, you know, not looking nervy whatsoever. And of course, when we say the word newcomer, these aren't people that are learning poker. They're new to Triton, perhaps, not new to the tournament streets or the high-stakes streets, for that matter, more often than not. As Joe Chong's open from the cutoff with ace-10 to 800, awaits a response from the 7s in the big blind for Oganyan off of 4.3 back.
Yeah, good observations, and you love to see it, right? Some people coming and being this comfortable and chatting it up, and yeah, just kind of not being nervous, enjoying their moment.
Four,
11
650.
blind shove in the big blind.
I don't want to bust you, but
Good luck, boy.
Yeah.
Joe prefacing the call with, "I don't want to bust you, but," and then
thank you.
on their backs they go.
Imagine.
2 overs against the 7s.
Maybe I should have stopped and go.
9%
You're gonna
favorite.
take over.
You're good at flipping versus me, though.
I got a really good hand to go all in with in this situation. Always coming.
Ace?
Ooh,
Eight
good
would be
flop
fair.
for 7s.
Oh, yeah.
Right, some- all right.
In particular
is not
because the
perfect,
10
though.
No, I'd be way behind.
does give him another path in the event it rolls off and takes the lead.
I mean, 10's too much.
That's too much, yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of clean queen.
Just put a black club with, like, that's not a no-sider.
Wow, you asked so much.
6
It will be
outs to fade.
ace of diamonds.
Yeah.
And Oganyan's done it
That's what you
as the one-legged ace rolls off on the end. Payment
Sorry, guys.
already carved out there
Not rooting for me.
for Chong.
No, I was.
Maybe you.
I like you.
I like you too.
Strikes me as a happy guy. You played much or familiar with Oganyan, Rasty?
I played with him a few times, I think,
Take a nap.
maybe between the WSOP or Poker Go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think definitely strikes me the same way.
Yeah, table demeanor in your experience very similar to what we're observing?
Yeah.
I'm his,
Because it's me.
I'm his, I know. You're like 100% in flips against me.
You fucked up on that part.
But it might not be a flip this time.
I don't think I should have worse, do I? Maybe not.
Now,
Might feel like
alphabet soup up front
I'm his gambling coach, not poker
for
coach.
the German.
800.
Min raise.
Where am I at now? Third. I'm in the game. Out the game. I got you after this.
Oh, it looks
You want
like
USD
what
or
you
you
can
want,
see they can see the chip stacks up above.
I believe there's some real-time information being relayed, of course, when hands are not in progress. Unclear, by the way, is Oganyan tipping
You missed it,
here
Joe.
in cash? This is
What?
peculiar.
I gave 100.
Mid-pot, no less. But the Triton
Fair.
Poker Plus app,
He
which
doesn't
obviously,
believe
if
he
you
should
haven't
have
done
been my
already,
guest.
what are you waiting for? Download it free of charge for Android or iOS devices. It's that which Rast
should've
and
gave
I
100,
and
like,
everybody here at
pre-flop.
the desk utilizes to keep a firm finger on the pulse of what's going on. Also synced
take out
up
200.
with the delay
next
of the
all in, I'm
stream.
giving you- I got you.
Available to the
Pre-flop.
players,
It's not
though,
gonna
in
work, though,
real
so don't
time,
worry.
and in between hands, they can
How about I
refer
tip
to
you,
it
but
as
if I
need
lose,
be
you
to
give
get
it
their
back?
bearings.
On the next all in, that's fair, right?
As Nick has declared it, the greatest app ever built. It is robust, though. I mean, truly. We're playing for the home team here, but
Within the context of poker apps, it might be.
I don't think it's close. It's truly... The viewing experience without it is kind of an absurd proposition.
These are very ABC final tables.
And by the way, you can stream our coverage
These are
from the
very
Triton
ABC
Poker
final
Plus
tables
app
with all
directly.
that. No,
We see
not much room to,
Paulius
like,
raise and take
three-bet.
it.
No, not too many 20.
No blinds, man.
Not too
If
many
you aren't
20.
streaming us on the app, though, and you do happen to be soaking
Yeah,
it
I
up
know.
on YouTube,
Or three bets on the
welcome
flop.
from whatever time zone you happen to be in.
Wow, look at
With
you.
three
That's a
blinds.
9.
If you're enjoying the coverage, do us a favor. Click like, click subscribe. It's all we ask of you in exchange for the efforts of all involved on all corners of the globe 4 times a year.
There was a kind of interesting conversation that was going on. I think one of the players made the comment that these final tables are a bit ABC because I believe the reasoning given was that there's not that much three bets going on.
decisions.
Maybe it was about how shallow they were.
I'm hungry. Can we eat here? I'm not
Joe, eat.
not gonna order food. What a curse that is.
I can't
Which-
imagine you agree.
Well, it might be the case that you get less hands. They're doing 30-minute levels, right? So maybe you're getting less hands here than you would in like an online tournament in terms of before the blinds go up, which then causes the stacks to be shorter. That said, I would say this table has been pretty active.
I did.
It was the cold 4-bet, Chung 3-bet the king 10 of clubs.
True.
But yeah, it might be true compared to an online tournament.
I wasn't happy.
You know, I've covered some online tournaments as well, and it's incredible how quickly an FT online can come to a close versus its live counterpart. It's just a blistering pace, but kind of devoid of, you know, we're old school. We were in the live streets before the mouse in hand was an option, and I, for one, you know, favor the call me a romantic live tournament streets.
Yeah, same
Even
here.
in Vegas, in my like home country.
Just more
I had
depth
one
to it,
person
less
on my
mechanical.
two final tables. I have one person on my rail for 2 final
I
tables.
normally don't have anyone.
Never,
Sometimes
me
my
neither.
girlfriend, but besides
Chong?
that,
No, me neither.
Respectful limp
person who
with the
raised
king 9.
Huh?
One person who raised you.
One person.
Your
is
mom.
it some like
Oh, no.
like some homeless guy pay him to come and raid or something?
No. He's a
So
poker
he's there and you're,
Will he get a smack on the
Like,
wrist
he's a
here from
poker friend, And I
Paulius?
didn't even tell him that he just came.
The
to
answer is
support.
yes,
Like, I
as he
didn't tell
shoots
him
it up to
I don't tell
1.4 with a
people
hand he's not looking to see 3 with.
I think, you know, when people ask me like,
Yeah,
can I go to the
Paulius
casino and watch you play poker? Like, when
putting
I
the
still
pressure
comment
on,
like half,
hasn't
I'm like, dude, no.
Yeah.
It's so boring.
Been
Like, I
out
would
of
never
line
put
so
anyone through
far,
this.
but
I
Chong
like,
has a
I sit there
hand
for
that
12
he
hours
deems good
sometimes,
enough
just, like,
to
cold.
Yeah,
You know,
keep
live
going.
cash, it's
So
just-
here
you
we
don't wanna
go, a
be
clash
part
of
of
two
this.
modest
I don't want
holdings.
people to rail because then they expect me
And
to rail
looks like
them.
nobody flopped anything, so
boring.
this will be an
that's
interesting
like girls
one.
asking me, like, can I come watch you play?
And Chong, obviously, when he limps a hand such as King 9, is sort of prepared for
like,
some of
no.
this posturing
If a guy asked me to
from
come play, I'd be
Paulius's
like, no,
big
I'm not
stack.
gay.
dug in for the extra million, but unimproved here. And
No, I
now
don't like
let's
guys.
see
I'm sorry.
how Paulie V proceeds. C-bet inbound.
Everyone's so sensitive. Dude, I'm so bad. I'm like Phil Nagy Jr.
A sizing that's not too small here, and yeah, it accomplishes what it needs to. Gets king high with 2 overs to the board to fold.
Brute force on display. The luxuries afforded the big stack of Paulie V here under the Lithuanian banner. In the exchange with his other Triton first-timer, Joe Chong, seated side by side. I'm just realizing, if I'm not mistaken, of the remaining 6 players. Apologies to Nick Schulman, apparently, but Schulman not in the booth right now.
Rom just open folded the 5s in the low jack.
That's been an idea.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a little too deep, a little too much ICM pressure. And here we just get the open jam.
I think I fought. That's not bad.
King X. Oh, wow.
Little suited
7,
connector.
6 suited.
Those aren't chips, those are time banks, as Maxim's going to chew on this. Began this one with 7 bigs, let's call it. He's got 800 invested already. 400 in the big, 400 in the big blind Annie. 2.1 back. Next handle cost him 200 from the small. Decides, let's go. And not performing terribly at all against King 3. As you can see, 48% equity with his tournament life on the line.
Gamble, gamble. No gamble, no future.
Burn down. 3 off the top, and it's a king high flop. Deflation
Too much gamble.
for 6-7. Resisting the temptation to be on his feet.
I think
Backdoor straights and flushes still available in this 5.3 million chip pot for Maxim. He now hits the 7.
Always on the 10.
5 outs, 1 time.
There he is. And he misses.
Yep. 5 of hearts will bring his run here in the silver main to a close as a familiar sight with chips heading toward the chip leader. Not bad for the Triton first-timer here.
337,000.
Yeah. Delightful payout, but that 337,000 goes home with Maxim, which means a minimum of 441,000 is going to go home with all 5 of our remaining combatants. And the point that I was going to make when we got down to 6-handed here, Ras, something that we've kind of not touched on, is that 5 of the remaining 6, now 4 of the remaining 5, first-timers to Triton. So we could very well see the first Triton newcomer winning a title. Roman Hrabic, the only one who's got Tritons under his belt already.
So I got 23 big blind, and it's 400K, so that's 800K, or 8 million. Okay. How much is it? God damn it. I didn't know I had that.
I tried to bust Den with that hand.
I didn't know I had that when I was talking to you. Just to be fair. Did you call if I shoved this time?
Yes.
Wow, you had a good one?
But I had better.
Well, yeah.
Paulie V raising ticket.
No, I was not calling.
I guess I should free bet.
I mean, of course.
Always.
Oops.
Wait, we got a pay. Wow, 400,000 bucks. Wow, Joe, this is giving me win flashbacks. It was 3-handed, remember?
Paulius is over 30 million now.
You just wouldn't bust.
This is
I
wild.
wouldn't bust, and then I busted you, and then that guy.
And
that guy
I think he has just over 50% of the chips in play, so.
I had all the chips and that guy got me. I got really scammed heads up. I had jacks versus threes, I think, and he just flopped quads.
Save for a brief stretch as we see
and then
Alexander
flush over flush
hijack raise here suited, one gapper, first garbage going to get chewed on.
Give me a break on a
There was that brief moment where Chong kind of nipped on his heels, but other than that stretch, which was short-lived, Paulie V has just been all alone up top.
Yeah. And now, I mean, Roman's going to call here. Yeah.
Just call for you, bro.
And
it was open small, right?
I mean, there's a lot in this pot.
No. Open small, you shove
Not a lot on this flop for the 7-5. Club free, 8-8 deuce.
I checked that.
Or rather, a lot relative to how much Roman has.
Yeah.
But
I don't even remember what I.
yeah, this flop is very
I
bare.
blind versus blind, and you shove 7.
I think I had like 8 bigs or something though.
No.
We were shallow.
No, you had like 20. 20 to 25. I'm not 100% sure.
And Roman's in
Either way,
the
I should know better against you.
desperation zone.
You're probably just gonna get me now.
He just lost 3 big blinds in the last pot.
6,
Not a great
17.
feeling.
Dude,
Yeah.
Ron, you're like a cockroach that just
He's got
won't
about
die,
5
dude.
left.
You see Arm
I wanna know what you
calling
drink
him a
every morning.
cockroach that won't die.
Paulie's got decisions here about like whether to raise or jam, basically. But there will be some times he just open shoves. And Aram here with the suited ace is thinking about making the price of poker go up, but doesn't jam, just comes with the 3-bet.
That he does.
Don't see what Alexander is going to do here with 10-3 suited. Just kind of... Yeah.
I'll give you this one, but I don't want.
Yeah, unclear why it was that we paused on him, as we hear Paulie V say, I'll give you this one.
Ooh. Bravo.
A6.
6 of diamonds shown.
Yeah, obviously.
I mean, maybe I should just jam, but it's too much.
Try it, dog. Ask Roman, I'm a gangster.
The real one. Don't want to mess with him.
Yeah. If you bet 3-bet me on the flop, I'll lay it down though. You're like a little. I'm not a gangster on that.
Wow, Roman just giving him Aram a sign of respect there. They're saying, ask Roman, and Roman said, yeah, he's a real gangster. All right. Oh, the real gangster picks up pocket aces.
That he does. Cut off. And of course, the anticipated activity from Paulius in front of him. He 3-bet and took one away from him moments ago. And again, he will 3-bet. Do we ever maybe consider the flat?
No, I mean, he's going to be 3-betting some bluffs like ace-x suited and king-x suited, and the whole reason is because you want to be valued 3-betting aces, kings, like ace-king, maybe queens. So...
$2 million. Again, Alexander pausing. Could this have something to do with a potential level increase and looking to stick somebody in the big other than himself here?
Yeah, it must be that he's trying to make sure he's getting the button on the level increase. I'm not sure. But it is kind of brutal to watch this. Although I guess players are doing what they feel is in their best interest from an EV perspective.
I mean, to be fair, I think the Triton Super High Roller Series more so than most tours has really looked to address all of the pain points such as this. And as Nick pointed out, you know, there are time banks, obviously, which we are free to use however we deem fit. Later on, were he to find himself heads up and he's already exhausted these banks, you know, that's a bit punitive. But looking for advantages within the realm of fair play is Alex T.
Yeah, no, being willing to use your time banks for something is fine. And they have limited the pre-flop clock to 20 seconds. But nevertheless, I think the point remains that it makes for a not that enjoyable viewing experience.
Man. He was messing
Oh,
around. I know you were messing
Obviously, the
around.
viewing experience comes second
Stop messing around.
to the players.
That's not fair. The guy just bets ace-6 suited and just gets aces. I already knew you were just tanking for a clock. I was like, whatever. I was like, he's not shoving. Fuck. At first, I was getting a little...
Well, on that note, with the big stack of Paulius sending another bundle across the way over to Aram Oganyan, he emerges in second place ahead of Joseph Chong. While we await the fate of one Roman Hrabic here in the 25K silver main. Obviously, the story of the Lithuanian has been that way for some time. Taking a couple of hits there, and I don't know, Rast, if you agree, sometimes when somebody starts to play back at us, as we can see goods there for Oganyan, ace-6 suited and ace-ace, do we maybe make a little bit of an adjustment, dial it back, or ICM is ICM, we continue to operate in that way?
I mean, listen, if you think someone is getting over aggressive and coming at you, of course, you make adjustments and try to do something about that. You know, is 2 hands in a row enough to make that call? It's hard to say, right? It could be. It might not. I think probably not. Once you've played with somebody quite a bit, is 2 hands enough? But it could be.
Yeah, limited data set, obviously.
Exactly.
But, you know, just a thought, I guess, to circulate. And my thought now is take some time. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes. A scheduled break here. The players are on it. We'll take it. You guys take it as well. But don't go anywhere, as we will return to Jeju Island for continuing coverage of event number 3 after this pause. And welcome back to continuing coverage of event number 3. It is the 25K Silver Main. Yours truly, Ali Najad, joined by Brian Rast, and just 5 remaining hopefuls of our original 9 here at this final table, 4 of whom are Triton newcomers with almost $1.5 million up top, and the on-tap payout of $441,000. Rasty, the chip leader, the man we're all talking about, flying under that Lithuanian banner, which, as Nick Schulman at the desk alluded to when he's mouse in hand in the online streets, one that he's a little bit mindful and respectful of. Of course, we're talking about Paulie V. 28 million in front of him at present, endured a couple of nibbles from Aram Oganyan, who as such has now worked his way in front of Joseph Chong, sitting 12.3 in second, and obviously all eyes on Roman Hrabic in terms of awaiting his demise, but he has been resilient.
Yeah, certainly. This is a final table where it's kind of been the Paulius show a little bit. Yeah, like you said, Joseph Chong made a stab, made a run, but kind of has been fended off. And right now, you have him and Aram kind of battling for second. And Alexander maybe waiting for Roman to go out. Roman's very short now on life support, 4 big blinds only.
Yeah, I mean, waiting is obviously a very profitable exercise right now when we consider the jump between 5th and 4th. Payouts, $441,000 for 5th, and then $560 if you can work your way into the top 4. And of course, our first 7-figure payday here in Jeju at the landing, $1.45 million. Obviously, somebody is going to be very pleased with that result, and it could very well be someone who is a first-timer to Triton. So then, without further ado, we will send you back into the arena to soak up the back half, let's call it, of this final table with Hrabic in need of a spin. So then, here we are. Blinds of 250 and 500,000 with a 500K ante. Bad news for anybody who's short. 1.25 milli every 5 hands being shaved off of your stack.
Yeah, I mean, Roman has really just slid his way up. He's been a very short stack the entire time that I've been here in the booth covering this final table. with 15 left, and here we are with 5 left, and he's still a short stack. Really on life support now. 4 big blinds is much shorter than he had been before, but, you know, 441,000 earned now if he were to go out next. So it just shows you the power, as you said, of staying alive, you know, represented by the term ICM. You know, another thing as we go back to the action before we get sucked up by the hands is also just, oh, we can see the rail here. People come out to support.
See Tobias Schwecht.
Warriors.
Armzobian was out there as well. Cut away a little bit early.
But, you know, the thing that stands out to me thinking back in terms of the hands so far is just that the 6s fold by Paulius. I mean, that was a really good fold. I mean, it's one of those hands where you see it and you kind of assume he's going to call. He has a set and he lays it down.
Yeah, for those that might have missed it, it was a Joseph Chong collision. Chong turning a 7 high straight using the 6, which gave Paulie V a set. Here we are, Oganyan, King 9 suited, 1.2 million from the hijack, defended by Paulie V, Jack 8-3, 2 diamonds. Interesting developments in both camps in terms of the draws. Gutter for Paulie V, the defender from the big, and for Oganyan. Might be feeling swaggy with the diamond draw. 3.1 in the middle. Plays it as a check back Rast. Obviously, the presence of Hrabic with 4 bigs has a lot to do with this stuff. Now, suddenly, Paulie V hops into the lead on the turn by hitting the queen, but a second path for Oganyan in terms of the gutter.
Yeah, that outstanding turn card for Paulius here. Hand is good enough, I think, to bet twice. So, you know, if he leads here and gets called on some very blankish river cards, he can value bet it again. And Oganyan wanting to keep the pot small on the flop. Seems like he's just going to call here. See, he has a lot of equity against almost any holding.
And that flat call does not yield the desired result as the 4 of spades on the end. So dry and so disappointing for Aram with 5-3 in the middle.
And that was exactly the type of blank river card that I was referring to when I said that he could bet twice for value. So given that he took the betting lead on the turn after check, check, flop, it seems like he's going to bet again here. And he's going with, it looks like, about 40%. But Aram doesn't have anything. So I don't think he's going to be able to call.
Really not sure there was a path to victory available to Oganyan as things shook out.
How about to toast your ass? So many rivers to toast you.
I don't think I've heard that verb at the table before.
Buddy.
I was going to toast your ass.
Safe river. I like
Aram.
it.
Yeah, thinking about raising, but
I'm calling.
I'm not repping much.
I had a good hand.
I had a good hand too.
Things have gone slightly street out there, Rast.
Just see
Yeah.
Scam run out. I can't see bet. It's like so stupid to see bet there. You want to win a bigger pot, huh?
Queen 4 offsuit.
I'll give you 100
Obviously,
then for a
Hrabic was
diamond.
hoping for something better as he's about to take a trip through the blinds.
Lavelle?
And he's
I
going to
got
have to
you.
take that trip and hope
Or a
that
10, any
something
10.
better awaits him.
Any 10 is good.
Yeah, Paulius would have been okay to answer Aram's question, winning a slightly, to modestly bigger pot, but not a way bigger pot. His hand wasn't quite strong enough to win a significantly bigger pot. But he definitely could have won a bigger pot.
Now then, ace-jack suited from the small blind, getting after Oganyan, 1.7. Note the upsize when it's blind v blind here. And of course, a lot of ICM pressure can be applied to Oganyan given the presence of Habic there with those 4 bigs. He loves to see defense from Aram and a possible collision. Dominated is the ace-8. Do we ever find the fold with an ace-8 spot such as this, just given the presence of Roman?
I mean, this is a question latent with all kinds of thorny ICM issues. To me, Aram's line seems pretty reasonable. I mean, we do have an ace in position, blind versus blind. But yeah, I mean, Roman is literally going to take the big blind the very next hand, so that would be the argument for folding. That's for sure.
Top pair. And really not a lot of trouble to get in for Oganyan here. As Poly V barrels, 1.2. And of course, you know the abuse which is ever present from the big stack in a setup such as this, but the ace-high can't get cute or curious.
Yeah, he actually had a quality hand pre-flop and flopped a very good,
Not when
very good flop as well.
Flop, I wasn't
But could have been abuse.
Yeah. And that's been the story by and large for Poly V, by the way. You know, you might have suspicions that this dude was just out of line because of the nature of the landscape and what's been afforded him.
We have one organ.
But really, he has had the goods quite a bit.
Yeah. Decent amount of the time
Yeah.
he has for sure. But
No shame in it, by the way.
Yeah.
You know? I think we would all take that
Good luck.
if given the
Good luck.
option.
Thank you. Yeah.
yes, of
Yeah,
course.
good luck indeed. Cannot do much.
I don't mean it anymore.
So I don't think he can raise any 2 here because Roman is so short. He's
All in.
gonna need to go all in.
Yeah, and by he,
quite a bit.
I think you
maybe
meant
a wall
Poly
was
V
coming.
can't raise any 2. Is that right?
Yes, on the
Okay.
button when he folded the 4 deuce off.
Oganyan, on the other hand, just creating misery for the 4-3 offsuit, which is already plunked in 1 million of the 2.2.
Wow.
Oof.
3-4 offsuit. Oh, good.
Maybe I should.
1-1.
I mean, I think I should jam.
Oh, I have black chips here. I was like, where'd my chips go?
I don't want that one.
Can I
either.
jam?
Mm-hmm.
Alexander would know.
What'd you have on Jack 8?
What did you have?
3-4 offsuit.
I had a bit better by 1. But
I had a 5.
I had 4 deuce.
Oh. Oh man. Why did I miss that flush? That was so sick.
Poly V with a real hand again.
Been a theme.
1 million. $1 million. Or
Smooth Millie. Verbalized. And 7-5 offsuit Roman. Really deep wound sustained in this orbit. Just by having to fold the big and the small. Meanwhile, back over to Alex T. Diamond smothered.
And I think he saw my stack and then he thought that this is the table. He saw my son, like, oh, that guy's a little chips. You're funny.
And Roman loves to see it. The big blind defends.
King, Jack, 6, top pair for Alex, Broadway gutter for Paulie V, and all that available ICM pressure. Backdoor diamonds as well, 2-7 in the middle. Plays it as a check back, Rast.
Yeah, which is a bit curious, because
look at
maybe
the turn.
Alexander won't jam too liberally with Roman being so short.
Yeah, you would imagine this would be a pretty tense exchange between the two of them, given two bigs lurking in the massive pay jump.
Well, he comes with a pretty big bet here, 1.5, but Paulius has such a big draw, he can't go anywhere.
If I get a pay jump,
I mean, he's really getting the odds to call directly, basically. Without any implied odds, and there are implied odds because he's drawing to the nuts. So if he makes his draw, he can't lose. But it's a blank.
That it is. By the way, a diamond would have been just absolute violence.
Yeah. I mean,
forgive the obvious, but Hrabic getting 119K pay jump, as we would imagine Alex T would be showered in that event. But as we can see, no further interest for the ace-10, as a 1.5 million chip turn bet did get called and abandoned. Here we are then, Ponikov's on the rail. Another member of the Lithuanian delegation out there as well, as I recall.
Time for spin.
Tamashauskas.
And I cannot not even raise Manolin anymore. Cannot even not raise less than...
It is kind of a cool little phenomenon on the Triton Super High Roller Series, Rast. Kind of the global nature of these tournaments, people traveling from far and wide and doing so in kind of small cliques sometimes, guys that might be exchanging ideas. Takes a village in terms of, despite it being an individual sport, really helping to hone your game. Always nice to have people to bounce things off of.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I do think, especially also with the idea of traveling, kind of people traveling as a crew,
yeah,
you know, little company on the road.
It helps, you
friendship.
know, guys you know you can grab lunch with, hit the gym with, whatever it is. Just give yourself a bit of a routine.
I think it's time.
Alex Jam
Time to double.
Takes it.
It is time to double, Roman.
Oh, it's been time to double.
You've got 2 big blinds, and 4th place has 18. Second has 20, so there's a tight group right there, 2019-18, but
I'm gonna take aces.
2. He's going to have to double 3 times just to catch up to that group. Well, that's a good start.
Ace Queen. Patience rewarded for Hrabic. There was a lot more testosterone in that all-in than I think the chips really warranted. Yeah. 950K. And Chong flicks in a call here. And the thought behind flicking that call in with the 7-4 offsuit, Rast, as we see punishment from Paulie V, wagging the finger. Providing additional overlay to Hrabic, by the way. He already enjoyed something of this nature, but just the flick and call there from Joseph, anticipating maybe Paulie V apt to check back and then allow 4 cards to go up against 2.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I mean, I think one of the things that maybe he wasn't anticipating is that, you know, Paulius is going to play very aggressive versus him in a spot where he has to play super tight. So because of that, probably not worth it to put in that 700,000.
It'd be hard for me to win.
obviously he really wants to bust Roman, right? It's really good for him from an ICM perspective. That said, Paulius is going to punish him.
Well, hang on. It looked as though Hrabic was smooth sailing with ace-queen on the ace-jack six board. Suddenly a very threatening club on the turn here. And you can see the Lithuanian delegation rooting for the flush, and in it comes in the back door.
Okay, man.
Unjust. The nature of the departure for Hrabic, who gave it all he had. And
I think I had a 7 o'clock.
as he leaves,
Maybe.
Rast, he will collect 441,000 and a little side hug from the rail. But we're going to have ourselves a first-timer to Triton as our champ here with 4 remaining. It's the mighty Roman Hrabic. Vanquished.
No.
No, nobody wants Roman to triple up there.
Hrabic adding to his 1.2 million in career Triton earnings, courtesy of this 6th cash, not to be overlooked. Rast, he finished 18th in the 15K 8 max, 25th in the 20K 8 max, now deepest cash of the series so far. With this 5th place finish, 3 for 3. Winded his back.
Small blind? Either way, it was okay for me. I mean,
Yeah, but it can come back to bite you after.
We can see the pressure there as Joseph passes up. A pretty solid hand on the button, but just not wanting to risk chips. I mean, right now the 3 of them are very tight, all around 9 million. They go 560K, 692K, 922K. So
yeah, there's going to be quite a bit of jockeying around Paulie V between these remaining 3 stacks who are playing for a lockup of 560,000. The jump to third, 132K, as we can see. 6-2 suited, getting after things to the tune of 1.3. Oganyan defending, flopping 2 overs and the gutter, 3-1 in the middle.
this being so bad, yeah, I'm not surprised to see him go for check here. The idea being that maybe in lines where we go check, check, get to the turn, maybe even the river, he bluffs later in some kind of delayed bluffing lines with just literally no equity and even no overcards to the 8 and 9. Not c-betting the flop.
So as it goes knuckle downs, 3rd club and an ace on the turn, Rast.
So now this is a spot where he might kind of just pure bluff his hand. The ace is theoretically a better card from him. RM reshipping a decent amount of ace X hands versus his open. A spot we could have seen it. And now Aram has to decide whether or not he wants to bet. One of the problems you have is if you check back here, yes, you realize, but if queen high is good, my opponent is probably not letting me get to showdown with it.
It doesn't really feel to me like Paulie V would be playing hands as traps right about now. You know, maybe it's just a spidey sense and nothing more, Rast, but once that second check comes in front of us, perhaps we're feeling a little bit cozier, in particular about the notion that a club isn't present across the way, nor an ace, so the barrel comes in and to great effect as Oganyan claws one away.
I mean, if I'm getting 1.2, then maybe, but I don't think that I am.
Do you care to look, or
Is that allowed? Is that allowed in Triton? I don't think that I'm getting 1.2, so.
Nice. Okay.
Okay.
Believe we're getting murmurs of deal making taking place. Nevertheless, hand being dealt here.
An interesting spot to make a deal.
All in.
Because...
Well, hang on.
I
No
feel like
deal
if
is the declaration
Yeah, I don't
from
think
Alex as
Jacob went
Oganyan tried to slide in.
You won't?
The queen 6.
I mean, second is
Finger
9,
whack.
so.
What's left in the price pool? 4?
I feel like if I'm Paulius here, I'm not super excited to make a deal in a spot where I have like
Let's see
3x
what's on
the chips
offer.
of everyone
You
else.
know, maybe you do a
They're allowed?
save of
I
some
don't
sort.
know.
We never know.
Yes, of course.
Right.
Yeah, there's always negotiations.
3.5 million left in the price pool. I mean, you'll get like 1.1 probably, or something.
How much?
3.5 million left in the price pool. It's 3.5 million left in the price pool. That's like 900.
Okay, so it looks like negotiations, discussions underway here with 4 remaining. Understandably, a lot of meat left in these top 4 slots. And let's see how the boys might want to carve it up. Peek at the chip counts as those discussions are underway. Brought to you by Poker Stake. Of course, the story, Paulie V up top, that 30 million plus stack. It is kind of a situation, as you were alluding to, Rast, where it would have to be something quite sweet for him to say yes, would it not?
Yeah, I think so. Just because Paulius is in a really good spot where he kind of gets to win more chips than he should, stealing pots because the other 3 players need to be tight.
Yeah.
So I think if I'm him, I ask for extra if I want to do the deal. But yeah, I mean, listen, these are 3 guys. They're new to Triton. It's a lot of money they're playing for. And maybe they want to chop it up.
And by the way, we're on the front end of this series with larger buy-ins still to come, locking up something nice that could create some sort of a free roll in terms of the remainder of the way. Granted, multi-bullet situations can vanquish that rather quickly. Worthy of consideration. And so we're going to give the players an opportunity to do that. And if you grabbed a snack at the last break, now it's time to grab a drink. 10 minutes time. We're going to come right back here to the Landing Casino in Jeju with an update, and we'll see whether or not a deal was struck here in event number 3. Keep it close. Well, whether you're just waking up or just getting through the middle of your day or even finishing things off, breakfast, lunch, or dinner, what's better than a $1.5 million first place prize? And some of the best to ever do it all in a room, playing here on the Triton Super High Roller Series. 4 of our original 9 remaining. Ali Njad, Brian Rast, back with you here at the Landing Casino on Jeju Island, South Korea. $560,000 payout on tap. $132,000 jump if you can slide up into the podium finish, and obviously that even more massive jump between 3rd, 2nd, leapfrogs. As we left you, there was a deal in discussion. Being told, by the way, by producer James that the boys were unable to strike a deal. Something on the order of an extra 10% was on request from Paulie V. These are the whispers that we're hearing, Rast, but you never really thought that a deal was something that was going to be in the works when we stepped away.
No, the way I would put it is, you know, I thought maybe they would come to a deal, but yeah, that Paulie V might ask for more. And whenever a player asks for more, that, you know, if they just go to the ICM chop, maybe they'd agree to it. But someone asks for more, then all of a sudden that becomes a point of negotiation, and then all of them need to agree, and maybe they didn't want to give Paulie V whatever he asked for.
Well, let's say it was 10%. It certainly wasn't out of line when you consider what you had alluded to before we stepped aside for the break. This setup of 3 stacks, tightly kind of wound, jockeying, and then all alone way up top. Better than 2-to-1 lead. Paulie V, I mean, yeah, we rate to perform rather well. So, onwards we march. 62 bigs, it's actually a 3-to-1 chip lead. stand corrected, and there's the tight cluster Rast. So wasn't out of line to ask for more. It's just the boys decided it's perhaps too much more.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, listen, I think in these spots in negotiation, most stuff isn't out of line, and especially not the chip leader with these particular stacks asking for more. Most certainly not. But yeah, you know, people don't always agree, and the simplest thing in that instance is just to play for it.
Well, that's exactly what we're going to end up doing. And of course, the playability far cozier for
all in.
Oh. In the first hand, we see that little Jamaruski and got a hand that dominates him to fold.
I'll tell you what, Jamaruski is also... Oh, you guys don't want to make a deal? Feel my wrath.
You know,
Not really. Jack 9 suited, obviously. We're making a meal of it, but...
You don't want to give me some extra? No problem. I'll just take it all.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I move my seat a little bit?
No, I like you in the Lithuanian flag.
I feel like all these people behind me when I was in my car.
Stay too far.
Just now noticing, by the way, the unfurling of a very oversized Lithuanian flag behind Aram. Obviously not for him, but for Pauly V.
Like the whole row is behind me. I'm not saying they're wrong, but...
Do you just go out and buy the flag when you get here? Are you like a Amazon Prime overnight situation, or you're like, you know what, we should bring the flag. Someone's going to make a deep run. Let's bring the massive flag.
That's a good question.
You know, I always thought that's a little bit weird. I mean, we're not going to a football match. But I love to see it nevertheless. What you don't love to see, though, is an ace-6 if you're Alex T, when across the way the big stack has ace-jack.
Well, there's no 4. What do you mean 4? There's no 4.
There's the jam.
5?
Alex.
Okay.
Immediate concession.
Yeah. Cheers. I'm going.
Just about 6.5 minutes left here in level 28. 30-minute long levels. This silver main began with 40-minute levels. First 10, 35 minutes. From that point up until 6 remained, and then down to 30. Just being advised, by the way, Rast, that now that we are down to 4-handed, when the next level does begin, level 29, we will go down to 25-minute levels, but no further reductions past that.
And Pauly's certainly going to jam this. I mean, it's a hand that likes doing that for Chippy V, and he gets to jam a bunch anyway. Ooh.
Finds jacks in the big, does Aram Oganyan, and this would not be an insignificant blow to Pauly V's stack, as 9 million plus was brought to the party to start things. And we're playing for 18.6, Rast. This was an unexpected development.
Looks like it.
Queen, Jack, 5.
10 of clubs. 10 of clubs.
Everybody pointing out what the sweatiest turn would be. Instead, it's the 7 of hearts, not the 10 of clubs, and the ace-5 draws dead. Oganyan earning tokens that have been very elusive to the entirety of this final table. Talking, of course, about Pauly V's chips. What a wake-up.
What a wake-up indeed.
I'll tell you what, that 18 million infusion there, that'll take you further than a 5-hour energy. There it is, 37 bigs. A clear second place stack now with really a big shift in terms of the dynamic, one that very briefly Paulius endured when Joe Chong nipped on his heels. But since then, big gap between him and second, no longer the case now.
And in that case, Joe was to his right. Now he is to Aram's right. So now he has the person. Second place, Aram has nearly 19 million. Paulius has 24.6. Third place, Alexander has 8.7. So Aram is closer to Paulius than he is to Alexander, and he's directly in position. So it is quite the shift. When Joseph feels like this is a hand you want to play. I was curious how he's going to play it, whether it be a raise or maybe something a bit more, not all in, but like half your chips.
Yeah. Comes with standard. Suited one capper on the button now for Paulie V. Bruised. Folding.
And does he want to gamble with the other player that he's competing with here in the rear? He decides no, he doesn't want to go up against that somewhat strong range.
Alex T, that is?
Yeah. And it would have been tough for him because it turns out that Paulie V folded 9-7 of hearts, so his cards were not live. I mean, obviously you can't know, but it would have been tough.
Just briefly between hands, Rast, and truly this is just for me. Would you take a pass at Alexander's last name?
Katchu?
Just once more.
Katchu?
So we're going silent T on the front of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe the S isn't silent. Maybe it's Cat's Chew. But I prefer...
That sounds like a feline snack, if I'm being honest. It's tobacco products for your kitty. Meanwhile, Ace-King suited again. Really, you know, the deck has been kind to Paulie V. Of course, the jacks against the Ace-5. Unkind, but I don't think he can have any complaints about what's gone down on the evening.
Table, right?
No, he's still the chip leader.
Is that what you had?
No.
Oh.
Well, your good friend Antonio Esfandiari, I believe, perhaps it was for luck, I don't know, coining the term upstuck. I know it's usually a cash game referral, but here in the tournament streets as well, psychologically, we're not immune to that sense. You know, when we come off of the high water mark, that somehow things aren't going great, and yet take a minute to observe that the setup is still lovely for Paulie V.
Yeah, not as dominant and good as prior, but still very George, very nice.
Oh, love that, by the way. Not sure everybody at home knows what Rasty's referring to when he uses the term George. Sort of a Vegas lore affair. More on that in a moment as Queen Jack 5 rolls off on the flop. This one was limped pre. BVB. Both players checking. Unimproved on flop and turn. Advantage Joe.
Check. $750.
And now Joseph's in kind of a tough spot. I mean, he wants to get to showdown, but we could see that The next worst class of hands, 10 high, bluffs the turn. So are you able to just check king high down all the way and get the showdown? The answer is no. And sometimes that's the problem when you take passive lines that perhaps even ignore the fact that he had a slight range advantage on the queen jack flop.
So that second check lures Paulie V into the 750K barrel, and that pot towards him as the blinds have gone up. 300, 600, 600, 1.5 in orbit, if we can even call it that when we're four-handed. Only one slot.
Yeah, I can tell you're real chill.
Listen, you never end up the chip leader of a 300-person tournament with 4 people left without having run good and gotten some good cards. But Paulie V, his play has impressed me so far as somebody who I didn't know who he was prior to this tournament, prior to this Triton stop, but he's played quite nicely. I mean, that was a nice hand. I mean, just a very quiet, subtle blind versus blind pot.
Yeah.
But
And it's interesting, there, a lot of times in what seem to be uneventful exchanges on the surface, you kind of unpack a little bit and they can become a little bit more artistic.
I haven't got no weed in 2 days. Just want to make a deal and go to bed.
Rip and take it there for
Once per month.
Oh, that's not much.
Alex T.
Once every hour or so when I'm at home. I'm not even joking. Like 2 hours, once every 2 hours. I think I'm gonna quit soon. I think it's gonna kill me one day.
I don't give up often, wave the white flag on the surnames. You know, I've gotten a little bit used to having to deal with the minefields here on the Triton Super High Roller Series. But Alex's last name in particular, I concede. I think I'm drawing dead.
Wow.
Oh, and on the topic of drawing dead, obviously live, but the pulse is faint for 7s against 10s, and this is the spot where Chong chooses to put in that declaration-sized raise. 4.5 million, leaves himself 3 back. In comes the jam from Paulie V on the button, and of course, Joey can go nowhere.
Yeah.
And he's certainly hoping that he's not going anywhere.
I want to make sure I
But as we can see, only 18% of the time will that be the case.
Joseph's on life support. He's had a nice final table so far. I remember the timely King 10 of clubs 3-bet early on, got the ace queen off to fold. He's navigated some difficult streets, but this could be the last street he navigates in this one.
Queen 5 deuce board.
7 or diamonds?
Spades are covered. No 7 on the turn. And one can't fault us here at the desk for not building too much excitement. It's a cold 2-outer for Joe Chong. Can he find it? No, the board pairs. And the 4-player logjam is broken to the delight of the Lithuanian supporters. That'll be it.
560,000 for Joseph Chong in fourth. Not a bad payday for a 25K buy-in.
No question about it. Earlier during this final table, he did say it's not every day you play for 1.5. Well, guess what, Joe? It's not every day you get to haul in 560 for fourth. But that's exactly what he's done here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series, earning his first ever cash as he was 0 for 2 coming into this one, but batting .333 as the curtain draws on his run.
You want like a GG 10K?
Yeah, GG 10K in August.
Did you have all yourself?
And I had the spin and go jackpot like a few years ago.
Really? Did you have all yourself in the spin and go?
No. Spin and go? No. No.
How are you playing spin and, were you playing spin and goes on stake or something?
I had 2 stables of spin and goes. So welcome to my world, guys.
What does that mean, 2 stables?
No, I had like horses on spin and goes. And, yeah, I mean,
I don't know what to think of that one.
Huh?
I don't know what to think of that one.
Spin and go stable?
And I'm not pissed, by the way. I'm just cranky.
Yeah, you look like pissed that I mean rejected, but you have.
I want to sleep.
and I
I
want
want
to
to sleep
smoke,
as well.
and I can't do either or right now. I haven't smoked in 2 days.
What is
You know what's weird, Raz? I don't think the man's reaching for a
They should have been
Marlboro in that spot.
No. I think he's referring to something else.
Who will be third?
Huh?
What do you
Oh, the
think?
Mary Jane.
I kind of wonder sometimes, by the way, you know, you're traveling internationally. BYOM can be a little bit dicey. You know, I've seen Rin Tin Tin at the airport. Those guys got snouts on them. You know, you want to talk about the sniff out here on the felt, you know, bluff catching, but those shepherds, yeah, careful.
Yeah, not everywhere's like Las Vegas
CDs.
nowadays where you just
Oh.
drive to the store and buy whatever you want.
Yeah, Jane's legal out there. Meanwhile, pocket fours, Alex
You know what I have, obviously.
rips the button. Oganyan covering and just a hand removed from the departure of Joseph Chong.
I don't know
You just
what
want
I
to see like 3 of spades.
Even the most.
I don't know what I want.
A sweaty flop.
Alex
You don't want to pay,
finds
Joe?
himself at risk.
8, 7, 5.
Oh, I
And
guess
either
because you get to
after
run
this
over.
pot, we're going to get heads
I
up,
understand.
or these two guys are going to basically switch
Ay-ya.
spots.
King 10 deuce, not the one that
I'm not
Oganyan
running
had in mind. As the 16 million edges toward Alex.
Queen or 10.
Or Jack. Oh, 10 is nice.
How about 9? Oh.
You asked, you
Oh,
got it.
hang on.
Good luck.
Queen.
Now,
I'm only
Ace, Queen,
22.7%. Not much.
Whoa.
Jesus. Okay.
70
23, we rounded it.
Yeah. How much?
And the river, a 3 of hearts. So pocket fours hold here. And indeed, fates reversed. Or at least rolls, fates, yet to be determined.
That was
Gotta
some
call it.
mathematical precision right
I mean,
there.
he came
on the
with
odds
it
call.
instantly, by
Yeah.
the way. That was some Rain Man, you know, how many toothpicks did I just drop on the ground stuff?
Yeah.
We might need to grind video poker or something with this dude. You know what I mean? It's just find a juicy slot bank,
I think that's
grab
7.5,
Oganyan, and
I
let's
get
go.
75 back? Does that sound about good math?
You know what I love about that, by the way? It's kind of, you know, the way he's carrying himself here at this final table, very chill, you know, kind of relaxed. Story checks out, by the way, you know,
It's very end.
in terms of
Anything can happen.
herbal inclinations. But then in the moment, he just lasers off 22.7. I mean, don't sleep on our man.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you're due.
That too.
Though sleep something apparently he's been shy on. Obviously, the jet lag can be a bit wicked.
Remember we talked, you had 8% for over 500K score in WSOP for bounty?
Pardon? One more time?
8%,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. So now I think you have more. I mean,
Sure. What do I got? 15 bigs. All in.
A jam now from Oganyan. Sub 9 mil. Unclear the holding.
Guess we'll never know.
Small
Oh.
rebate.
Ace 8. No reveal.
So as the push comes through, gives us an opportunity to talk about the folks over at GTO Wizard. Check them out. Their new ebook, Daily Dose of GTO, a free interactive one full of quizzes and short lessons to help you master GTO concepts in just 5 minutes a day. Check it out now at dailydoseofgto.com. It really, when you compare the kind of solver, pre-coaching era of poker to the post, Ras, the game is different.
Yeah, quite a bit different.
Is the exercise becoming more of a regurgitation of knowledge base, execution of, you know, all that we absorb, as opposed to that kind of flow state, let me just assess sort of deal? You know what I mean? Has it lost any measure of elegance for you?
Yeah, that's a complicated question. Yeah, it is moving that way, whereas there was very little of that before. Now being in the flow state, this obviously still important, but we are moving in the direction where a replication, a regurgitation of things that you're learning, so to speak, from the solver, the silicone overlord, are just a lot more important. And in fact, the young modern player who maybe has just only come up and only started playing in the last 5 years, probably very locked into that way of thinking and replicating, as opposed, to the methodology that we were more accustomed to, say, 20 years ago.
Yeah, actually, coming into their own, it reminds me of the pre-cell phone, pre-internet type of, generation that I'm from, and versus the post. It's a completely different animal. As we see Jack 4 of diamonds picking up the flush draw on the turn, failing to connect. Full check down there, blind versus blind, limp pot pre. Alex hauling that one in. And we're not necessarily skewing into saying it's better or it's worse, but you know what I mean? It is certainly different.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think everybody will have different answers to that question of better or worse, because that's a subjective, personal measure, right, about how you feel about that.
Right.
Because, there are going to be some people that like that increased structure and ability to get an answer and study, and other people that don't.
I'll tell you this, though. It does feel like a lot of those characters, which, by the way, Ace King here, small blind for Pauly V. A lot of the characters that I kind of fell in love with, the Sam Farhas of the world, let's say, that the old schoolers really represented to me poker's elite once upon a time. That is not the template from which we forge our current champions. And again, for better or for worse, but there was so much entertainment back then, it felt like. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of nuance in this discussion, because it's also not to imply that some of the crushers today are simply just replicating.
Correct.
A lot of them are doing a lot of very exploitative adjustments that are maybe based off of what the baseline is for GTO, but then they're shifting it drastically in order to take advantage of the population, which is a methodology perhaps more detailed and precise, but not completely dissimilar to what crushers were doing. Let's say, there was a stretch of time when I was playing the biggest No Limit Hold'em tournaments, like right before the solvers came out. And I'm not saying it's completely different from that methodology, but definitely this modern one is more precise because you have a baseline to base it off of.
Sure.
Whereas before you didn't in nearly as precise of a manner. If that makes sense. Does that make sense, what I just said?
Yeah, I'm with you. Ace King with Pauly V, as Oganyan did defend. And chewing on the 7-8 offsuit here in the face of the 1.2 million chip C-bet, ultimately does lay it down.
Another nuance would be that some of the characters, and I'm just going to kind of do a little stand-up here, they were characters, but even before solvers, these characters were never the best No Limit Hold'em players. And I'm just going to say that right now. Like some of these guys, and watching the characters on high stakes poker, listen, even pre-solver days, there were some people that could, slice and dice.
Do you have favorite characters, by the way? From back in those days?
Trying to think.
Who entertained you most?
I never watched like a ton of poker TV.
But you played with a lot of these guys eventually too.
I mean, some of the people that I played with.
Gustav?
I love.
He can be pretty funny.
That's the person I was thinking.
Were
of.
you really? Gus Hansen, of course. That's who I'm referring to.
Gus is very great to play with. He can be very entertaining. Not in a I'm going to entertain you kind of way. He's just.
No, he's just a goofy, sharp. But my favorite, we see Oganyan jam and take it here, would be Gus playing props with Doyle.
Dude, I
in
had,
Bobby's.
I had there was after the World Series one year, like, I don't know, like 7 years ago or 6 years ago or something, Gus stayed in town, and like the end of July, August, there was like 2 or 3 weeks, and Gus was never like a big prop player, but we all played the props on this time, and the props were big, the game was big, it was fun. It was fun. Gus, Doyle, me, I'm trying to think who the fourth person jumping in and out, but the three of us were playing the props
and the
every day.
activators and you guys were.
Yeah. Yeah, where you have the 3 cards, so if the flop's if it's all those 3 in any combination, right, and you have 10 of those, and then it's like the stiff jack.
The stiff jack.
Right, yeah.
And he has a friend.
Yeah, he has a friend. He doesn't have a friend. He doesn't have a friend. The other people have to call it, but if he has a friend, you have to. I mean, they were crazy. It's a lot to keep track of.
I really do miss those days as we see Oganyan's ace on the button, hang tight.
Yeah,
putting in the raise to 4.4. This is a half stack commitment here. Alex out of the way. What did Paulie V have? Doesn't seem to be anything worthy of interest.
Okay.
But we return to Gus.
So one of the things that like make Gus funny with this is like we're playing the props, and there would be times when we're playing triple draw.
Okay.
Right. Let's
Deuce
say,
to 7.
and Gus will just open from middle position, and whatever he gets 3-bet something.
Did I give you
called
I gave you
this.
time bank, right?
He's just
yeah, of course.
Draws 3, and then he puts it down. But then as he's putting it down, he just shows the 2. He's got the pair of kings. So we all owe him money, and he's only playing this hand because he's winning the prop, because he knows he's not supposed to draw 3 or 4 or whatever from like middle position, but like he just is goofing around and like happy he wins the prop, and so he's gonna play this one. He's just like
he's like, you guys are paying for the first street
you're
or
paying,
2
you're
of
paying
this
for
pot.
this. Yeah, everybody ship me 5K. Here we go. 10K, whatever
Those were
it was.
crazy days, man. As Jack 6 offsuit could vibe a little crazy here. Paulie V, 1.8. Of course, Oganyan, shortest of stacks, has the ace in the big. Oh, it looked for a second like perhaps this was going to be defense, but instead, shipment.
Just in case you can call and
the
then
soldiers
maybe next
come
hand.
home.
I think I win.
By the way, chat, we see you. Some submissions, by the way, in terms of favorite characters. Mike Matisow, Tony G, Devilfish in the conversation. Keep them coming.
And then I can put it in. I can put call and track it down.
But
I caught a glimpse of Tony G, by the way. He is here in Jeju.
It makes sense for me.
If you shove, it also makes sense for me because I get a good price on the next hand. It's really bad for him.
I mean, yeah.
Shouldn't be teaching you guys these things. These ICM tricks. I'm sure you guys know a lot of them though.
Just the 6 of hearts revealed in association with this min raise open, and a king and queen in the small blind for Aram. He's really been the peskiest foe for Paulie V.
And feels like this one's going to sail on in. Well, I guess the question is, like, if he re-raises and big blind goes all in and the other guy goes all in, so maybe he makes it like 6 million or something, puts in half of his chips, so that if they both go all in, he just folds.
$8 million?
Yeah.
Three bets.
What would you like now? Every 5 seconds they want something.
Take it, sir. Ganyan paying the time bank marker, apparently.
God damn it. Sorry.
This dude's pretty funny.
Yeah.
You know, I know Schulman's quite familiar with him. I can't remember if I asked whether or not you had had time with Oganyan out there in the streets.
Not like, I mean, I'm sure I've played with him some, but you know, we've never like hung out or anything, so I don't really know him personally, but he is pretty funny. He's got a good attitude, kind of jovial. I really like the fact that he just Rain-Manned off the 22.
The 22-7 was
though.
Careful with that, by the way. You know what I mean? This is like all of a sudden the whole shtick starts to erode when you come with the 22-7 laser beam. By the way, other character
just a stoner, relax.
Right, right.
With a pinpoint mathematical mind.
Yeah. King 10 pinpointing the big of Paulie V, who's got something to fight with here. Ace Jack. How violent does he want to make things? Oganyan now in second, by the way, in front of Alexander is relevant insofar as the ICM pressure that is available to Paulie V in altercations with Adam.
Oh, certainly. I mean, Paulie V's got a pretty big hand here. It just feels like he's probably going to end up putting pressure on the dealer button. Just
4 million.
I only get 20 seconds?
$2.8 more required to proceed here.
Hold.
Not insignificant. And so the King 10 does find the muck as Paulie chooses the aggressive course of action, somewhat predictably there. And I was beginning to acknowledge some of the late arriving submissions in terms of characters. The conversation that we embarked upon. Scotty Wynn, an oversight perhaps on our part.
I don't know about you guys, but I would
Quite a
never
few
be
people.
a fan of some guy playing a final table. I would just go to my room and chill, smoke some weed.
No, I like the real. I mean, I like to be a fan.
Really?
Yeah.
I have so much better things to do in my life than to watch someone play poker.
Well, shots fired, by the way, at all of you streaming right now, but certainly hope that you're as entertained as we are by that which we are witnessing here on Jeju Island.
Listen, in the pre-solver era, you're rattling off famous names, but there's some really world-class players that maybe Michael Thuritz, Andy Mosley. These are guys that I would take over. Yeah, I agree. They're not characters in the same way, but I'd take them in a no-limit hold'em game over them any day. And this is before solvers and all that.
Thuritz, by the way, modern-day James Bond of sorts.
Yeah.
The Swede. Debonair, dapper, plays the highest of stakes. Kind of under the radar.
No, he's still going. Andy doesn't play cards as much anymore, but they were both amazing no-limit hold'em players.
An amazing hand
there's
on the
more.
button. Raise and take it for Alex. But yeah, I mean, you know, I'm talking about the characters. Umberto Brenes was brought up over here. The Chadek is coming. These sorts of dudes. And by the way, for those who maybe are a bit younger, have no clue, perhaps, some of the names that we're bringing up, worthy of a dive into the YouTube streets just to see some of the legendary pots that were played and a lot of the kind of chatter that would go down. You know, it was a little bit more back alley back in the days. Bit more sportsmanship, bit more professionalism on display typically here today. But it was a bit more streety back then.
Andrew Roble.
Well, Roble is just a stone-cold killer. This we know.
Well, nowadays, he's a jovial character on the TV show playing some cash games. But Roble's,
jovial or not, Roble's not out
was
there.
sharpening knives in the streets back in the day, you know?
You know, scalpels have been deposited in many a throat by Roble in terms of the poker. Jam and take here.
I don't know how many big blinds I have because I was.
Yeah.
That was pretty scammy.
The
I
ace,
probably,
nine
that's
of
probably,
diamonds.
again.
probably not good what I did with this cards for.
You thought 15 big blinds?
Huh?
You thought 15?
No, I knew, but I mean, I had ace-9 suited. But I
Bad
maybe he
news
limp or something.
for Oganyan and Alexander. Dilution,
4-8-8.
courtesy of the bump. Nowhere to hide. Three-handed poker. Here in the
Sam
silver
trick
name.
it.
Okay.
Trick it.
Yeah, sure. By the way, modern day characters, I'm a Sam Grafton, Fiskwitty. You know what I mean? He's a guy who kind of, you know, not shy on personality. Take a walk. Paulius. Like if Paulius just stood up in between hands, found a piece of cardboard, did a head spin, came back to his seat, I don't know that I would be surprised by it.
Oh, I would be surprised. I mean, I get what you're saying.
Kind of the b-boy chic, right? Little breakdancer chic.
But
You
if
see it?
The swag lord could do some serious breakdancing. I would be surprised.
It's like Run DMC-ish kind of thing. Like we need to get one of those big old school gold ropes around him to complete the effect. I feel the kind of thing that $1.5 million will certainly buy you. Isn't it
I mean,
missing?
they need to fix it
You
'cause
see
it's
it, right? Like just the big gold chain, the thick neck breaker.
Oh, he's back.
Rip City.
35 million after this pot.
Oh, I don't know how many big blinds I have.
I just feel like he's just gonna win this, right? I mean, that's just, you know, it's the hat. It's him folding the set of sixes earlier, just bluffing the 10-4.
It's working again.
Let us be honest, it is predominantly the 35 million
So 15
that is
Yes.
guiding us in that way.
No,
And
of
by the
course,
way,
but-
a bit of a sun-runny kind of FT for him. And again, no shame in it, but I think he'd be the first to let you know that he definitely racked a little bit in terms of
No, of
of
course.
hands.
But I've liked the way he's played and
Agreed.
he's run well, and it's just gonna keep going.
I think I was getting called this.
Well, obviously not if
Glad
Adam and
nothing,
Alexander
but
have
glad
anything to
something.
do with it, but for the time being, they
I'll
are
tell you
dead
what,
level
I'll-
and whittling away a war of attrition.
It looks like right now the other two have 31 blinds and he has 44 blinds. I'll lay 2-1 on Paulius. So you can have the other two. You can have the field getting 2-1.
I don't like it.
Fly back
Yeah, I
after
know.
4
'Cause but you have the best of it based on chips.
I mean, but the
Hang out with my
strength
billionaire friend.
of Paul Levy
Serious.
and a little bit of the run good, mind you,
bring
is
him here.
also
Maybe he likes
coming into
I
play in
told him,
terms
but
of my
he's
aversions.
too rich to care. I watched him lose 500,000 playing blackjack and just laughed. In like 10 minutes, he lost 500. He's like, I was so unlucky.
Who we talking about?
He's a really nice
I'm
guy,
not
too.
sure.
Really nice guy, too. Okay, somebody with a half a bean blast off in 10 minutes in blackjack and laughter on the back end. Those characters are here.
Oh.
Tens. Finger will be wagged.
Well, he's going to raise up to a non-all-in sizing. Try to induce. He's got a monster.
2.4.
Yep. And I think Jack 4 suited's too weak here. Yeah. Just going to let him have it.
I had this time.
Aces.
No. I busted one guy with this hand today.
You busted him?
And
No, tens.
Honesty.
congratulations.
Guys, I mean,
How'd we sleep on Phil Locke? I brought his name up earlier, too, but that was one of the OG
What?
characters.
it feels
Yeah,
like 2
and
against
one of
I
my
don't know.
good
What do you
friends.
mean? Like, you were just chatting.
What's our
friendly
boy
with each
Phil up
other.
to these days?
Who?
He's still
you
grinding?
I like
He
you,
doesn't play too much poker. He's just in LA with Jen
man. I
Tilly.
really liked you when I
Yeah?
had Jacks.
Yeah.
Living the dream?
Fucking love
Living
you,
the
man.
dream.
Okay.
All in.
Oh, I love
Do
you right
think-
now, baby. You're in trouble.
Supposedly he's going to start playing on a stream.
I heard something about
What
this.
was that?
Yeah.
King of spades.
That's good. I had queen of spades and a deuce.
Oh, I had you in
I
the
think-
bad shape.
Yeah, probably.
He's a person I always enjoyed playing with. But I also just like being with him. He's just funny.
He is funny.
Maybe I'll play next
Just
time.
a bit of a space alien at times, too.
Yeah.
That's about
I
it,
mean,
though.
trying to get
I really
a
don't like poker.
story
It's too boring.
out of Phil is really one of the great challenges in life. Like in any sort of contiguous manner. I mean, there's so many
Bunch of
tangents,
folding.
so many distractions.
Colin. Aces?
But in his own
I'll take that.
Phil Lockean kind of way, it all
Good luck,
kind
gentlemen.
of makes sense.
Big spot for you guys.
Anyway, here we have a run-in. He jammed and ran into a hand.
That he
He's
did.
Lucky to have some live cards and be just over a 2-to-1 dog.
And by the way, procedurally speaking, from the button, these jams tend to be profitable as you kind of put the ICM jail effects to work on those two very level shorter stacks. But of course, when the ace-queen is presented to Alexander, he's in
King of spades.
and in great shape in a 24.5 million chip pot
Eight of
top
spades?
pair. Oh, hang on.
Some life.
This whole never easy shit is like so true, huh? I think you
King
got
of six
this.
would be a disaster for the German.
Oh, it was low, but not quite there.
Four of diamonds. So
14
he
big,
will
right?
double.
Good call.
15.
This is
No, I wish I folded ace nine.
gonna be a chunky
I'm so fucked.
double to
30,
22
12?
million and
Actually, I
then
can fuck with you guys
27
now.
for Paulie V. Ruff
be fun.
when it's all said and done. Does that look right?
Looks
You
like
guys care to look at numbers now?
No.
No? Okay.
You want to 5% more again?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that was so greedy.
Or not?
What did you say? I didn't hear.
Oh, by the way, earlier
I
at the
said, do you
desk I
guys
said
care to look at
whispers of
numbers? You
10%,
said maybe you
apparently
want 5%
5%.
more? So really,
Or maybe 7
Yes,
more.
well.
like, you know, if I double through one of you guys, it's just like,
No, I mean, if you double, then we can check. But now, right, Alex?
I guess. I mean, I could just fold and you guys could just clear each
How
other.
much? So we. I mean,
You will double now.
I don't care. I'm due to win one flip now. Like my turn to flip and win. Good luck, good luck, good luck.
Good luck.
Interesting to hear this because to me it gives you some insight into what some
I'll tell you one thing. If you think it was 2 against 1 last time, I was rooting for you.
what some pros think about ICM chopping and whatnot, right? Apparently, it's just hard to agree on the ICM chop when you have a big disparity in checks, in stacks. But you know, there was the comment that if Aram
4.8
doubled
million
and therefore all 3 of the stacks would be close,
Right.
maybe they would look at it. But they didn't want to look at it
Oh,
with
so you
someone
didn't
being
want to
much
put
shorter.
Understandably, by the way.
Yeah, maybe the idea being that ICM is too friendly to a stack that's short in these kind of situations. I mean, that would be perhaps, not saying it's true or not, but at least what these gentlemen think about that.
We'll see
So I'm playing
whether
all
or
in or
not.
fold. For like
Our,
300K and all in or fold. You play all in
be
or
able
fold
to
spin and go?
create a power shift
is that
here.
a thing? No.
You don't play that game? That's the game to play.
Murmurs, by the way, in the chat that our boy Phil Locke played on a streamed cash game just last night.
Oh, so it's
Yeah,
already
he first got
started.
next to me
I've
on
talked
day
to
one.
him recently, and he said he
I just
was
looked at your
doing
face
it.
and
There's
I
a
was
new
like,
one
this
that's
guy's
getting
gonna
started.
win.
It's going
Yep.
to be like every week.
Who said that?
King Jack
When we
suited.
first sat like over
Jam
there
and take.
somewhere, I just looked at you. When we
yeah.
played a lot this tournament, right? Like I feel like we've been at the same table quite a bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
The first time when I was like, "Are you touched some grass or whatever?" I just looked at you and I was like, "This guy's gonna win the tournament." That was my read. He has the face of the.
Good treat.
Yeah, not bad read. I just didn't want to tell you. I don't want to get your hopes up yet. But now.
It takes a second.
Nah, I tell you.
Really?
Yeah.
You first.
It's really 2-on-1, isn't it?
Ace queen.
1.6 million.
Up we go. Not a jam, just a min raise. Obviously, with Alex in the big blind, sitting far deeper.
But with a shorter stack here, there's some interesting dynamics going on. Yeah, just call. Turns out, I think, in this particular situation, you'll find that Alexander doesn't like 3-betting very much. He's slightly less chips, and they both have a lot more than third place.
So defense, 976 board, not in either area code. It goes check, check. Another check now from Alex. And again, this is the presence of Oganyan that's kind of keeping these guys in line. Check back again from Paulie V. Showdown value on this board pairing 4.
It's very low, but I just don't think. I just don't think you bluff king queen here in order to get ace high to fold. Yeah, you just know you're
Jack?
almost never winning.
Oh.
Yeah.
Slow.
But no, slower. But I was like, if you jam, I should fold, I guess.
What a cooler. And I double through you this hand. King 6. Sick. That's actually, you probably got a better result here. Much better. That he had ace queen on the button.
So the full shutdown. Pot goes over to ace queen. You see the distribution of chips. That one was somewhat meaningful, Rasty, in terms of sticking Alex midfield more so than he was going into it.
Yeah, pretty clear 3-2-1 delineation here. Now Paulius is separated a little bit from Alexander in the last couple of hands.
Now you can go. Just be careful when you deal them, yeah? Because, yeah. Queens are out here.
Not a bad hand.
Suited one gapper. And another one of these half stack declarations from Oganyan. A6 suited though. Paulie V.
How much you have? I don't want to, I mean, okay.
Asks for the count, Rasty. Is it weird, this one?
I think you go with it.
Yeah.
Did he
There's
call?
the jam.
I don't think he called. I mean, I don't think he put the chips in first and then set all in.
Okay.
I mean,
That's no, it's my bad. It's my mistake.
Okay, so
you gotta see a flop.
Yeah, okay.
so Oganyan, very interesting here, Rast, noting that Paulie V did drop the chips into the pot
Maybe you can bluff.
prior to saying all in, holding him
Or I
to
can
that.
bluff you. About the same, 4.5 left.
And
Yeah.
as such, we will see a flop
This is gonna be
for
fine.
10.8.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fun.
And that flop is 10-9 deuce.
All in.
Top pair. Oganyan. All too happy to get it in there. So in the end,
I love
we don't find there to be
Such a good
any
all-in.
discrepancy in terms of the ultimate outcome
Seven of hearts.
of all chips finding their way into the middle in this now almost 20 million chip pot. 2 pair on the turn, but 7 would be a real
10-8 is so
disaster.
strong, though.
And instead, it's
3
a
times 2
3.
plus 1.
I mean, we can check now. Now we're all equal.
I don't mind.
So as Oganyan alluded to earlier, Rast, a double by him would definitely change the landscape.
Do it even chop.
How much left?
I love this fucking hand. This hand's so good in poker. People underestimate these cards.
Yeah.
This is a really good hand.
And make flushes, straights.
I mean, it's just a
Two pair.
a good fucking hand.
So I believe
You fold on deuce, deuce 7. Victor flush.
some solicitation
I might have to, huh?
of deal discussion by Oganyan.
Thank God it wasn't that hard.
Paulie V walking over to his camp maybe to get a little bit of guidance.
3-1. I might have to put it in 3-1. I mean, I can't just fold, right?
Sonny over to monitor the proceedings.
No, I put it in.
Okay, so the chips are being pushed forward for the purposes of just verifying how much is in front of everyone here, Rast.
Or something, right?
Yeah, easy fold. But deuce to 7, I think we have to fold.
Oh, no.
By our count, it is a very level playing field. 20.5 million for Alex T, the chip leader now by inheritance. Call it 20.9. 19.85 for Aram Oganyan, 18.875 for Paulie V. For all intents and purposes, we have ourselves a 3-person sit and go with 1.5 million up top. 922 for second, 692 for third. As we bring you back to the desk, even chop discussions with maybe a save to be played for?
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to talk even this time. I mean, you know, I don't know why anyone would get extra unless they didn't want to chop and just were throwing that as a way to kind of block it unless they got something beneficial to them. But, yeah, you know, just the way it works here, they have to save something and play for it?
I don't know. I don't know. Producer James is saying yes, indeed, that is compulsory. So obviously it maintains intact the spirit of competition as something will be at stake. But why don't we step aside? We're going to give these guys a little bit of time to hash things out. When we come back, we'll let you know what they've come up with here in Jeju as event number 3, the Silver Mane, has talks of a deal on its hands. And welcome back to the Landing Casino here on Jeju Island, South Korea. Early hours of the morning, 1:30 a.m. local time. And Rast and I are going to see you straight through to an eventual champion. Now, whispers of a deal did take place, and producer James has sent that deal my way. Let's get right to it and see what they came up with. Rast, it would seem that they went based on, you know, there was a little bit of discrepancy in the chips. So Alex is going to get a little over $1 million. $989,000 is going to go to Aram. Paulius will take $977,000 and change. What they are going to play for is $100,000, and only the winner will take down that $100K. So clearly something to play for, nothing for second, and that should change a little bit the approach here three-handed.
Well, certainly all the ICM talk about busting, it's kind of all just goes out the window. When you have a winner-take-all situation, then it's just about winning the chips because you only win by getting all the chips. There's no value in staying alive, so it kind of just takes all that away, all that like extra calculation and, you know, kind of tournament esque-ness of the situation. It's out the window, and it's winner-take-all. So yeah, it doesn't matter if you come in third or second.
No, very much does not. So let's just recap, if you will, the 9 players that began. Jason Kuhn, first to bust out, $149,000 went his way, denied the 11th title. Then Chen Guangcheng of China, $182,000. That's a flag that's rolling deep here in Jeju. Dan Smith, $248K to pile on to the 18+ he's already won on the Triton Super High Roller Series. Maxim Vaskrasensky, $337,000 for 6th. Roman Hrabic out in 5th, $441. And then Joseph Chong, a 4th place finish, $560K. So then, just moments away from sending you back to the resumption of play, where they're going to be playing 400, 800 with the 800K Big Blind Annie, brought to you by PokerStake. A look at the chip counts, a very tight cluster here, but not particularly deep. 26, 25, 24 big blinds. Gonna play for $100,000 up top, and everybody getting just about a milli for their efforts. Certainly nothing to scoff at.
No, pretty nice result for all of them, right? I mean, everybody gets more than second place money, and the winner will get that plus 100.
What?
Run it.
Only one of us is
C3.
million,
Same flop as last time.
9, 7, 4 as goes limp, check back, blind VB. You would have thought I would say blind versus blind or BVB, but instead I went with the hybrid odd. 9, 7, 4, now the 8 on the turn, open-ender and gut shot. The developments in the 5 binky for improvements to what was already the better hand for Paulie V. Why the limp with the ace-5 suited, by the way, just on balance here, Rast, pre-flop?
Yeah, it seems like he's just trying to mix it up. Also curious was Aram's check back on the turn with Queen 10 there. But he still found a way to win, waiting for the river and bluffing.
Sorry. I'm sure you had like king 3 or something. No. You had best hand? Yeah, obviously not.
Maybe a bit.
Then how can I have to bluff it? I'm trying to tell you I had a 10. I said same flop as last time.
It's very similar hand as well.
Yeah.
Onwards.
Raise 1.6 plus.
King 9 and 7, 8 squaring off here. Paulie V. Min-raise open. Gutter on the monotone 10 high board for Alexander. Dusty King high. But position in the betting lead. A milli sprinkled out there to see what's what.
I think with the gutter here, it's
3.5.
Too much to just fold. Yeah, so he turns it into a bluffing combo, and that's going to work versus King 9, no diamond. Nice little flop check raise there for Alexander.
Alexander, you as well.
Interesting candidate
Everything I was saying.
with which to do that.
It's dog trash.
So much trash. I'm not even joking, right? Please don't watch it. You're gonna like me. You're really gonna hate me.
Jack 4 off. Played as a limp. I mean, I know they're playing for 100,000, a million on lockup, though. It is a bit peculiar to me. Things feel like they've gotten cagey, dare I say?
Yeah.
4s against kings, though. This one could see an exchange. 2.4 in the middle already.
Wow.
Goes check, check. Trip kings now. And this, of course, makes the Jack 4 that much more attractive to Alexander.
Yeah, certainly. Jack 4 has to feel like it's the best hand here a lot. Now the question is, does Paulius call or raise? I mean, when his opponent bets this small on the turn, it's going to be hard
to win a very large pot, but there are a lot of other advantages to calling. Our hand is completely disguised.
So 800K ahead to the river, which is an 8. Paulie V trying to induce another barrel here.
And Alexander has every reason to think his hand is still good. He's also beating most 4s with a jack kicker that is, you know, that plays even on the 8. So you could see he even chose large sizing. He went for pot. So, you know, his hand, he feels, is good enough to bet and bet large. And, I mean, wow, Paulie.
4 million. The barrel.
Worst kicker against
And the
that
flat from Paulie and
Hey,
last. I
what?
feel as though you were about to embark on
What the hell? We're only playing for 100K,
something
bro. I hope you know this.
that was on the
mean,
order
you're
of
probably gonna
being
call- you might.
surprised by the flat.
You might keep him. You might look him up.
I mean, I think it's I'm surprised that he snap called. I'll put it that way. I think he
How
should have
tilted is he?
considered
Friendly
raising,
play.
certainly. I mean, I
he said he
probably
just had-
would have
Yeah,
raised
friendly
if I was him,
Okay.
right? Especially with no ICM considerations, right? I mean, we called, no draws got there, none of the straight draws got there on the river. Our hand is completely under-repped, and we can have hands that we're bluffing with on the end, that we're bluff raising. So, you know,
You ever seen the movie Step Brothers?
yeah.
The movie.
I don't
Step
know.
Brothers.
I
Will
think I
Ferrell
would have
and
raised,
some
and
other
I
bunch.
definitely
It's
think it was a mistake to
hilarious.
snap
There's like
call.
a scene
At the
where
very least, I
they're
would have liked to
stepbrothers,
see
and he's
him
like, "Could we just be they're
think
both
about
40
it.
years old and they live with their mom and dad."
At least think, should I raise
Or
here?
one lives with
And then
their
maybe
mom,
he
one lives with
decides
their dad,
he
and
doesn't
they
want
date each
to,
other.
that's fine, but to have not really thought about it, to me, was a mistake.
Reflexive, perhaps a touch hasty, but in the end, still profitable for Paulie V. Now, a raise to 2.4 and a dominant king-queen as Oganyan defends. Paulie V smashing the queen 10-4.
$2 million.
Bet 2 million.
You're gonna win the pot, but you're gonna get needled. Remember this hand? You can win the pot. You gotta get needled though. Bye bye, King 7 off.
I played it so bad.
This one?
No, this one
2
I
million
won. I mean,
C-bet.
I won the last one as well, but
Take it.
Yeah, what do you mean? You played them both
Second
great.
best option. Go on.
You played them both
10-4.
great.
huh?
Second best option.
I just don't think. I mean,
Did you bluff me on this last one?
no, I don't bluff.
You did. You bluffed me earlier with ace 10 spades. Should have called you. But I guess I'm really happy I did it. 'Cause the whole universe would have changed.
Raise 1.6 pass.
Queen 10 off. Up we go again.
Ended.
It didn't end, but the next hand is going to be blind.
All in.
They're all in.
Ace 9.
Blind was
Jams over the top.
Maybe you can.
That'll be that.
We don't. Maybe you can.
How do you say your last name?
Kachev.
Kach?
Kachev.
Kachev?
Yeah.
Kachev? The T is silent?
I don't know. We don't.
Yeah.
We don't need anything.
Kachev. Okay. I can say that.
Price 501 mil, please.
I'll tell you what, that's a moment I've been waiting for, and I had to get down to three-handed before we got there. But Kachev is the way to pronounce Alexander's last name. Blinds up, by the way.
Hey.
Half a milli and a milli.
I have to count my chips.
You just divide it by 100, so it's pretty easy. Or a million.
You're starting to grab a lot of those orange chips here.
It's a very modest hand.
I think he's just counting his stack. Flicks a biscuit in, trying a C3. 4-3 off for Paulie.
Y'all talking shit over there? You guys talking shit over there? I know he is. Good shit? Good shit. Good shit's okay.
Look at this.
Oh
Not
my
really
God.
in the
Playing for
mood
fucking peanuts now, dude.
to see a small
Like
blind
nothing
limp.
compared to-
I don't have enough of this.
True. Okay, I'll focus more.
Paulie's very much been
Fair enough.
inclined to raise from the big in such situations. Looks like we're going to race off some of the chips. And as we do, we take a moment to remind you that the official staking partner of the Triton Super High Roller Series is Poker Stake, where you can get rake and transaction fee-free action down buying a piece of your favorite players. They really are the go-to platform for anyone looking to celebrate the rewards of big victories. PokerStake.com, where you need to head to get involved.
$2.7.
Turning up the gear, but
You ever
it's
watch the
not going to
Hustler live
fly in
stream?
the face of eights.
You ever see this guy named Professor? I'm serious.
The Asian guy?
Yeah. You ever hear
Can
his
you get the
famous
chips?
words?
Like,
I'm all in.
can we get the chips like it was before?
You never seen the Professor?
No, I saw it. I know what you're talking about.
I show you pocket eights.
Oh. How much do we have?
I don't know.
Jam and take it.
So
Predictable?
I have,
I had 16 Bs.
You have equal, I think. I mean, a bit more. I mean, we all the same. Nothing happened except like cold trips. Yeah, so 21, 20.
21, 20, 19.
Yeah, we all got about a dub. No problem. What's your name, dealer? So beautiful. You're welcome.
I don't know if you caught that there, O'Ganion.
I would give her my last name any day.
Oh.
Plays being made. By the way, hey, we did a deal. I've got $1 million on lockup here. I don't know if you knew that. So Ganyan character very much marching to the beat of his own drum as 6-3 and King 3 march into the Jack high flop. One and a half. Position bet and take it there.
Karalium septynis.
It's kind of funny. O'Ganyan's like, guys, we're barely playing for anything. We're just playing for 100K.
Yeah.
You know, well, let's not forget that 100K three-person sit and go winner take all is still certainly the stuff of dreams for 99.9% of the pokerverse.
I had Robbie.
Your hand.
I had
That's your hand.
3, I think, of them. Or 2.
Jam and take it for 10-10.
Was rooting for some fun action on that one. Even ace queen, I don't care.
Uh-huh.
Hmm?
No, they asked if I want.
King
20.3
8.
dBs.
Played as a limp. Jack 3 says, let's run it top pair for Paulie V. And I gotta say, even here as we are three-handed with the save all that's at stake, really the deck has blessed
nuts.
Pauly V
Yeah?
disproportionately
Coming.
here at this FT.
Maybe not.
Rast irrefutably so.
I was ready.
Yeah.
I was ready to bluff,
Does
but
seem
then
like-
I wasn't. I jacked 3 off. Very
But
bad hand.
interestingly enough, in spite of
I played it like a gentleman
all
this
of the
time.
pre-flop
Not li-
Whole
kind of run
final
good,
table played like a gentleman.
well, it's because I think
Except A6.
he really hasn't managed to break free ever since the gap narrowed. Here he is, 25 million to, let's call it 19 and then 16 respectively. But you kind of might have imagined, if I told you all of those starting hands that he's enjoyed, a world in which he kind of ran away with this thing. And yet he wasn't able to do that.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
I see you diving
listen,
into the Triton Poker Plus app, by the way, looking for the pots where he kind of
he
down
jammed
tipped.
That wasn't
King
gentleman.
6 and ran into
That
Ace
was just-
Queen in a spot where, you know,
That
he's
was
going to
like,
be
just
jamming a
getting a
lot.
torch
And
and
the
putting a lot of
opponent
money
had a
in.
hand. You know, he had the Ace 6 of hearts lose to 10-8, sort of all in pre-flop.
Yeah, that one was a bit weird, but we got there post.
You know, he had another hit pot. He finally found a jam spot, and Aram had the jacks. He's definitely had some good hands, but he's ran into some good hands as well. You know, everybody who got here has had a nice, healthy dose of good luck in one way, shape, or form. I definitely don't believe or would want to imply that Pauly has run especially good compared to these other two, which would then imply that he's playing worse. I don't think that's true.
3 million?
Eight, 5 of diamonds here turned into a flush on the flop. Really, unfortunately, nothing was cooking for Pauly V, but yet here he is as the pre-flop raiser, following through for $1 million on the flop, and then the $3 million here on the turn. These ambitions are fruitless. He is drawing dead, and you see Kachev flatting, laying rope, perhaps too much showdown value now. Yes, the shutdown from Pauly V. 13.5 million unexpectedly working its way into the middle here. Rast, forgive the latent catch-up on that one.
I had ace 5 as well. Nice hand.
But suddenly, Kachev
You could have really
laying claim to the chip lead.
Straight flush, baby. Nice hit.
Chip leader.
Yeah, chip leader. You guys want to look at numbers for this 100K?
He might ask for 30 bucks more.
He might. 13 bucks now.
King Queen for Aram on the button. Raise and take.
Sorry. What happened to my girl? What happened to Alex? What the hell? She was so pretty. Oh my god. I like Alex. All the dealers here are actually, all the lady dealers are very pretty. I noticed. They do a good job. It's kind of distracting. For me at least.
This Oganyan is a stone legend.
Yeah.
Ten-8 suited being put to work on the button. Dirty diaper in the bin there. In the big for Aram. There's not a lot of filtration in terms of, you know, submit thought for processing before verbalizing in Camp Oganyan. It's just sort of straight out.
He's, you know, that reminds me of somebody we were just speaking of.
Phil Lock?
15, yep. Yeah, Phil Lock. Not a lot of filtration.
Yeah. Make your statement and then think about it after it comes out. Sort of the order of the day. Queen Jack against 10-8. Ace 8-5. Advantage Alexander here in the limp pot pre.
Million big blind.
Yeah, you don't get that deep into an event all that often, do you? Action goes check, check on the flop.
Now Alexander might think it's time to go ahead and value bet his pair of eights. Yep. Comes with a pretty big size. I don't think Queen Jack can do very much versus that.
Feels like you got 10-7 or something. 7 Jack.
7 duels?
Maybe.
Powerless. Yeah. Check folding to the 2 million.
Gotta get bluffed sometimes. It's an interesting spot.
How can we add a wrinkle to this? You know, can we do like a cash sort of progressive jackpot? You know what I'm talking about? The small blind is the only seat from which you can win it every hand. You got to deposit a chip into the cup and then it just kind of moves around. Have you seen this?
I haven't.
Idea? It's been percolating. Just looking for interesting ways to maybe spice things up here with 3 left.
Yeah, it feels like, weirdly enough, after the deal, it's gotten a little...
Yeah, maybe
tighter.
without the deal, we were going to see a little bit more gamble, oddly enough. Instead, these guys are playing locked down as the 8-5 hops in front of ace high. 2 million ahead. Things kicked off by O'Gagnon, who now lags behind Paulie V. Check back, brings a deuce. Cozy.
Great
Paulius.
card for Paulius, yeah.
2 million. 2 million.
And this bet is
Wow.
a little uncomfortable for ace high.
I mean, nevertheless,
Yeah, but
ace 9 does call and does not improve on the river. Queen doesn't rate to be of any concern for Paulie V, but the fact that he got called on the turn, enough to draw a check from him on the river. And of course, happy to get to the showdown with the ace high, a check back from
I want
O'Gagnon.
to check, but I kind of have to check this one.
Almost 10 million slides
Nice,
over.
That sucks.
Alex on the button. Declines. King 3 in the small for Paulius. Limps in. He and O'Gagnon really have done most of the battle.
Yeah. King 3 off, they're just being on the verge of getting close to being able to jam all in. I think Paulius decided maybe 13 blinds, just over the threshold of what he wants to jam in.
Yeah, that of course the effective stack being played for by O'Gagnon, whose 8-3 was dominated pre-flop, fails to improve up against top pair on the flop as it goes check, check. Dusty turn. And now Paulie V leads. And that'll be that. In all the years that you've been playing out there, Rast, obviously I know you've been in the cash streets quite a bit, which is where such things are conceived, but what is one of your favorite creative means by which people, games perhaps that are played, props, whatever, to get kind of action flowing in a game, get it out of the muck, so to speak?
Yeah, I mean, one of the best ones that's been incorporated that isn't complicated is in the hybrid game. They just have the flip plaque, so there's plaques, but then all of a sudden there's a plaque, and then everybody in the game has to flip for something that's like, say, a decent size.
Oh no, Cayenne did that.
So like every time the dealer push comes around, we all have one flip type of thing, or it's a plaque where it's a whole round of flips.
There's not a round, but let's say in a game with 10 plaques, there'll be 2 dealer flip plaques. So it'll come every like 4 or 5 games or whatever.
Okay.
And you just have to do one flip. So, but let's say it was like
a PLO flip kind of thing.
Compared to what
yeah.
we got.
Yeah, and it'd be like,
Thank God it was
like
this
everybody puts in.
Thank God.
Like the equivalent of like 2 or 3 big bets. Let's say.
Okay.
And then it just run it, and somebody wins it. And so, you know, I mean, that can end up being, if you have a 7-handed table, you know, all of a sudden you're winning 20 big bets in one pot.
I mean, and obviously, conversely, everybody else is losing a few big bets.
Whatever, you know, something like that. So,
Kings.
Finger wag this time, coming from top of range as
Jam.
Alex limp folds to the 3 million out of kings.
But I find that to be pretty good.
You ever play double board bomb pot?
I have played a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one's fun.
It's fun.
It's most fun when you got somebody who's willing to get it all in there for a draw at one board.
And so, like, in that game, we have a rule where if you want to repeat something, whether it's the flip or one of the games, you got to pay juice.
Oh,
so
interesting. So you're, by the way, talking about the hybrid mix, which is a 5,000, 10,000 limit mix.
Yeah.
That you play over at Aria, I believe, in Vegas.
Yes, but like these principles can be applied to any game, and it's just, you want to play that game again? Okay, there's juice. You can do a whole orbit again, but you got to pay a certain amount of juice per game, and same thing with the flip.
And the juice goes to all the other players in the game?
You could flip again. The juice goes in the middle of the pot. Yeah, so the juice is per hand, and then like every orbit, because it's San Diego style, the juice goes up.
I showed you 6 of diamonds earlier.
So, because you can't just keep paying
flat juice,
in order to
progressive
make a mixed
juice.
game, play the same game over and over again, right? And so for flips, because oftentimes if someone's stuck, they want to flip. So the flip plaque is great, but then they want to flip again. So there's got to be a solution to that. Well, you can flip again, but now you've got to pay juice.
Really, truly.
Jeez.
So these are great gambling solutions, and they open the game up some.
I was just going to say, with all of the poker aptitude, it's nice to see that you haven't eradicated the degeneracy. You know, it's intact.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying necessarily that I pay a lot of juice, although, you know, I've paid juice to repeat a game before, or sometimes I split it with somebody at the table. Like, let's run back to okay, split. Give me that. Okay, here you go.
Gotta love it. Jack 6 suited. Tries to limp. Queen deuce suited. Compliance. And a jack in the window, followed by another with 2 clubs on board, and hang on. Finally something perhaps we can sink some teeth into. A lead from Alex of $1 million. Clearly the queen high club draw not going to go anywhere.
mean, the way these guys are playing, the only way this pot gets any big is if the club flush comes in. They've had this penchant for very small pots.
Yeah, small bally. Navigations have been the order of three-handed play. You see the flat from Pauly V. Turn. Pairs him, which is something of note.
Oh.
Full pot now. The dial-up from Alex.
And maybe with just the queen high club draw, maybe he goes away. It's a lot tougher having hit the deuce. Yeah. Paulius feels like it's just too much.
So the call is made. Another 10 million into the middle here. And no club on the end. A very dry looking river. SPR of 1.
And the way this is played out would seem to imply that he's going to come with a large bet here.
All in?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, holding clubs is oh so poor. But we do begin to wonder, would Alexander have led at us with trip jacks in this spot? As we can see, the answer is yes, but, you know, there is some conventional, you know, notions about why would you want to lead and lose me in this spot.
Well, I think the answer is because you want a lot of money to go in the pot.
And as we can see, that's exactly what Alexander's been able to accomplish by taking that line. Third pot lead, full pot on the turn, now full pot on the river as well. And bowing out is the queen deuce with a bit of reluctance, mind you, but correctly into the muck it goes. And you hear the very first statement was bluff out of Pauly V. No comment from the German.
The German doesn't seem content to just play small ball.
I think he's ready to go a little bit. I mean,
yeah,
you know, local time right now, 2 a.m. These guys are getting up to do it again tomorrow. There is a point at which even those of us with stamina look at the clock and think, all right, what are we doing?
Hey, what the fuck?
Sometimes maybe a negotiation to kind of reduce
What a
levels
scam.
to kind of a very super turbo vibe to get things over with, as we see the ace-jack suited jamming over the
Count that
top
up, yeah?
of the king-4 suited open. And now count being asked for by Oganyan. Ace-8 off.
15 million? Or 15 big blinds or what?
It's the
same.
It's the same. 14.147 something. 14 and a half.
Yeah, I gotta fold. I don't like it though. I was shoving too. You got anything? I don't know. I had ace-8 off.
Ace-8 ultimately finding the bin there, and oh my goodness, Rast.
What is this?
600,000, 1.2 million, a level that we just don't expect to get to.
Oh, okay. I thought
With
you put, yeah, you look like you put 6 and 6.
great frequency
Oh,
in
yeah, I
an
should've
event.
called.
And yet here we are.
You call here, ace-8?
Just about $1 million a man.
15 big, opening shove.
Courtesy of the deal, 100K sit and go winner take all. What we're basically playing floor.
You have 28 million? Yeah, you can.
Ooh, 10-9 suited. It's going in.
Oh, yeah.
Where you at, Roman Harabic?
Harabic is an interesting sort of rendition.
Because he hit the 8-9 of clubs.
10-9 suited there. Jam and take from the small.
Huh?
I need the blinds. 21, 15, 13.
Why don't they take it down?
Oh, now it's back.
Finally.
Don't close it.
Don't.
Huh?
Now it's back.
Back again? And BB.
We got to get Oganyan in the booth maybe at some point. I mean, tireless input here at the FT, perhaps with a mic in front of him.
Here we go.
We could enjoy something similar. Hang on, rip and rip over the top as
40% of a royal.
Queen 10 of diamonds may very well be 40% of a royal, but it is dominated and just has 30% equity in a 32.9 million chip pot, which breaks out of nowhere.
Split? Split's fine. 4-4, 5-5 ace?
Me?
That's fair. Let's get a 4-4-3 flop. Let's start this way.
So here we go.
Oganyan,
the all-in player. Both find the queen.
Deuce, deuce, 8-8. Ace on the turn. Ace of diamonds.
10 needed.
What?
And a damp diamond
I prefer
on the turn. Take the 10 off the board. As now the flush draw for a double. That which presents itself. And instead, it is running kings. So the nuts on the end for Alexander T. A little feeble wave of the flag there from Oganyan. Believe that's the Armenian flag, if I'm not mistaken. I hope I'm not wrong there. Apologies if I am.
And I'm feeling like we can see the light in the tunnel now. We're down to heads up. Alexander and Paulius. Well played by Oganyan.
What do you think? The guy open, the guy shows small blind. 15 big, or 15 bigs effective.
Heading right over to RM Zobian. Apparently the owner of that flag. By the way, yeah. But instead we flash back as the ever chatty RM Oganyan dispatched in third, but securing $1 million roughly in payout. Nothing to hang his head about here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series. So then we are going to set the stage to play heads up, and we will embark upon that journey with the German Alexander Kachev holding a 43.5 to 16 million chip lead with the blinds at 601.2. As we bring you back to the desk here, Ali and Brian with you, wee hours of the night here in Jeju. And logjam broken. Obviously, you know, winner take all 100K save on our hands here now. It's going to be second going home empty-handed, first taking home a little bit of frosting on top of that million that was already secured. And I would imagine, just based on stack depths, as you look, Rast, at the iPad and you see how many blinds are remaining, you know, we're not going to expect to see this thing protracted from this point forward, right?
I mean, you would think no, but maybe these guys can find a way, because they were kind of doing that three-handed for a little bit.
Yeah,
but,
they were.
Yeah, there's not that many blinds left. So
no.
Also, I'd like to take a moment just to appreciate, just goes by, and no one ever says anything, but somebody in the Triton team made that little music intro that happens all the time. It's got a great little bass groove. So I was just kind of
the character select screen kind of backdrop. Yeah.
It's good, you know.
Yeah.
Just little touches to detail. That's all. I just wanted to. We can move on.
I mean, listen, we could potentially cut Pauly V loose with that track. Maybe a beatbox, maybe a freestyle. You know, maybe I'm making too much of a meal out of the fuzzy bucket hat. Listen, we're going to step aside, but stay with us, not just because we're going to come back and play this 100K heads up sit and go, but because in just moments, you're all about to find out where the Triton Super High Roller Series is going to plant its flag for the second stop of 2024. With no further ado, an announcement from the folks here at Triton as to where we're headed next. Stay close. And welcome back to the wee hours of the morning here in Jeju. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast. And of course, the announcement being made. Brian, expect to see you there. Montenegro. I personally haven't been there in spite of being with the Triton Super High Roller Series for a couple of years. By all accounts, one of the most beautiful stops that we have. So obviously very much looking forward to that. I know the players will be as well. Going to be spring, a little bit warmer than we've got it out here in Jeju. Also, do want to touch on the fact that we've got other stuff going on in the room right now. Of course, what I'm referring to is event number 5. Now you might be wondering, wait a minute, we're playing event number 3 right now. What do you mean event number 5? Well, there is no event number 4 on the Triton Super High Roller Series. Superstition, perhaps an unlucky number in Asian culture, so we omit it. And an update on that event right now, another Triton newcomer finding themselves at the top of the leaderboard. Of course, those of you with the Triton Poker Plus app perhaps have already become privy to this. Jesse Lonis, 2.8 million, hot on his heels, Ramin Hajiev, and how about Phil Nagy there in third, worthy of keeping an eye on. Man, I'm just going down the list though, Rasty. Gottlieb, 4th. Fedor already picking one up. 5th out there. Things will be interesting. And how about Patrick Antonius has entered the building?
Yeah, there. He made it. And then right behind him, Phil Ivey.
Man, just can't really look away from that leaderboard whatsoever. This was a $30,000 buy-in event. 31 runners remaining. Top prize will be $1.175 million in that one. The min cash came at 31st place, $49,000. So obviously we just burst that money bubble. 31 left, about 30 minutes left in level 18 in that one. Let's then turn our attention back to the matter at hand. It is heads up at present. Alexander Kachev now with the chip lead, 36 bigs to 13 bigs. Paulie V right there. He is the man, though, that when we came into this one had that massive chip lead, 9 players left, really has had the disproportionate number of pre-flop holdings, and yet faces the prospect of not hoisting hardware when this one's all said and done.
Yeah, no, you know, he had a commanding chip lead for the entire time, pretty much, up until three-handed. They talked about the deal. It didn't happen, and then they kept playing. It evened up. They made a deal, and from that moment, our current chip leader, Alexander Kachev, he sort of moved into pole position here, and he has almost a 3-to-1 chip advantage.
Not to be overlooked, of course, the fact that if Paulius were to double, we'd hit the reset button and they'd be level as we send it back out to the arena. There's the official glimpse brought to you by PokerStake. 600, 1.2, 1.2. That's the blind level. What do you think, Rast, if you had to set an over-under on how long this one takes from this point forward? 30 minutes? 20 minutes?
I mean, yeah, I would. I mean, 30 feels like you gotta go under, but you know, it's 24. Is that
24 is a sharp book.
I mean, is that
24.5 for the hook?
Is that like what do you think? Is that a good line?
I mean, I think a lot of it depends also on how quickly the dealer gets the hands out, right?
Yeah.
Very relevant in terms of how many actual hands are we going to be seeing, but nevertheless, Ace King, a nice start for Alexander as we await Paulie's behavior on the button. Not in the mood to fold, even with the dusty 7 tray.
All in.
Limp, and then it's ripped. Quick work. know, interestingly, while Alexander flies that German flag, there was some inquiries of Fedor Holz as to, you know, scouting reports. What do we know? And he said he's familiar with Alexander, but doesn't really know him. You know, we oftentimes make assumptions when it comes to these small fraternities of high-stakes players that there will be familiarity, you know, maybe even friendships amongst those who hail from similar nations. But, you know, the German crew is one that rolls deep, and there's some factions in there, you know, Austrian spin-off as well. Of course, Vienna, home to some poker minds, as we see a finger wag from Paulie V there out of the big.
Yeah, of course.
Returning the favor.
It's a big country.
Huge country. And big on poker talent, that country. Worthy of note.
All in.
All in declared by the King 7. Doesn't look like they're in the mood to really drag this one out, Raz.
Yeah, to be too cute. That's for sure. So that would seem to imply it's not going to take too long. If they're just going to go ahead and do a decent amount of open jamming.
Under's looking good. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes when you watch the final tables, the guys really want to play post flop and do a lot more limping.
King 10 suited here. Played as a limp, so some balance on display. Certainly raisable kit. Queen 4 check back. No improvements on the 9-8-6 board. Gutter for Alexander. Checked over.
I mean, not a bad flop for King 10 of clubs. We got the overs, the gutter, the backdoor flush draw, and one of those avenues comes in the form of the King of Hearts on the turn for top pair for Alexander.
Already had the lead, but now can feel a lot better about it after the check back.
10 million or what? How much?
Yeah.
It's not 15 million.
No, it's not. Yeah. 12.
3.6.
Fairly predictable bet and subsequent fold there.
Yeah, sometimes considered a little bit of a tell.
What's
guy
that?
Gets very interested in your exact number of chips in your hand. You know, I mean, why? Well, because he has a hand that's worthy of playing for stacks.
So reads it as strength.
I think, I mean, it was right there.
Sure.
All in.
Ooh. Wow, just jammed the queen 3 off. There we go. Versus the limp. Alexander's getting after it.
12 bigs in front of Paulie V. Quarter of the chips in play. I was going to say, Rasty, during that last break, and by the way, you know, this could be a really bad idea. Not a bad idea. Jamming the button with an ace. Heads up. Oh, but the king 4 wants to go. So, Paulie V, are we okay with this, by the way?
I mean, it's 10 big blinds. I mean, it's
about 12, I think.
It's probably right on the border of being okay. I mean,
Well, it's
we
a
saw
lot
the last
more.
hand he jammed queen 3 off, right?
It's a lot more okay once the king 8-5 flop rolls off and you're in the lead and stay there on the turn, as this one doesn't rate to be finished quite yet. 28.5 million chip pot. In a clean ace-free river. Crowd goes wild. By the way, respect to Paulie V's rail. I mean, we're coming up on 2:30 a.m. local time. And they're still right there. You know,
Why'd they show
me
all those
personally,
Buitas, Pardo?
Hmm?
Oh, I mean,
I'm
third,
not
fourth,
sure. I'm prepared to ride it out with you till 2:30 in the morning for the 100K save. I think, you know,
Yeah.
I love you, my man, but I'm going to be up getting a few rems in the room. That's where I'll be.
Yeah, I mean, it is getting late. You know, I feel like just looking things over, king 4 off, maybe I'm seeing like maybe it's 9 bigs approximately, although that might not be with an ante. The thing that I'm looking at right now, so it's probably right on the border.
Maybe they
That's the way I would put it.
Blacks, 'cause
I mean, they were at what, like 11 bigs. Point is that these guys aren't playing small ball anymore.
No, they aren't. Love to see it.
Yeah.
By the way,
Love to see it.
Really a sort of disproportionately grindy process was what we were observing for a good bit, it seemed. Mercifully, we've given way to a slightly more lubricated affair. King 9 suited. Obviously, you know, pre-flop holdings having a little something to do with that. Not just stone impatience.
Yeah, now they're both over 20 bigs.
4.8.
Hence, some sizings available.
Yeah, he's coming with the 4X versus the button limp. King 9 suited not being folded, probably call. Let's see a flop. We're in position.
Call.
These are the thoughts shared by Paulie V. Far too much hand to step aside. 10.8 in the middle.
Yeah, no stepping aside. I mean, all in's probably better than fold.
Oh,
Ooh.
and 966 is better than ace 8. Should say the king 9 is better, as the connections are self-evident.
And ace high, out of position. We got some backdoor straight-ish possibilities. Only one overcard to the 9. He comes with a small c-bet. So now what is Paulie's going to do? Because definitely enough hand to raise the flop. I feel like the 9 more vulnerable, right, than 3 6s. In this spot with these kind of low SPRs, pretty wide ranges.
6.5 million?
Yeah. not surprisingly, he just raise it for value now. You can shake out some hands with equity. Kind of it's like merge of like getting value and protection at the same time.
There it is, 6.5, getting the job done. It's the ace-8 forced to concede. There it is. 31 bigs, 62% of the chips. I do feel that the first of two players portion of that graphic might be laying it on a touch thick. Second of two players also, you know, I think, we got that part figured out, guys. They like to be thorough. It's okay.
It's probably like a template, and they've now...
Right.
The template doesn't work as well when there's only two.
It's just slightly insulting, in fact.
Okay. Playing the dirty diaper here.
Somewhere Rigby smiles down upon. 10-8 says, let's go. No connections in either camp. Queen, queen, 5.
Okay.
10-8, a little bit thorny here. 2 overcarts of the 5, but no real backdoor draws. The c-bet by 3-2 accomplished quite a lot there.
Now, earlier I was talking about how sticking around for the 100K save, you know, maybe I'm not going to do it. Shout out to Arturus Serba in the YouTube chat who points out it's not about the 100K. It's about the photo and the trophy and opportunity to be immortalized in the moment with your buddy. You know what I mean? You've been a part of, obviously, other people have been a part of many of your winners' photos, but you too have been there in support of friends along the way and been there for the winner's photo with them in the background, obviously sharing that moment. Perhaps even a financial interest from time to time. Who knows?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. It is kind of about the winning moment, the celebration in the moment, the photo.
The pair of 5s here. You know, we can be guilty of being a bit jaded this far along. You know, Rast, you kind of forget that even for those that have been at it for a minute, here in a series such as this, where the paths to a victory, as we see Pauly, just naked 9 high, 1.2 here. This doesn't rate to be successful. But, you know, there's a lot of prestige, there's a lot of pride. And for those that have dedicated themselves to the game, there's a lot of weight to filling up that trophy case. You know, these things feel good. Getting called, of course, on this flop does not feel so good.
Yeah, it's nice to pick up mementos along the way. You know? It's something to keep at home. Show the kids, eventual kids, family.
Show the Tinder date.
Trophy case.
You know, not everybody in that camp there, Rast, you know.
Ooh, and
Bumble,
he's
whatever.
double barreling here with no pair, no draw. And is it going to work?
I mean, only Alex knows. But this is a beefy 5 into 6, and call has been made here. As unconvinced as Alex perhaps that the ace would have been played as a limp pre, and as such then we look at the 6 and we say 6x or another 5, also not so convinced in terms of that barrel on the flop. So then when the 10 rolls off, unless maybe it's an incidental 10, and even then, perhaps a little bit of respect for the ace on the board, pot control, check back, we say why the 5 into the 6, and we find our way to this river. Bottom pair for Kachev.
I mean, it feels like this is a river he's going to bluff a lot, having a 9 in his hand, kind of. Or like a decent amount, at least.
Useful card.
9
Mind you, the 4 in terms of 4-7, also useful.
Oh, and the third barrel got it done.
9 million as the courage is summoned. Oh, and by the way, the way he's hauling this one in, did you see that? Kind of the reach out, gobble it up, hungry hippos, sweep in sort of vibe. I think he knows that those chips were a little sweeter than the average. As you get a look at that beautiful Triton trophy, it really is a gorgeous addition to any poker player's trophy case if you should be so fortunate as to earn yourself one.
And that was a pretty big pot.
Yeah, 43 million now for Paulie V. And mind you, this was sort of the inverted landscape that Alex was enjoying at the onset of Heads Up, as the Swag Lord has an opportunity before him.
4 million.
The Swag Lord just can't let it go. Here he is, 7-3 off. It's not going to get through. Now, Alexander, is he going to jam versus this? Or call in position?
13 bigs to start.
He's not folding. King 6 suited, too much hand. Decides to call.
Yeah.
And now we'll see what 7-3 off can get done here. Oh, it's
not a whole lot on a king, queen, deuce board, which gives Alex top pair. No diamond in hand as well. Clear issues for the pre-flop raiser, out of position, bloating this one to 9.2. And if he tries to come with something like he did with the 3 barrels earlier, this is going to be a bit more of an uphill climb. Starting things off with 2.7 as a C-bet.
Yes, it would appear that all money that Paulius is going to put in the pot in his hand is going to go the other way. Alexander debating right now whether to just call with top pair, maybe you keep some bluffs in, or go all in. You know, maybe you can get some hands with some equity to fold. But he ends up deciding to call, which, as we can see, was the perfect way to play against Paulius's hand, because Paulius's hand cannot stand a raise clearly, but might keep bluffing. Ooh, a 3. This is the start of a nightmare for Alexander.
Is it the kind of card that's going to embolden the second barrel forward?
No, I think if anything, it is, yeah, just now Paulius would love to just get to showdown.
In the hopes that it's a perilous diamond across the way?
Yeah. I mean, because now you're really, what you're betting to try to get your opponent to fold a king or a queen. I mean, that's not happening.
Check back, by the way, pot control out of Alex. shut down.
Alexander is thinking and likely coming to the conclusion that his hand merits a value bet.
Jam, by the way, the course of action. SPR, perhaps, such that that felt most appropriate. Ace 10 awaits Pauly V.
All in.
1.6 limp. Jam and take. Does either one of these guys strike you as maybe coming up on the tail end of their tank? Here, wee hours. You see a little bit of the neck kind of stretched there. Obviously, the absence of arm, the chatter, virtually non-existent, but seems like they're still going strong.
Yeah, pretty strong. I mean, there's been a few kind of signs maybe that they're getting tired. Some of the physical, the way they're carrying themselves, some of the movements in between pots. Yeah, they don't look 100% fresh anymore.
Who can blame them?
Is that your read as well?
Yeah, certainly. Almost 2:45 in the morning local time. This soundtrack here is kind of like late stage game show. You're on the clock, major response required kind of thing. Okay. My imagination getting the better of me, and obviously Queen Jack suited.
King.
And King 3.
Yeah, it looks like Pauly has jammed the dealer button there with King 3 off and got called by Queen Jack suited for, I don't know, something like 14 big blinds effective.
Straightforward pre-flop navigations in a pot that could be worth 100K for King 3, but the Jack 5-4 board.
Deuce. I'll take deuce.
6.
Alex in front, a cozy 85%er. Oh, and now all of a sudden, a king on the turn. Not out of the woods yet, but certainly sitting very pretty. 89%, things toggling back over to the Lithuanian. It could be over, absent a queen or a jack on the end here for the German. And it is indeed an end to what was a very hard-fought final table. A real roller coaster ride for Paulius Vaitiekunas. Earned it, Rast.
Yeah, he did. I mean, I think both of these guys played quite well. I liked Alexander had a nice little check raise bluff on the 3-diamond board, and
with the crypto
just a lot of great play this whole final table. But yeah, congrats to the winner, Pauly V, the swag lord.
I'll tell you what, we thought that we were only going to have one 7-figure winner here in the 25K silver main event. And somehow we managed to find two, courtesy of the deal that was struck three-way with Aram Oganyan, the third place finisher, taking home nearly 7 figures, 989. I would round up and say we've got 3 7-figure winners here, but on the technicality, I guess we must call it 2. As you get one final look at how things shook out here in event number 3. And we bring you back to the desk for some final thoughts on that particular FT. I got to tell you, I'm pretty glad. You know, not anti-sweating anybody out there, but if the queen or jack came off, you may have lost me. I am fading a little bit, unlike those two gentlemen out there. But I'll tell you what, some nice poker on display, and it was exciting. Obviously, very chatty in terms of Oganyan's presence over there. But it must come to an end, Rast. And as it does, you reflect?
Listen, all good things must come to an end. Oganyan, yeah, just he had a lot of nice little banter. A couple telling the dealer she was beautiful. And I mean, it was pretty funny.
Our man really was getting after it, wasn't he? Okay, we are a little bit light in the tank, and we've got to turn around and bring you more as the 17-event docket is very much still on the front end. So Rast and I going to sign off, of course, to those of you who burned it at both ends late, kind of close to this South Korean time zone. We thank you. Obviously, those in the States, enjoy your day, and elsewhere in Europe. We're going to send it down, though, for an interview with our very own Marianella Pereira as we congratulate the Lithuanian Paulie V on the victory here in the 25K Silver Main. Good night.
Big moment for Paulius. Now, you first joined us with Triton in Monte Carlo, and things didn't really go your way there. Here in Jeju, the tide turned. You got your first cash a few days ago, and now you've got this first title. How does it feel to hold up this trophy so early in your Triton career?
Yeah, it feels great. It feels amazing. Yeah, Monte Carlo gave me a lot of motivation to keep playing and keep staying in Triton series. I really love it. Yeah, and it feels great, obviously, to hold the first Triton title in like my, I don't know, 8th tournament. Yeah, I feel grateful, and I'm feeling happy about it.
Pretty impressive, sir. And speaking of motivation, you've got a lot of motivation over here with this amazing rail. The Lithuanians came very strong with the flag. Yeah, you can cheer. We can clap, right? This is our first flag so far. So Matas, Vladas, Dominicus, who cashed 5th in the first event. Now, Nick Schulman made a very interesting comment. He said that when he's playing online and he sees that Lithuanian flag, he just tries to steer clear if he can. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, maybe I should say it's Lithuanian and all the Baltics railing. Yeah, and I think we have the best fans wherever we go, basketball, any sports. We like to rail, we like to have fun. I like to rail myself. It's a good experience, and yeah, I mean Lithuanians are great at poker. Yeah. We're improving. I mean, when we see Nick Schulman, probably we stay away as well. Nice. But yeah, thank you for the good words. And the rail helped.
With your fashion too. You were like, do I keep the shades on? Do I put these on? Do I keep the hat on?
No, I mean, I felt pretty ill today in the morning, so I wanted to hide from anyone. But when I started playing, I felt really calm. Yeah. Obviously, I ran good. I had chips all the time. I hold in certain situations, and I felt very confident about it. Yeah. Obviously, thanks of that because of my team. And yeah, I mean, I appreciate you guys. and all the Lithuania. I mean, not all the Lithuania, but some of Lithuania.
Not all of you guys. Slow down.
Yeah, some of Lithuania railing. I'd like to thank. Aida, Sairida, Jurgita, Laimutis, blah, blah, blah. And my most important, my girlfriend, Vaiva, because they support a lot. I know it's important for them as well. Yeah. And yeah.
And we might keep the hat. It's a little run good. All right.
Yeah, it's my second time I wore it. And last time I finished top 15. This time I won it.
All right, so without further ado, let's bring out Tournament Director Luca Vivaldi with that excellent hardware for you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lithuanian, it's his moment right here, taking over 1 million, your 25K silver main event champion, Paulius Vaitiekūnas. Bravo. The flag. The flag, the flag, the flag.
We're 4 days into here. And a warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from here at the Landing Casino in Jeju, South Korea. Ali Najad, Brian Rast with a set final table here on day 2 of event number 5, a 30K 8 max. What began with a Jesse Lonis chip lead, which gave way in a deeply unraveling sort of manner to the man who has now emerged as the chip leader, Patrick Antonius. Let's dive into the Triton Poker Plus app and set the stage for you if you'd like. There is Patrick, 7.7, chief stack right now, just shy of 40 bigs. Not an incredibly deep affair, I suspect, would be your assessment of things as you look at the distribution. Of course, one of the GOATs, Ivy, down there, 6 bigs in need of some help.
Yeah, certainly. A wide smattering of stacks, but again, accurate assessment, not very deep. So not a ton to work with. We're, going to see a lot of pre-flop action is really what it's going to boil down to. A lot of decisions will be made pre-flop.
Is the gap between Antonius and Seth Gottlieb, who already finished second in the 15K 8 max to kick this festival off, large enough to where Antonius is going to be able to levy some of the ICM pressure with a pay jump every single slot from here forward, Rast? Or is Gottlieb 9 big blinds back just a little bit too close on his heels?
I don't think the gap is too big, but what I will say is that if you look at the arrangement of the chip stacks, you can notice that Antonius is in a situation where when it is folded to him, he will get to leverage a lot. I mean, there's a bunch of short stacks to his left, and he's, in fact, in position on both Seth and the other big stacks.
Yeah, I think the seat draw in particular is obviously going to be of note, but let's get things kicked off as we send it down to Luca Vivaldi for the intros.
Event number 5 here in Jeju, the 30K No Limit Hold'em event has seen 185 entries. We're down to a final table of 9 competing for more than 1.1 million and the trophy. Please allow me to introduce you to them. It's in number 1, 1.4 million from the US. Please welcome David Peters.
D. Pete's, one of the GOATs all time. 5.1 million plus in career Triton earnings. One title, looking for a second here in his 6th cash.
See number 2 from Malaysia with 3.1 million. Please welcome Loon. Loon.
Loon, part of the Malaysian delegation. Obviously fan favorites as Triton co-founders Richard Yong and Paul Pua both hailing under that banner. 1.9 million in career Triton earn across 9 cashes. 2 already here.
Seat number 3 from Bulgaria, 3.8 million. Please put your hand together for Yulian Bogdanov.
Bogdanov, the stoic one. His second cash already here in Jeju, has lost the scarf, but has not lost the initiative. This is his third Triton career cash with 169 under his
Seat
belt.
number 5 from Madeira, Portugal, 5.2 million. Please welcome João Vieira.
483K in career Triton earnings across 5 cashes, already 2 under his belt in 3 attempts. This his 4th in 4.
Seat number 6 from Spain, 3.4 million. Please welcome Adrián Mateos.
El Conquistador had been shut out across his first 3 attempts here in Jeju. This is his 11th cash, looking to get up and over 6 million.
Seat number 7, 5.2 million. Please put your hand together for Ramin Agiev.
Agiev, a title winner as he took down the Luxon Pay Invitational for 4.1 of his career Triton total, 4-3 and change. Looking for a second here today in his 4th career Triton.
Seat number 7 from the US with 6 million. Please welcome Seth Gottlieb.
We've mentioned it on multiple occasions. Gottlieb on form in both the cash game streets and here at Triton, second to Fedor in the 15K 8 max, looking for his second title.
Seat number 9, our chip leader from Finland, 7.7 million. Please welcome Patrick Antonius.
Patrick, 5.2 million in career Triton earnings, countless millions beyond that border. 0 for 2 thus far here in Jeju, hunting his second Triton title.
And last but not least, in seat number 10 from the US, 1.3 million. Please welcome Phil Ivey.
I feel compelled simply